Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter water story. As you saw in today's title, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Wednesday Addams and masters Gothic necromancy magic? Every video is self-recorded, originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy dark timelines or overpowered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1. The Boy in the Graveyard. Rain. The storm came without warning. Rain fell in sheets across the gray English countryside, turning dirt roads to rivers and fields to marshes. Thunder rolled across the sky like the drums of some vast, invisible army, and lightning split the darkness in jagged silver scars. In the Dursleys' house at number 4, Privet Drive, no one noticed the storm. Vernon Dursley had drawn the curtains tight against the weather, settled into his armchair with a glass of brandy, and declared the whole affair perfectly normal for this time of year. Petunia clucked in agreement from the kitchen, where she was arranging tinned peaches into a shape she considered artistic. Dudley sat on the carpet, mashing two action figures together and making explosion sounds with his lips. Upstairs, in the smallest bedroom, Harry Potter pressed his face against the window and watched the storm with eyes far too old for his 7 years. The glass trembled with each thunderclap. Rain streamed down the pane in rivulets, distorting the world beyond into something fluid and dreamlike. Somewhere in the distance, lightning struck something metal. Harry heard the sharp crack boom echo across the neighborhood, and a few moments later, the streetlights flickered and died. Darkness swallowed the cul-de-sac. Harry smiled. He'd always liked storms. There was something honest about them, the way they stripped away pretense, the way they reminded everyone how small they really were. The Dursleys hated thunderstorms. Vernon would pace and mutter about property damage. Petunia would clutch her pearls and worry about the roses. Dudley would cry until someone gave him sweets. But Harry would press his face to the glass and feel something stir in his chest. Something that didn't have words yet. Something that recognized the wildness outside and found it familiar. Downstairs, a door slammed. "Boy!" Vernon's voice carried up the stairs like a battering ram. "Get down here and help your mother with the candles." Harry didn't move. Boy! Still, he didn't move. He'd learned that moving when Vernon shouted only brought Vernon's attention closer. Better to wait. Better to become invisible. Better to press his face against the cold glass and pretend he was out there, in the storm, where no one could touch him. The rain called to him. He didn't understand it, not then, not fully, but something in the rhythm of the drops against the window, something in the way the wind mourned through the gutters, something in the electric charge that made his hair stand on end. It all felt like a language he'd forgotten but still understood in his bones. Another lightning strike. Closer this time. The glass vibrated under Harry's palms. And then, quiet. Not the quiet of the storm passing, but the quiet of the storm listening. The rain softened. The wind dropped to a whisper. Even the thunder seemed to hold its breath, rumbling low and distant like a sleeping giant turning over in its dreams. Harry's heart beat once, twice, 3 times. He slipped out of bed, pulled on his 2 large trainers without tying them, and eased his bedroom door open. The stairs creaked beneath his weight. They always did, but the Dursleys were busy in the kitchen, arguing about whether the power would come back before bedtime. Harry slid past the living room door, past the umbrella stand, past the photographs of Dudley doing things that apparently deserved to be commemorated in frames. The front door opened without a sound. Harry stepped into the storm. Dash. The rain embraced him immediately. It soaked through his thin pajamas, plastered his hair to his forehead, and ran in cold rivulets down his neck and spine. Harry didn't shiver. He lifted his face to the sky and let the water wash over him, let it fill his mouth and eyes, let it claim him for its own. He started walking. He didn't know where he was going. His feet seemed to know on their own, carrying him away from the pristine lawns of Privet Drive, away from the identical houses with their identical curtains and identical lives. The pavement ended. The streetlights, dark and useless, fell behind. Harry walked through puddles that reached his ankles, through mud that tried to steal his shoes, through grass that whipped against his legs like desperate fingers. The cemetery found him before he found it. It rose out of the rain like a memory, iron gates twisted with rust, headstones leaning at angles that spoke of centuries, yew trees bent and black against the bruised sky. Harry stopped at the gate and pressed his face between the bars. He'd never been here before. He was certain of that. And yet, The gate swung open at his touch. It shouldn't have. The hinges were rusted solid, the lock was thick with corrosion, and Harry was 7 years old and small for his age. But the gate swung open anyway, silent as a held breath, and Harry walked through without looking back. The graves welcomed him. That was the only word for it. The dead didn't speak, not yet, but their silence was different here. It was present. It was aware. Harry wandered between headstones, reading names he couldn't pronounce and dates that stretched back centuries. Some graves were grand, with angels weeping stone tears and vaults built to last forever. Others were simple, just a name, 2 dates, a brief message from someone who'd loved and lost. Harry stopped at one of the simple ones. The stone was old. The name had worn away, leaving only a faint depression where letters had once been carved. The dates were gone entirely. The grave had no flowers, no visitors, no signs that anyone remembered the person who lay beneath. Harry crouched in the mud and placed his palm flat against the stone. "Hello," he said. The rain continued to fall. The wind continued to mourn. But for a moment, just a moment, the world held still. "I don't know your name," Harry continued. "I'm sorry about that. Someone should remember you." Thunder rolled across the sky. Harry didn't flinch. "My name's Harry. I live." He stopped. Did he live at number 4, Privet Drive? He slept there. He ate there, sometimes. He existed there, in the smallest bedroom, in the space between Dudley's tantrums and Vernon's fists. But did he live there? "I don't know where I live," he admitted. "But I don't think it matters." Not really. The rain softened further. The storm was retreating, giving space to something else, something quieter, something older, something that had been waiting a very long time for someone to notice. Harry leaned closer to the grave. "Are you lonely?" No answer. Not in words. But something shifted in the air. A pressure change. A temperature drop. The kind of cold that comes not from weather but from absence, from the space where warmth used to be. Harry smiled again. "It's okay. I'm lonely too. You speak to the dead as though they might answer." The voice came from behind him, low, measured, and utterly unafraid. Harry turned slowly, his hand still resting on the headstone, and found himself looking at a girl. She stood perhaps 10 feet away, silhouetted against the bruised sky. Rain fell around her but seemed reluctant to touch her. It slid away at the last moment, leaving her dress dry and immaculate. Black, of course. Everything about her was black. Her dress, her hair, her eyes, even the small bow tied at the collar of her coat. She held an umbrella, though she wasn't using it. It hung at her side like an afterthought, or perhaps a prop. She was watching him with an intensity that would have made most adults uncomfortable. Harry didn't blink. "They don't answer. Not yet." The girl took a step closer. Her shoes made no sound in the mud. "But you expect them to. That's unusual. Is it? Most children fear death." She said it the way someone else might say, "Most children enjoy sweets," or, "Most children believe in Father Christmas." A simple statement of fact. "You don't." Harry considered this. "Do you?" Something flickered in the girl's dark eyes. Not surprise, she didn't seem capable of surprise. But perhaps, interest. "I find death familiar. Comfortable, even. But I wouldn't say I lack fear entirely. Fear has its uses." She tilted her head, studying him the way one might study a particularly unusual specimen. "You're not afraid of me either." "Should I be? Most children are. Adults too, though they hide it better." She stepped closer still, close enough that Harry could see the precise symmetry of her features, the pallor of her skin, the absolute stillness of her expression. "I'm Wednesday Addams. Harry Potter." "I know." Harry's brow furrowed. "How?" Wednesday gestured vaguely at the cemetery around them. "The dead are curious about you. They don't speak, most of them can't, but they stir. When you passed through the gate, I felt it." She paused, considering her words. "The ground itself seemed to recognize you." Harry looked down at his feet. The mud had claimed one of his trainers. He could feel the cold seeping through the fabric, but he didn't try to pull free. "I don't understand." "No, you wouldn't. Not yet." Wednesday turned and began walking deeper into the cemetery, clearly expecting him to follow. "Come, there's something you should see." Harry hesitated for only a moment. Then he pulled his foot from the mud. The trainer made a wet, sucking sound, and followed the strange girl through the rain. The The Addams family crypt stood at the highest point of the cemetery, overlooking the graves like a monarch surveying its domain. It was old, older than anything else in the grounds, built of black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Gargoyles crouched at each corner, their stone faces twisted into expressions of ancient amusement. Ivy crawled up the walls, but even the ivy was dark, almost black, as though it had absorbed something of the stone it climbed. Wednesday stopped before the iron door and turned to face him. The family has rested here for 3 centuries. Not all of them rest peacefully. Does that bother you? No. It would be disappointing if they did. She produced a key from somewhere in her dress. Harry didn't see her reach for it, didn't see any pockets that could contain it, and inserted it into the lock. The mechanism turned with a sound like grinding bones. My mother says the dead should have opinions. It keeps them interesting at dinner parties. The door swung inward, revealing darkness so complete it seemed solid. Wednesday stepped inside without hesitation. Harry followed. The crypt was larger than it appeared from outside. Caskets lined the walls in tiers, each one carved with names and dates and symbols Harry didn't recognize. Candles flickered in iron holders, no one had lit them, but they burned anyway, with flames that were faintly blue at their hearts. The air smelled of earth and old stone and something else, something sweet and slightly metallic, like flowers left too long in water. This is where my grandmother prefers to spend her afternoons, Wednesday said, gesturing toward a corner where an elderly woman sat in a high-backed chair, knitting something that might have been a scarf or might have been a shroud. The woman looked up as they entered and smiled, a warm, genuine smile that seemed slightly out of place among the coffins. Wednesday, darling, you've brought a friend. An acquaintance, Wednesday corrected. His name is Harry Potter. He was speaking to the graves. Grandmama, Harry assumed that's who she was, set down her knitting and studied him with sharp, ancient eyes. Was he now? And did they speak back? No, Harry said, but I think they wanted to. Grandmama's smile widened. Oh, I like him. Keep him, Wednesday. That's the plan. Harry looked between them, confused. What plan? Wednesday didn't answer immediately. She walked to the center of the crypt, where a stone slab stood empty, waiting, Harry realized, for whoever would next join the Addams family in death. She traced her fingers along its surface, leaving trails in the dust. You don't belong with the people who keep you, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry's throat tightened. How do you know about them? The dead told me. Not in words, but they showed me images. A cupboard under stairs. A yellow-haired boy who hits. A large man with red hands. She turned to face him, and for the first time, something like emotion flickered in her dark eyes. Not pity, Wednesday Addams didn't seem capable of pity. But recognition. Understanding. They showed me loneliness, Harry. The kind that burrows into bones and stays there. Harry couldn't speak. The candles flickered, their blue hearts flaring brighter for just a moment. The family isn't like most families, Wednesday continued. We value different things. Darkness. Death. The beautiful grotesque. We don't expect children to be cheerful or grateful or any of the other tedious qualities most parents demand. She paused. I think you might fit here. You don't know me. I know enough. I know you speak to graves without fear. I know the dead stir when you pass. I know you've been lonely so long you've forgotten what its opposite feels like. She took a step toward him. I know you're like me. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. This was strange. This was mad. This was a girl he'd met 5 minutes ago in a cemetery during a storm, inviting him to live with a family that kept coffins in their front room. But the Dursleys kept him in a cupboard. The Dursleys fed him scraps and called him boy and made him feel like something less than human. The Dursleys had never once looked at him the way Wednesday was looking at him now, like he mattered. Like he was worth something. Like he was acceptable. I don't have anywhere else to go, Harry whispered. Wednesday nodded, as though this was exactly the answer she'd expected. Then it's settled. You'll come home with me. Mother will approve. She has a weakness for strays, provided they're sufficiently macabre. She paused. You are sufficiently macabre, I think. Possibly even more than you know. Outside, the storm had passed. The rain stopped as abruptly as it had begun, and through the crypt's small, grimy windows, Harry could see stars emerging between the clouds. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he didn't feel like running. For the first time, he felt like someone might actually catch him if he fell. Dash dash dash. The walk back through the cemetery felt different. The graves no longer seemed sad, they seemed patient, as though they understood something Harry didn't yet know. Wednesday walked beside him, her umbrella still unused, her dress still dry despite the puddles they splashed through. At the gate, Harry stopped and looked back. The cemetery stretched out beneath the emerging stars, silent and still. Yew trees black against the sky. Headstones gray and weathered. Somewhere among them, a grave with no name and no dates and no visitors. "I'll come back," Harry said. He didn't know why he said it. He didn't know if he meant it. But the words felt right, felt true, felt like a promise he needed to make. Beside him, Wednesday smiled. It was a small smile, barely a movement of her lips, but it transformed her face entirely. "Of course you will. The dead don't forget those who remember them." Beyond the gate, a black car waited. It was long and old and looked like it should be carrying a funeral procession rather than two children. The driver, a man with pale skin and eyes that seemed to look through rather than at, held the door open without speaking. "Lurch will take us home," Wednesday said. "Mother will be awake, she always is, during storms. She'll want to meet you." Harry climbed into the car. The seats were leather, soft and cold. The windows were tinted so dark they showed only reflections. Wednesday slid in beside him, and Lurch closed the door with a sound like a coffin lid sealing shut. The car pulled away from the cemetery, away from Privet Drive, away from everything Harry had ever known. He didn't look back. The Addams estate revealed itself slowly, as though it had to decide whether to trust him before showing its full face. They drove through countryside first, dark fields and darker woods, hills that rolled like sleeping giants. Then walls began to appear, old stone overgrown with ivy, topped with iron spikes that looked sharp enough to draw blood. Then gates, black and ornate, swinging open without anyone touching them. Then a driveway, long and winding, lined with trees so old their branches intertwined above, forming a tunnel of shadow. And then the house. It rose out of the darkness like something from a dream, or a nightmare, depending on your perspective. Towers reached for the sky, their windows dark and watching. Gargoyles lined every ledge, their stone faces frozen in expressions of delight or torment, Harry couldn't tell which. The front door was massive, iron-bound, flanked by torches that burned with the same blue-tinged flames he'd seen in the crypt. Lurch opened the car door. Harry stepped out and stood in the driveway, staring up at the house that might, if Wednesday's plan succeeded, become his home. "It's beautiful," he whispered. Beside him, Wednesday's smile widened almost imperceptibly. "Yes, it is." The front door opened, and a woman emerged. She was tall and elegant, with dark hair piled high on her head and a dress that flowed behind her like liquid shadow. Her face was pale, her lips were red, and her eyes, dark as Wednesday's, held depths that seemed to go on forever. "Wednesday, darling." Her voice was warm, musical, and slightly amused. "You've brought home a stray. His name is Harry Potter, Mother. He speaks to the dead." Morticia Addams descended the steps and crouched before Harry, studying him with the same intense interest her daughter had shown earlier. Unlike most adults, she didn't offer a false smile or a patronizing pat on the head. She simply looked at him, really looked, as though she could see straight through his skin and bones to whatever lay beneath. "Does he now?" She reached out and touched his face, not roughly, but not gently either. Her fingers were cool against his skin. "Yes, I can feel it. The death energy clings to him. Not unpleasantly. It's almost as though." She trailed off, exchanging a glance with Wednesday that Harry couldn't interpret. "As though what?" Harry asked. Morticia smiled. It was a genuine smile, warm and kind, though it didn't make her look any less intimidating. "As though death itself has marked you as one of its own. Don't worry, little one. In this house, that's a compliment." She stood and offered him her hand. Harry took it without hesitation. "Come inside," Morticia said. "You must be hungry. And cold. And I imagine you have questions, about us, about yourself, about the things you've always felt but never understood." She led him toward the door, Wednesday falling into step on his other side. "We have answers, Harry. Not all of them will be comfortable. But they will be true." The door closed behind them with a sound like thunder rolling across a distant sky. Inside, the house was warm, not with the artificial warmth of central heating, but with something older, something that came from deep within the stones themselves. Candles flickered in every room, their flames casting dancing shadows across walls lined with portraits whose subjects seemed to watch him as he passed. In the parlor, a fire burned in a massive hearth. Above it hung a painting of a woman who looked remarkably like Morticia, though her expression was colder, harder. A man sat in an armchair beside the fire, reading a book bound in what Harry hoped was leather. He looked up as they entered and smiled. "So," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "This is the boy who speaks to graves. Gomez." Morticia's voice carried a note of warning. "Don't interrogate him. He's had a difficult night." Gomez Addams set aside his book and rose, crossing the room in 3 long strides. He knelt before Harry as Morticia had, but instead of studying him, he simply held out his hand. "Welcome to our home, Harry Potter. Any friend of Wednesday's is family to us." Harry shook his hand. Gomez's grip was firm but not crushing, warm but not clammy. It was, Harry realized, the first proper handshake he'd ever received. "I don't know if we're friends," he said honestly. "We just met." Gomez laughed, a great, booming sound that filled the room. "Excellent. Honesty. I like it." He stood and clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Friendship isn't measured in time, boy. It's measured in moments. And I suspect you and my daughter have already shared more moments than most people share in a lifetime." Harry looked at Wednesday. She stood apart from the family group, watching him with those dark, unreadable eyes. But there was something in her posture, a slight relaxation of her shoulders, a softening around her mouth, that suggested she was pleased. Or as close to pleased as Wednesday Addams could get. "Supper," Morticia announced. "Harry, you'll sit beside Wednesday. We have much to discuss." The dining room was long and shadowed, lit by a chandelier that held not candles but what appeared to be floating orbs of soft blue light. The table could have seated 30, but only 5 places were set, for Morticia, Gomez, Wednesday, Grandmama, and Harry. Harry sat where he was told and stared at the plate before him. It was fine china, patterned with scenes of what appeared to be funeral processions. The cutlery was silver, heavy in his small hands. The glass beside his plate was filled with something dark purple that might have been juice or might have been something else entirely. "Drink," Wednesday said quietly. "It's only elderberry. Grandmama makes it." Harry drank. It was sweet and tart and slightly fizzy, and it warmed him from the inside out. The meal that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Not the food, though that was good, better than anything the Dursleys had ever served, but the conversation. The Addamses talked to him as though he were an adult, as though his opinions mattered, as though he had something worthwhile to contribute. Morticia asked about his interest in death. Harry tried to explain, the peace he felt in the cemetery, the way the silence seemed to have weight, the sense that the dead were listening even when they didn't speak. Morticia nodded as he spoke, occasionally exchanging glances with Gomez that Harry couldn't interpret. Wednesday asked about the Dursleys. Harry hesitated, then told her everything, the cupboard, the chores, the way Dudley hit him and Vernon grabbed him and Petunia pretended he didn't exist. He told them about the hunger and the cold and the loneliness. He told them about the dreams he sometimes had, dreams of green light and a woman's scream, dreams that left him shaking and sweaty and unable to sleep again. When he finished, the table was silent. Then Grandmama spoke. "The boy has been marked by tragedy. It clings to him like a second skin." "Not tragedy," Wednesday corrected. "Murder. Someone tried to kill him when he was too young to remember." Harry stared at her. "How do you?" "The dead told me." She said it simply, as though this explained everything. "There's a spirit that watches over you, Harry. An old woman. She doesn't speak, she can't, not yet, but she shows me things. Images. Feelings. She showed me the night your parents died." "My parents died in a car crash," Harry said automatically. That's what the Dursleys had always told him. That's what he'd always believed. "No," Wednesday said. "They didn't." The candles flickered. The blue orbs in the chandelier dimmed. For a moment, the shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to thicken, to press closer to the table. Gomez leaned forward. "Wednesday, perhaps this conversation should wait." "No." Harry's voice was firm, though his hands were shaking. "I want to know." Wednesday held his gaze. "Your parents were murdered, Harry. Killed by someone, something, that came for you as well. You survived. They didn't. The spirit that watches over you is your mother." Harry couldn't breathe. The room seemed to spin around him, the candles blurring into streaks of light, the shadows reaching for him with cold fingers. Morticia was beside him instantly, her cool hands on his shoulders, steadying him. Breathe, little one, slowly. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Harry breathed. The room stopped spinning. She watches over you, Wednesday continued, her voice softer than before. She's been watching since the night she died. Waiting for someone to find you. Waiting for someone to understand. She paused. I think that's why the dead stir when you're near. Your mother's love is so strong it's contagious. It wakes them up. Tears were streaming down Harry's face. He didn't try to wipe them away. Can I talk to her? Can you? Not yet. She's not strong enough. But she will be. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. If you stay with us, if you learn what we can teach you, you'll be able to speak with her yourself someday. You'll be able to thank her for watching over you all these years. Harry looked at the family gathered around him, Morticia with her cool hands and warm smile, Gomez with his booming laugh and gentle eyes, Grandmama with her ancient wisdom, and Wednesday with her absolute certainty that he belonged here, with them, among the dead and the dark and the beautiful grotesque. Yes, he said, I'll stay. Morticia kissed his forehead. Her lips were cool against his skin. Then you're one of us now, Harry Potter. Welcome to the Addams family. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky, a new storm, building on the horizon. Inside, in the warm candlelight of the dining room, a boy who had never belonged anywhere finally found a place to call home. And in the cemetery, miles away, the nameless grave waited patiently for his return. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Adoption by Choice. The first morning in the Addams house arrived wrapped in gray mist. Harry woke in a bed so large he could have stretched out in any direction and still not reached the edges. The sheets were black silk, cool against his skin. The pillows were stuffed with something that crinkled faintly when he moved, not feathers, something else, something that rustled like old parchment. The canopy above him was draped in velvet the color of dried blood, and through the gap in the curtains, he could see fog pressing against the windows like faces trying to peer inside. For a long moment, he simply lay there, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, trying to remember where he was. Then the previous night came back in a rush, the storm, the cemetery, the girl with dark eyes who had found him speaking to graves. The crypt with its blue-flamed candles. The car ride through endless darkness. The family who had welcomed him like he belonged. The news that his mother was watching over him from beyond death. Harry sat up slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs. The room spun for just a moment, then settled. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and found his feet touching not cold floorboards but a thick rug, black with silver threading that caught the faint light. Someone had been in while he slept. At the foot of the bed lay clothes, not his two large hand-me-downs, but garments that looked like they belonged in another century. Black trousers, soft and well-made. A white shirt with buttons of polished jet. A waistcoat embroidered with silver thread in patterns that reminded him of the graves in the cemetery. Small black boots that looked sturdy enough for exploring. Harry dressed slowly, running his fingers over the fabric as though it might disappear if he touched it too firmly. Everything fit perfectly. Everything felt right in a way his old clothes never had. A soft knock came at the door. Come in, Harry said, his voice still rough with sleep. The door opened to reveal Wednesday Addams, dressed exactly as she'd been the night before, black dress, black hair, black eyes, black bow. If she'd slept at all, it didn't show on her pale, composed face. Mother requests your presence at breakfast, she said. Follow me. She turned and walked away without waiting to see if he followed. Harry scrambled after her, his new boots silent on the thick carpet. The house was different in daylight. Not normal. Harry suspected nothing about the Addams estate would ever be normal, but different. The shadows that had seemed so deep and threatening the night before now felt merely deep. Comfortable. The portraits on the walls, which Harry had barely noticed in his exhausted state, now drew his attention with their watchful eyes. Their ancestors, Wednesday said without looking back. Most of them are dead. A few are merely sleeping. It's sometimes difficult to tell the difference. Harry stopped before a portrait of a severe-looking woman with high cheekbones and eyes that seemed to follow him. Is she? Great-great-aunt Calpurnia. She was burned as a witch in 1692. The charges were accurate. Wednesday paused, considering the portrait. She maintains that the experience was uncomfortable but educational. The woman in the portrait, great-great-aunt Calpurnia, sniffed audibly and turned away. Harry stared. They move, he breathed. The paintings move. Of course they move. Would you want to be frozen in one expression for eternity? Wednesday resumed walking. Come. Mother doesn't like to be kept waiting, and Grandmama's eggs are best consumed hot. Harry followed, but he couldn't stop glancing at the portraits as he passed. Some of them waved. Some of them scowled. One elderly gentleman with a magnificent mustache raised a glass in what might have been a toast or might have been a threat. Harry couldn't tell which. The dining room was smaller than the one from the night before, a family breakfast room, Wednesday explained, for times when the full formality of the main hall wasn't required. Morticia sat at the head of the table, a cup of something dark steaming before her. Gomez sat to her right, reading a newspaper that seemed to be printed on parchment rather than paper. Grandmama was nowhere to be seen, but the sideboard was laden with covered dishes that sent tantalizing smells across the room. Harry, darling. Morticia smiled as he entered. Did you sleep well? Harry nodded, suddenly shy. Yes, thank you. The bed is, he struggled for words adequate to describe a bed that could have fit 4 of his cupboard mattresses. Very comfortable. Splendid. Come, sit beside Wednesday. We have much to discuss. Harry took his place as Wednesday slid into the chair beside him. Gomez lowered his newspaper long enough to beam at Harry over the top of it, then returned to his reading. Morticia studied him with those dark, depthless eyes. First, she said, you should know that we've already begun the necessary arrangements. Your relatives have been informed that you won't be returning. Harry's stomach clenched. What did they say? Very little that was coherent. Your uncle, I believe, used several words I wouldn't care to repeat at the breakfast table. Morticia's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. The gist of his communication was that they're relieved to be rid of you and wish us the utmost misery in dealing with you. They said that, repeatedly, with considerable enthusiasm. Morticia sipped her dark drink. I found it rather endearing. It's not often one receives such sincere well wishes. Harry didn't know what to say. The Dursleys had confirmed, in their own way, what he'd always known, that he was a burden, an inconvenience, something to be endured rather than loved. And yet, sitting here in this strange house with these strange people, the knowledge didn't hurt as much as it should have. They don't want me back, he said quietly. They don't deserve you back. Wednesday's voice was flat, but her eyes held something that might have been anger. The dead showed me your life with them, Harry. You deserved none of it. Harry looked down at his plate. Someone, Grandmama, presumably, had filled it while he wasn't looking. Eggs, perfectly cooked. Toast, dark and crisp. Sausages that smelled of herbs he couldn't name. A small pot of jam that gleamed like rubies in the morning light. Eat, Morticia said gently. We'll talk more when you're ready. Harry ate. After breakfast, Wednesday took him on a tour. The house, he discovered, was even larger than it had seemed the night before. Room after room stretched in every direction, some furnished, some empty, some filled with objects that defied easy description. Wednesday led him through a library whose shelves reached toward ceilings lost in shadow, past a conservatory where the plants seemed to lean toward them as they passed, through a gallery of portraits whose subjects argued among themselves in voices like rustling leaves. That's the East Wing, Wednesday said, gesturing down a corridor that seemed darker than the others. We don't go there often. Grandfather prefers his privacy. Your grandfather lives here. Parts of him do. The rest is scattered throughout the house. He was very fond of practical jokes. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but Harry had the distinct impression she was amused. Mother keeps meaning to gather the pieces, but she says it's good for him to have hobbies. Harry wasn't sure if she was joking. He decided not to ask. They descended a staircase that spiraled deeper than any staircase should, emerging in a corridor that felt different from the rest of the house, older, somehow. The air was cooler here. The walls were stone rather than plaster, and the torches that lined them burned with that familiar blue-tinged flame. The family crypt, Wednesday said. We visited last night, but you didn't see all of it. She pushed open a door that Harry hadn't noticed, and they stepped into a space that took his breath away. The crypt was larger than he'd realized, much larger. The chamber they'd entered the night before was merely an antechamber. Beyond it stretched a vast hall, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls lined with tiers of coffins that rose higher than Harry could see. Each coffin was carved with intricate designs, names and dates and symbols that seemed to shift when he looked at them directly. In the center of the hall stood the stone slab he'd noticed before, but now he could see that it was part of a larger pattern, a circle of standing stones, each one carved with runes that seemed to glow faintly in the blue light. "This is where we commune with the dead," Wednesday said. "Not all of them, obviously, that would be overwhelming. But those who wish to speak, those who have something to say, those who remember enough of life to want connection with it." She paused, watching him carefully. "Your mother's spirit is here, Harry. Somewhere among the others." Harry's throat tightened. "Can I?" "Not yet. She's still weak. The decades have worn away at her, and the connection to you is all that keeps her present. But she's growing stronger now that you're here." Wednesday moved to stand beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. "She knows you've come home." Harry stared at the tiers of coffins, at the standing stones, at the blue-flamed torches that cast dancing shadows across everything. Somewhere in this vast hall, his mother waited. His mother, who had died protecting him. His mother, who had watched over him through all the lonely years. "Thank you," he whispered. "For bringing me here. For everything." Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then, so quietly he almost didn't hear it, "You're welcome, Harry." They emerged from the crypt to find Morticia waiting for them in the corridor. "I thought I might find you here," she said, her smile warm. "Harry, darling, there's someone who'd like to meet you. If you're feeling up to company." Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he was. The crypt had affected him more than he wanted to admit, not with fear, but with something else. A kind of recognition. A sense that this place, with its dead and its silence and its patient waiting, was more familiar to him than any place he'd ever known. Morticia led them back through the house, past the library and the conservatory and the gallery of arguing ancestors, to a room Harry hadn't seen before. It was smaller than most of the others, more intimate, furnished with comfortable chairs and a fire that crackled merrily in a hearth carved with more of those shifting symbols. In one of the chairs sat a boy. He was perhaps a year older than Harry, with dark hair that fell across his forehead in waves and eyes that were almost black. He wore black as well, of course, but his clothes were less formal than Wednesday's, more suited to a child who spent time outdoors. He was reading a book bound in what appeared to be human skin. Harry recognized the texture from a book Uncle Vernon had once thrown at him, though he suspected this one hadn't come from the same source. "Pugsley," Morticia said, and the boy looked up. "This is Harry. He'll be staying with us." Pugsley closed his book and studied Harry with the same intensity Wednesday had shown the night before. But where Wednesday's gaze was analytical, Pugsley's was simply curious. "You're the boy from the cemetery," he said. "Wednesday told me about you. You speak to graves." "I talk to them," Harry corrected. "They don't talk back." "Not yet." Pugsley nodded though this made perfect sense. "That's how it starts. I couldn't hear them at first either. Then one day, Great Uncle Fester started answering, and he hasn't shut up since." He grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth should have been. "He's mostly bones now, so it's hard to understand him, but you get used to it." Harry glanced at Wednesday, who nodded slightly as if to confirm that this was, in fact, normal conversation in the Addams household. "Would you like to see my electric chair?" Pugsley asked. "It doesn't work anymore. Father had to remove the wires after the incident, but it's still comfortable to sit in." Harry didn't know how to respond. "Maybe later." Pugsley shrugged and returned to his book. "Suit yourself. The offer stands." Morticia touched Harry's shoulder gently. "Pugsley means well. He's simply enthusiastic about sharing his interests. We all are, I'm afraid. It's a family trait." "It's okay," Harry said. And surprisingly, he meant it. Pugsley's strangeness was no stranger than Wednesday's intensity or Morticia's warmth or Gomez's booming laughter. It was all part of the same tapestry, a tapestry that Harry was beginning to realize he wanted to be part of. The afternoon passed in a blur of new experiences. Gomez took him to the fencing salon, where foils and sabers lined the walls alongside weapons Harry couldn't name. He showed Harry the basics of footwork, praising his natural balance and the quickness of his hands. "You've got the instincts for it, boy. The D'Artagnan spirit. We'll make a duelist of you yet." Grandmama found him in the kitchen, where she was brewing something in a cauldron that bubbled and hissed and occasionally changed color. She taught him to identify herbs by smell alone, rosemary and sage and something that smelled of grave dust and something else that smelled of rain on old stone. Good, she pronounced. You've got the nose for it. Wednesday took years to learn what you've picked up in hours. Even Lurch, the silent driver, acknowledged Harry's presence with a slow nod that might have been approval or might have been indigestion. But it was Wednesday who stayed closest, Wednesday who watched him with those dark, unreadable eyes, Wednesday who appeared at his elbow whenever he seemed uncertain or overwhelmed. At first, Harry thought she was simply being protective, the way someone might protect a valuable possession. But as the day wore on, he began to notice something else. The way she relaxed slightly when he laughed at one of Pugsley's morbid jokes. The way she positioned herself between him and anything that might cause him distress. The way she answered his endless questions with patience that seemed entirely at odds with her usual intensity. She had chosen him, Harry realized. In the cemetery, in the rain, she had looked at a small, lonely boy and decided he was worth her attention. And now she was making sure that decision was honored. That evening, after dinner, Morticia called them all to the parlor. The fire had been built high, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Gomez sat in his usual armchair, Pugsley sprawled on the rug with his book, Grandmama knitted in her corner. Wednesday stood by the mantel, her face half in shadow. And Harry sat on the settee beside Morticia, still not quite believing he was allowed to be here. I've spoken with the family, Morticia began, her voice carrying easily over the crackle of the fire. We've all had time to observe Harry, to spend time with him, to consider whether he might truly belong among us. Harry's heart began to beat faster. The consensus is unanimous. Morticia turned to him, her dark eyes warm. We would be honored to welcome you into the Addams family, Harry. Not as a guest, not as a ward, but as a son. A brother. One of us. Harry couldn't speak. The words had lodged somewhere in his throat, too big to fit past his lips. There are legal matters to attend to, of course, Morticia continued. Adoption proceedings, name changes, the usual bureaucratic unpleasantness. But those are mere formalities. The real question is this: do you want to be an Addams, Harry? Do you choose us as we choose you? Harry looked around the room, at Gomez, who was watching him with barely contained emotion, at Pugsley, who had set aside his book and was actually paying attention, at Grandmama, whose knitting needles had gone still, at Wednesday, whose expression hadn't changed but whose eyes held something that might have been hope. He thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard under the stairs. About the years of hunger and cold and loneliness. About the certainty that he was worthless, unwanted, unloved. He thought about the cemetery. About the graves that had welcomed him. About the spirit of his mother, waiting in the crypt. About the family who had taken him in without hesitation, who had fed him and clothed him and treated him like he mattered. Yes, he whispered. Then, louder, yes. I choose you. I want to stay. I want to be. He stopped, the word catching in his throat. I want to be an Addams. Gomez let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and crossed the room in 3 strides to sweep Harry into a crushing embrace. Welcome to the family, son. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Morticia kissed his forehead, her lips cool and soft. You've made us very happy, Harry. Pugsley grinned his gap-toothed grin. Does this mean you'll try the electric chair now? Grandmama cackled and returned to her knitting. And Wednesday simply looked at him across the room, her dark eyes holding his, and nodded once. It was enough. Later that night, long after the others had gone to bed, Harry found himself standing at a window in the east corridor, staring out at the cemetery visible in the distance. The moon had risen, full and pale, casting silver light across the graves. Footsteps sounded behind him, soft, measured, unhurried. You should be sleeping, Wednesday said, coming to stand beside him. Tomorrow will be busy. There are rituals to prepare, rooms to rearrange, ancestors to notify. I couldn't sleep. Harry kept his eyes on the cemetery. I keep thinking about her. My mother. About what you said, that she's been watching all this time. She has. Do you think she's happy? That I'm here, I mean. That I found a family. Wednesday considered this for a long moment. I think she's relieved. I think she's been waiting for someone to find you, to see you, to give you what she couldn't." She paused. "I think she's grateful." Harry swallowed hard. "I wish I could tell her that I'm okay. That I'm happy. For the first time, I'm actually happy. One day you will." Wednesday's voice was soft, softer than he'd ever heard it. "And she'll tell you what she's been waiting all these years to say." "What's that?" Wednesday turned to look at him, and in the moonlight, her dark eyes seemed to hold depths that went on forever. "That she loves you. That she's proud of you. That she never left you, not really, not ever." Harry couldn't hold back the tears any longer. They streamed down his face, hot against his cold skin, but he didn't try to wipe them away. For the first time in his life, he let himself cry without shame, without fear, without the need to hide. Wednesday didn't offer comfort. She didn't put an arm around him or tell him everything would be all right. She simply stood beside him, solid and present, a dark figure against the moonlit window, waiting. And somehow, that was exactly what he needed. The next morning, Harry woke to find his room transformed. The bed remained, massive and comfortable and draped in velvet, but now it was joined by other things. A wardrobe carved with ravens. A desk with paper and ink and pens that looked like feathers. Bookshelves filled with volumes whose titles spoke of death and darkness and the spaces between. A trunk at the foot of the bed, old leather, monogrammed with initials that weren't yet his but soon would be. And on the pillow beside him, a small black box. Harry opened it with trembling fingers. Inside lay a pin, silver, shaped like a raven in flight, its eyes tiny chips of jet that gleamed in the morning light. On the back, an inscription. H.A., choose darkness wisely, but choose it fully. Asterisk. He was still staring at it when Wednesday appeared in his doorway. "Mother's gift," she said. "It's traditional, when a new child joins the family. The raven represents intelligence, adaptability, and an appreciation for life's darker aspects." She paused. "It also represents the ability to thrive in places others find inhospitable. Mother thought it suited you." Harry pinned the brooch to his waistcoat, carefully, reverently, and looked up at her. "Thank you. For everything. For finding me in that cemetery. For bringing me here. You don't need to thank me." Wednesday cut him off, but not unkindly. "I didn't choose you out of charity, Harry. I chose you because you belonged here. Because you're like us. Because the dead recognized you, and the dead are never wrong." She turned to go, then paused at the door. "Breakfast in 20 minutes. Grandmama is making something special to celebrate your arrival. I believe it involves eyeballs." Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind he'd rarely had reason to use before. "I'll be there." Wednesday nodded and disappeared into the corridor. Harry stood alone in his room, in his house, with his family, and touched the raven pin at his chest. Somewhere in the crypt, his mother's spirit stirred in her sleep, and for the first time in 7 years, she dreamed of sunlight. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The First Conversation with the Dead. 3 weeks passed before Harry heard them clearly. In those weeks, he learned the rhythms of the Addams household, the creak of floorboards that meant Lurch was passing, the scent of Grandmama's brews that drifted through the corridors at all hours, the distant sound of Gomez's fencing practice echoing from the salon. He learned to navigate the portrait gallery without startling the more irritable ancestors, to avoid the East Wing where grandfather's pieces occasionally rearranged themselves, to find comfort in shadows where once he'd found only fear. But most of all, he learned to listen. Wednesday taught him that first. Not with words, Wednesday rarely taught with words, but with example. She would take him to the crypt and simply sit, cross-legged on the cold stone floor, her eyes closed, her breathing so slow and shallow she might have been dead herself. Harry would sit beside her, fidgeting at first, then growing still as he realized that stillness was the point. "Death is patient," she told him on the 7th day, when he finally managed to sit without moving for an entire hour. "The dead have nothing but time. If you want to hear them, you must learn to match their pace." So Harry learned patience. He learned to empty his mind of the constant chatter that filled it, worries about the Dursleys, memories of the cupboard, hopes and fears and questions without answers. He learned to sit in the silence until the silence became its own kind of sound, a low hum at the edge of perception, like distant thunder on a summer night. And slowly, very slowly, he began to hear. It started with impressions rather than words. A flicker of emotion here, sadness, deep and old, like water-worn stone. A flash of image there, a face he didn't recognize, a room he'd never seen, a moment frozen in time like a photograph. Sometimes he would feel a touch, cold and faint, as though someone had brushed against his sleeve and then withdrawn. He told Wednesday about these experiences, and she nodded as though he'd reported something perfectly ordinary. "You're sensing their residue," she explained. "The impressions they left on the world. Most people never get that far. They're too loud, too fast, too alive to notice the echoes of those who've gone before. When will I hear actual words? When they're ready to speak. When you're ready to listen." She paused, considering. It might help to focus on one spirit in particular. Someone with reason to want your attention. She didn't say, "Your mother." She didn't need to. The family crypt became Harry's sanctuary after that. He visited every day, sometimes with Wednesday, sometimes alone. The ancestors had grown accustomed to his presence. Great-great-aunt Calpurnia no longer turned away when he passed her portrait, and great-uncle Fester's scattered bones had stopped trying to reassemble themselves in his path. Even the blue-flamed torches seemed to burn brighter when he entered, as though welcoming him home. He chose a spot near the standing stones, close to the center of the crypt, where the silence felt deepest. There he would sit, cross-legged on the cold stone, and wait. Days passed. The impressions grew stronger. He felt a woman's love, so vast and fierce it took his breath away. He saw flashes of green light, heard echoes of a scream that wasn't quite a scream. He smelled a scent he couldn't name, perfume, maybe, or flowers, or something else entirely, that made his heart ache with longing he didn't understand. His mother was reaching for him. She was trying to speak. But something held her back, some barrier Harry couldn't see or understand. He could feel her presence, could sense her efforts, could almost make out the shape of words forming in the silence. But whenever he got close, whenever he pushed harder, the impressions would fade, retreating like mist before the sun. "You're trying too hard," Wednesday told him one evening, after finding him slumped against a coffin, exhausted and frustrated. "The dead don't respond to force. They respond to invitation. You must open yourself to them, not demand their attention." "How do I do that?" "You stop trying to hear and simply listen." She sat beside him, her dark eyes reflecting the blue flame light. "Think of it like standing in a forest. If you crash through the undergrowth, shouting for the animals to come out, they'll flee. But if you sit quietly, patiently, eventually they'll forget you're there and return to their natural patterns. The dead are the same." Harry closed his eyes and tried to do as she said. He stopped straining for contact. He stopped reaching for his mother's presence. He simply sat, breathing slowly, letting the silence wash over him. And somewhere, in the depths of that silence, something shifted. It happened on the 23rd day. Harry had gone to the crypt alone, as he often did now. Wednesday was occupied with some family matter. Pugsley had accidentally reanimated something that needed to be put back to rest, and Harry had welcomed the chance to practice on his own. He took his usual place near the standing stones and settled into the familiar routine. Breathe. Empty the mind. Wait. The crypt was quieter than usual. Even the blue flames seemed dimmer, as though the whole space was holding its breath. Harry felt the weight of the dead around him, not oppressive, but present, like a room full of people who had all turned to look at him at once. And then, softly, like the whisper of wind through autumn leaves. "Harry." His eyes flew open. The crypt was empty. The flames burned steadily. Nothing had changed. But something had changed. He knew it with a certainty that went beyond logic or evidence. Something in the air, in the silence, in the very stones beneath him, something was different. He closed his eyes again. "Harry." There it was again. A voice, faint as memory, soft as dreaming. A woman's voice. A voice that made his heart clench with emotions he couldn't name. "Mother." The word escaped his lips before he could stop it. "Is that you?" Warmth. That was the first thing he felt. Warmth, spreading through his chest like sunlight through clouds. And love, so vast and deep it threatened to overwhelm him. And sorrow, heavy as stone, old as the grave itself. "My baby. My little boy. I've waited so long." Harry couldn't breathe. Tears streamed down his face, but he didn't notice, didn't care. His mother was speaking to him. His mother, dead for 7 years, was speaking to him at last. "I'm here," he whispered. "I'm here, Mum. I'm okay. I know. I've been watching. The dark girl, she helped me find you. Helped me remember how to reach." Wednesday. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. "She brought me here. She's my family now. The Addamses. They took me in. More warmth, more love, and something else, relief, perhaps. The relief of a mother who had worried, for years beyond counting, about the child she'd left behind. Good. They're strange, I can feel that much, but they're good. They love you. I can feel that too. Can you?" Harry stopped, uncertain how to ask what he needed to ask. "Can you stay? Can you talk to me more?" A pause. The warmth flickered, dimmed slightly. "Not long. It takes so much energy. Just to say your name. Just to reach this far. Then don't waste it." Harry's voice was fierce, desperate. "Tell me something important. Tell me something I need to know." Another pause. Longer this time. The warmth was definitely fading now, pulling back like a tide retreating from shore. "The night I died. Yes. It wasn't an accident. It was never an accident. Someone came for us. Someone came for you." Harry's blood turned to ice. "Who?" He was. The voice cut out. The warmth vanished. Harry was alone in the crypt, surrounded by silence so complete it seemed to press against his ears. "No," he whispered. "No, please, Mum, come back." Nothing. He sat there for hours, waiting, hoping, praying to gods he didn't believe in. But the silence remained unbroken, and his mother's voice did not return. Wednesday found him there at midnight, still sitting in the same spot, his face streaked with dried tears. "You heard her. It wasn't a question." Harry nodded anyway. "And she told you something. Something important." Another nod. Wednesday sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The blue flames flickered. The standing stones gleamed in their cold light. Somewhere in the depths of the crypt, a spirit sighed in its sleep. "She said it wasn't an accident," Harry finally whispered. "The night my parents died. Someone came for us. Someone came for me." Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her dark eyes, a hardening, a sharpening, like a blade being drawn from its sheath. "Did she say who?" She started to. Then Harry's voice broke. "She ran out of energy. She couldn't stay. Then we'll help her regain it." Wednesday spoke with absolute certainty, as though stating a simple fact. "There are rituals, offerings the dead can draw upon. Grandmama knows them. I'll ask her to teach us." Harry turned to look at her. In the blue light, Wednesday's pale face seemed almost luminous, her dark eyes reflecting flames that weren't quite there. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. "I mean, you barely know me. You found me in a cemetery a month ago. Why do you care about my mother? About who killed her?" Wednesday considered the question with the same intensity she brought to everything. "Because you're my family now. Because the dead chose you, and the dead are never wrong. Because," she paused, and for just a moment, something vulnerable flickered across her features. "Because I understand what it's like to carry a weight no one else can see." Harry stared at her. "I have dreams too," Wednesday continued quietly. "Not about green light, something else. Something I don't fully understand yet. But I know what it is to wake up shaking, to reach for comfort that isn't there, to feel alone even in a house full of people who love you." She met his eyes. "You're not alone anymore, Harry. Whatever's coming, whatever killed your parents, whatever's still out there waiting, you won't face it by yourself." Harry didn't know what to say. The words that came out weren't the ones he'd intended. "Do you think she'll come back? My mother, I mean. Do you think you'll hear her again?" "Yes." No hesitation. No qualification. "The dead who love us never truly leave. They wait. They watch. And when we're ready to listen, they speak." The next morning, Grandmama began their lessons. She taught them in the kitchen, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and hanging herbs and the ever-present scent of something that might have been soup or might have been something far stranger. Harry sat at the worn wooden table while Wednesday stood by the window, both of them watching as Grandmama moved about the room with surprising agility for a woman her age. "The dead need energy to manifest," Grandmama explained, tossing something that looked like dried eyeballs into a mortar. Not much, a whisper doesn't require a shout, but some. When they've been gone a long time, when they've used up the energy they brought with them from life, they need help. What kind of help? Harry asked. Grandmama cackled, a sound that always made Harry think of wind through dead leaves. Offerings, child. Things that remind them of life. Things they loved. Things that carry emotional weight. She began grinding the eyeballs with a pestle, the sound filling the kitchen. For some spirits, it's a favorite food. For others, a piece of music. For your mother, she paused, fixing Harry with a sharp gaze. For your mother, I suspect it's you. Me. Your presence. Your voice. Your love. Grandmama returned to her grinding. She's been drawing strength from you for years, though neither of you knew it. Every time you thought of her, every time you missed her, every time you cried for a mother you couldn't remember, you were feeding her spirit. Keeping her alive. Harry's throat tightened. Then why couldn't she stay? Why did she fade last night? Because speaking across the veil takes more energy than simply existing near it. She used everything she had just to say your name. To tell you what little she could. Grandmama set down her pestle and crossed to the table, taking a seat across from Harry. If you want more, if you want real conversations, real answers, you'll need to give her more. How? Ritual. Intent. Sacrifice. Grandmama's ancient eyes held his. Nothing so crude as blood or pain, we're not barbarians. But there must be giving as well as receiving. You must offer her something of yourself. Something precious. Something that proves you're worth the effort she's making. Harry didn't hesitate. Anything. I'll give anything. Grandmama smiled, a genuine smile, warm and almost kind. That's the right answer, child. But we'll start small. Wednesday, fetch the black candles. Harry, roll up your sleeves. We've work to do. The ritual that night was unlike anything Harry had experienced. They gathered in the crypt, just the three of them, Harry, Wednesday, and Grandmama. Black candles ringed the standing stones, their flames burning not blue but pure white, so bright they hurt to look at directly. Grandmama had drawn symbols on the floor with something that looked like chalk but smelled of earth and old stone and something else Harry couldn't identify. Stand in the center, Grandmama instructed. Wednesday, the perimeter. I'll manage the anchor. Harry took his place among the standing stones. The air felt different here tonight, charged, electric, alive in a way that made his skin prickle and his hair stand on end. Close your eyes, Grandmama said. Breathe. Empty your mind. You know how. Harry obeyed. The familiar stillness settled over him, the silence deepening until he could hear his own heartbeat, slow and steady, like a drum in the darkness. Now think of your mother. Not the idea of her. The love you feel. The loss. The longing. Focus it. Gather it. Make it a single point of light in your mind. Harry did. He thought of the warmth he'd felt the night before, the love that had washed over him like sunlight. He thought of the voice, faint as memory, speaking his name. He thought of all the years he'd spent without her, all the loneliness, all the pain, and beneath it all, the stubborn, unshakable knowledge that somewhere, somehow, she was still there. The point of light grew brighter. Good, Grandmama whispered. Now, send it outward. Push it through the veil. Offer it to her. Harry pushed. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence remained absolute, the darkness complete. He felt his offering hanging in the void, a single spark of love in an infinite emptiness, and he thought, he feared, that it wouldn't be enough. Then the spark caught. Light exploded behind his eyes, not harsh, not blinding, but warm, golden, alive. And in that light, a figure began to form. A woman with red hair and green eyes and a smile that made his heart ache with recognition. Harry. Mum. The word was a sob, a prayer, a promise. Mum, I'm here. I know, baby. I know. Her arms opened, and he stepped into them, and for the first time in 7 years, Harry Potter felt his mother's embrace. She was beautiful. That was his first thought, his only thought, as he held her and wept. She was beautiful in the way sunlight was beautiful, in the way summer was beautiful, in the way everything he'd ever missed and never known he missed was beautiful. Her hair was red like the description he'd heard somewhere, from whom, he couldn't remember, and her eyes were green like his own, and her arms were strong and warm and real. Let me look at you. She pulled back slightly, her hands framing his face. My little boy. My Harry. You've grown so much. I don't remember you, he admitted, shame coloring his words. I tried, but, of course you don't. You were barely a year old. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise. But I remember you. Every moment, every breath, every heartbeat. Asterisk. How? The question burst out of him. How are you here? How is this possible? Love. She said it simply, as though it explained everything. Love doesn't end, Harry. It can't. Death is just a door. Love is what waits on the other side. Asterisk. Behind them, Harry was dimly aware of Wednesday and Grandmama, still as statues, their presence a warm anchor in the darkness. But most of his attention was on his mother. On this impossible, miraculous moment. Mum, I need to know, the night you died. Her expression flickered. Pain crossed her features, old and deep, like a wound that had never fully healed. He came for us. Your father and me. But mostly he came for you. Asterisk. Who? His name was, asterisk. She stopped, struggling against something Harry couldn't see. The energy, it's harder to speak of him. He's tied to darkness in a way that makes it difficult. Asterisk. Then don't speak, Harry said quickly. Show me. Like Wednesday's dead showed her. His mother hesitated. Then she nodded, and the world dissolved. Harry stood in a room he'd never seen but somehow recognized. It was a house, small, warm, cluttered with books and photographs and the comfortable mess of family life. A Christmas tree stood in the corner, its lights twinkling. Wrapped presents sat beneath it. And on the sofa, a young woman sat with a baby in her arms, singing softly. His mother. Himself. He watched as the woman, younger than the spirit who held him now, but unmistakably the same, lifted the baby and kissed his forehead. Watched as a young man with messy hair and glasses entered the room, grinning, dropping to his knees beside them. Watched as the three of them embraced, laughing, loving, living. Then the door exploded inward. Harry flinched as green light filled the room, not the gentle green of his mother's eyes, but something else. Something wrong. Something evil. The young man fell. The young woman screamed. The baby cried. And a voice, cold as death, spoke words Harry couldn't understand but somehow knew were a curse. Not him. Not Harry. Please, take me instead. More green light. More screaming. Then darkness. Harry came back to himself sobbing. His mother held him, her arms wrapped tight around his shaking body, her own tears falling on his hair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to see. Who was he? Harry's voice was raw, broken. The man who did that. Who was he? His name was Tom Riddle. But he calls himself something else now. Something he thinks is more powerful. Asterisk. What? Her grip tightened. Voldemort. Asterisk. The name echoed in the crypt, seeming to bounce off the standing stones, to sink into the coffins, to reach into the darkness beyond. Even the blue flames flickered, as though the word itself carried poison. He's why we died, Harry. He's why you grew up alone. He's why, asterisk. She stopped, gathering herself. He's why you have that scar. Asterisk. Harry touched his forehead. The lightning bolt scar he'd always had, always wondered about, always hidden under his fringe. This. The killing curse. It should have killed you. Instead, asterisk. She shook her head slowly. Instead, it did something else. Something I don't understand. It left you alive and marked you as his enemy. Asterisk. But why? Why would he want to kill a baby? Because of a prophecy. Because he was afraid. Because, asterisk. She faltered, the edges of her form beginning to blur. Harry, I'm running out of time. Asterisk. No. He clutched at her, but his hands passed through empty air. No, please, not yet. Listen to me. Her voice was fainter now, but fierce with maternal love. You're safe here. With these people, this strange family who took you in. They'll protect you. They'll teach you. And when the time comes, when you're ready, you'll face him. And you'll win. Asterisk. How do you know? Because you're my son. Because you're loved. Because. She was gone. Harry stood alone in the circle of standing stones, tears streaming down his face, the echo of her final words hanging in the air like a promise. Because love is the one thing he'll never understand. Asterisk. Wednesday found him there an hour later, still standing in the same spot, still shaking. He killed them, Harry said without turning. A man named Tom Riddle. He calls himself Voldemort. He came to our house and killed my parents and tried to kill me. Wednesday said nothing. She simply came to stand beside him, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her presence in the cold crypt. He's still out there, somewhere. My mother said. Harry's voice broke. She said I'd face him someday. That I'd win. Will you? Harry thought about it. Thought about the green light, the screaming, the terror in his mother's eyes. Thought about the love he'd felt from her, even now, even across the veil. Thought about the family waiting for him upstairs, Gomez with his booming laugh, Morticia with her cool hands, Pugsley with his gap-toothed grin, Grandmama with her ancient wisdom. Thought about Wednesday, standing beside him in the darkness, solid and certain and there. Yes, he said. I will. Wednesday nodded, as though this was exactly the answer she'd expected. Then we'd better start preparing. She turned and walked toward the crypt door. After a moment, Harry followed. Behind them, in the circle of standing stones, a faint warmth lingered, the last trace of a mother's love, watching over her son as he stepped out of the darkness and into whatever waited next. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Lessons in Elegant Darkness. The year that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined. Not that he'd imagined much, before the Addamses. The Dursleys had trained him not to imagine, not to hope, not to dream, not to reach for anything beyond the narrow confines of his cupboard and his chores. Imagination was dangerous. Imagination led to disappointment. Imagination was for children who had parents who loved them. But here, in the sprawling darkness of the Addams estate, imagination was not only permitted, it was required. You have power, Wednesday told him on a gray morning in early autumn. They stood in the ballroom, a vast space Harry had barely explored, its walls lined with mirrors that reflected shadows instead of light. Raw, untrained, but present. The dead recognized it before you recognized yourself. Now you must learn to use it. How? By understanding what it is. Wednesday moved to the center of the ballroom, her black dress sweeping the floor behind her. Magic isn't something you do, Harry. It's something you are. Every witch, every wizard, every being touched by the old powers carries it in their blood, their bones, their breath. But most never learn to feel it. Most go through their entire lives casting spells without ever understanding where those spells come from. She raised her hand, and shadows gathered around her fingers, not the natural shadows cast by light, but something deeper, darker, more purposeful. They coiled and twisted like living things, responding to her will without words or wands. This is necromancy, she continued. The art of speaking to death, of drawing power from the spaces between life and whatever comes after. It's not dark magic in the way most wizards understand darkness, it's not about pain or cruelty or domination. It's about listening. It's about respect. It's about understanding that death is not the opposite of life, but its natural continuation. The shadows dissipated. Wednesday lowered her hand. Most necromancers never learn that. They try to force the dead to serve them, to bend death to their will. They always fail. Death cannot be bent. It can only be understood. Harry stared at her, his heart pounding. Can you teach me to do what you just did? Yes. But it won't be quick, and it won't be easy. The first lesson is the hardest. She fixed him with those dark, unreadable eyes. You must learn to be still. The lessons began that afternoon. Wednesday took him to the crypt, not the main chamber where he'd spoken with his mother, but a smaller room Harry hadn't noticed before. It was circular, perhaps 20 feet across, with a ceiling that arched into shadow. The walls were bare stone, unadorned except for a single symbol carved above the door, a raven in flight, its wings spread, its eyes two small pits of darkness. This was my training space, Wednesday said. When I was your age. When I first began to hear the dead. Harry looked around. The room was empty except for a single candle in the center, its flame burning that familiar blue. What do I do? Sit. Wednesday gestured to the floor before the candle. And wait. Harry sat. The stone was cold beneath him, the silence absolute. Wednesday took a position by the door, her back against the wall, her eyes fixed on him. Now what? Harry asked. Now you stop asking questions and start listening. Harry opened his mouth to protest, then closed it. He'd learned enough about Wednesday in the past months to know that arguing was useless. When she decided something, she decided it completely. So he sat. The candle flickered. The shadows held still. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Harry lost track of time somewhere around the point when his legs began to ache and his mind began to wander. He thought about his mother, about the things she'd shown him. He thought about the man who called himself Voldemort, about the green light and the screaming. He thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard, about all the years he'd spent believing he was worthless. The candle flickered again. Harry blinked. Had it moved? No, it was still in the center of the room, still burning with that steady blue flame. But something felt different. The air had changed, grown heavier, more present. Do you feel it? Wednesday's voice was soft, barely above a whisper. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Good. That's the beginning. Dash. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. Every afternoon, Harry went to the circular room and sat before the candle. Every afternoon, he practiced stillness, emptying his mind, opening his senses, waiting for whatever might come. At first, nothing happened. He would sit for hours, feeling nothing but cold stone and aching muscles and the frustration of a 7-year-old who wanted to do something. But slowly, gradually, things began to change. He started noticing details he'd missed before, the way the candle flame leaned slightly toward him, as though drawn by his presence. The way the shadows in the corners seemed to deepen when he focused on them. The way the silence itself had texture, had weight, had layers he could almost perceive. Good, Wednesday said, week after week. You're learning to listen. But I'm not hearing anything, Harry protested. No voices. No spirits. Nothing. Listening isn't about hearing. It's about being ready to hear. Wednesday crouched beside him, her dark eyes holding his. The dead don't shout, Harry. They whisper. And if you're too busy straining for their voices, you'll miss the whisper entirely. Harry wanted to argue, but he remembered his mother's voice, faint as memory, soft as dreaming. She hadn't shouted. She'd barely spoken at all. Okay, he said. I'll keep trying. The breakthrough came on a rainy afternoon in November. Harry sat in his usual spot, the candle burning before him, the silence pressing in from all sides. He'd been there for hours, or maybe minutes, he still couldn't tell, and his mind had finally stopped its constant chatter. No thoughts of the Dursleys. No worries about the future. No questions about Voldemort or his mother or the strange power growing inside him. Just stillness. Just silence. Just being. And then, hello. Asterisk. The word wasn't spoken. It wasn't even thought, exactly. It was simply there asterisk, a presence in his mind, gentle and curious and patient. Harry didn't move, didn't react, didn't do anything to disturb the delicate balance he'd finally achieved. You're the boy, asterisk, the presence continued. The one who speaks to graves. We've been watching you, asterisk. Who's we? Harry didn't speak aloud, didn't dare break the silence, but he formed the words in his mind, aiming them toward the presence like arrows toward a target. The ones who rest here. The old ones. The forgotten. A pause. The grateful. Asterisk. Grateful for what? For remembering. For listening. For treating us like we still matter. Asterisk. Harry felt something shift in the presence, an emotion he couldn't quite name. Gratitude, yes. But also sadness. Also loneliness. Also the deep, abiding ache of spirits who had been alone for a very long time. I know how that feels, he whispered. The presence warmed, literally warmed, like sunlight breaking through clouds. Yes, we know you do. Asterisk. When Harry finally opened his eyes, hours had passed. The candle had burned down to nothing, leaving only a small pool of wax on the stone floor. Wednesday still stood by the door, exactly where she'd been when he started. You heard them, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words. How many? I don't know. One. Many. It was, he struggled to describe it. It was like they were all speaking at once, but also like they were all the same voice. Does that make sense? Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes softened almost imperceptibly. Perfect sense. The dead who share a space often merge over time. Not completely, they retain their individuality, but they learn to speak as one. It's more efficient. Harry thought about the presence he'd felt, the warmth, the gratitude, the aching loneliness. They said they were grateful. For me listening. Yes. The dead are rarely listened to. Most people fear them, or ignore them, or try to use them. You simply acknowledge them. Wednesday pushed off from the wall and crossed to where he sat. That's the foundation of necromancy, Harry. Acknowledgement. Respect. The willingness to see death not as an ending, but as a continuation. She offered her hand. Harry took it, and she pulled him to his feet. Tomorrow, we begin the next lesson. The next lesson was harder. Wednesday led him to a different part of the crypt, a chamber Harry hadn't seen before, filled with bones. Not skeletons, not whole, but fragments, femurs stacked like firewood, skulls arranged in patterns on the walls, ribs curved and delicate as bird cages. In the center of the room stood a table, and on that table lay a complete skeleton, its bones yellowed with age, its empty eye sockets staring at the ceiling. This is what you'll learn to move, Wednesday said. Harry stared at the skeleton. Move it how? Summon it. Command it. Not with force, never with force, but with invitation. Wednesday approached the table and placed her hand on the skeleton's skull. These bones belonged to someone once. Someone who lived and loved and feared and hoped. Someone who died, as all things die, and left this shell behind. She looked at Harry. The spirit that once animated them is long gone. But the bones remember. They remember movement, purpose, the shape of the body they once formed. You can wake that memory. How? By asking. Harry approached the table slowly. The skeleton seemed to watch him, its empty eye sockets following his movement, though that was impossible, of course. Skeletons couldn't see, could they? Hello, he said softly. My name's Harry. I'm learning to speak to the dead. Wednesday says you might be willing to move. For me, if I ask nicely. Nothing happened. Try reaching out, Wednesday instructed. Not with your hands, with your awareness. Feel the bones. Feel the memory inside them. Harry closed his eyes and did as she said. He reached out with the same stillness he'd learned in the circular room, the same openness, the same willingness to listen. And slowly, faintly, he felt something. It wasn't a voice, not like the presence in the crypt. It was more like an echo, a vibration, a faint hum of something that had once been alive. The bones remembered. They remembered warmth and movement and the weight of flesh. They remembered being part of something. Please, Harry whispered. Just a little. Just to show me it's possible. The skeleton's finger twitched. Harry's eyes flew open. The skeleton lay exactly as before, still and silent. But one finger, the index finger of its right hand, had moved. It now pointed slightly upward, where before it had lain flat against the table. You did it, Wednesday said. There was something in her voice Harry had never heard before, a warmth, a pride, an acknowledgement that went beyond simple approval. I did. Harry stared at the finger. But I barely felt anything. I just asked. Asking is enough. For now. Wednesday approached the table and gently repositioned the finger. Tomorrow, you'll ask again. And the day after, and the day after that. Eventually, you'll ask for more than a finger. Eventually, you'll ask the whole skeleton to rise. Will it? Wednesday looked at him, and for just a moment, her dark eyes held something that might have been wonder. I don't know. It depends on how well you learn to listen. The lessons continued through autumn and into winter. Every day, Harry visited the bone chamber. Every day, he sat before the skeleton and reached out with his awareness, asking, always asking, never demanding, for movement. The responses came slowly, gradually, like ice melting in spring. First the finger, then the hand, then the arm. By December, the skeleton could raise its entire upper body when Harry asked. By January, it could sit up unassisted. By February, it could stand. You're progressing faster than I expected, Wednesday admitted one cold afternoon, watching as the skeleton took a few shuffling steps across the chamber floor. Much faster. Is that bad? No. It's simply unusual. She studied him with those unreadable eyes. Most necromancers take years to achieve what you've done in months. The dead respond to you more readily than they should. Harry thought about his mother, about the presence in the crypt, about the skeleton that now stood patiently waiting for his next request. Maybe because I was lonely too. Maybe they recognize something in me. Wednesday considered this. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's something else. Something in your blood, your history, your connection to death itself. She paused. Your scar, the one from the killing curse. May I see it? Harry pushed his fringe aside, revealing the lightning bolt mark on his forehead. Wednesday leaned close, studying it with intense focus. There's power here, she murmured. Dark power. Not evil, Power has no morality, but old. Ancient. The killing curse left a residue in you, Harry. A connection to death that most people never experience. She straightened. That's why the dead respond to you. That's why you hear them so clearly. You're marked by death itself. Harry touched his scar. He'd always thought of it as a curse, a reminder of the night his parents died, a mark of everything he'd lost. But Wednesday saw it differently. She saw it as a gift. Can I use it? He asked. The connection, I mean. Can I make it stronger? You can learn to understand it, to work with it rather than against it. Wednesday moved to the door. But first, you need to master the basics. The skeleton is only the beginning. The beginning stretched through February and into March. Harry learned to summon the skeleton from across the room, to direct its movements with nothing but thought, to feel its bone memory as though it were his own. He learned to sense other bones in the chamber, the stacks of femurs, the walls of skulls, the delicate cages of ribs, and to feel their echoes too. You're ready for the next step, Wednesday told him one evening. They sat in the library, surrounded by books whose titles Harry was only beginning to understand. It's time to learn about control. Control. Any fool can raise the dead. The question is what you do with them once they're raised. Wednesday selected a volume from the shelf, The Elegant Darkness, a treatise on refined necromancy, and handed it to him. Read this tonight. Tomorrow, we begin the real work. Harry took the book. Its cover was black leather, soft and worn with age. The pages were yellowed parchment, the words written in a script that seemed to shift when he looked at it directly. What kind of work? He asked. Wednesday's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. The kind that separates necromancers from grave robbers. The kind that turns raw power into true mastery. She paused. The kind my mother calls, the discipline of elegant darkness. The next afternoon, Harry stood in the ballroom with Wednesday, surrounded by mirrors that reflected shadows instead of light. Summon the skeleton, Wednesday instructed. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness. He felt the familiar presence in the bone chamber, felt the skeleton respond to his call. Moments later, it shuffled through the doorway and came to stand before him. Good. Now, Wednesday raised her hand, and shadows gathered around her fingers. I'm going to attack it. Before Harry could react, the shadows shot forward, striking the skeleton and sending bones flying in every direction. The skull rolled across the floor. The ribs scattered like dropped cutlery. The femurs clattered against the far wall. Why did you? Harry started, anger rising in his chest. Because you need to learn. Wednesday's voice was calm, measured. Reassemble it. Harry stared at the scattered bones. I can't. You can. You've raised it from rest before. Now raise it from chaos. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. This is the test, Harry. Control isn't about maintaining what's already whole. It's about restoring what's been broken. Harry took a breath, then another. He closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness, feeling for the echoes in each scattered bone. The skull first. He felt its presence, its faint bone memory, and asked it to return. It rolled across the floor and came to rest at his feet. The ribs next. They skittered and clattered, reassembling themselves in the proper order. The vertebrae. The arms. The legs. One by one, the bones responded to his call, returning to their places, rebuilding the skeleton until it stood before him again, whole, complete, waiting. Harry opened his eyes. The skeleton stood exactly where it had before, not a bone out of place. Wednesday stood beside it, and for the first time since Harry had met her, she looked genuinely impressed. Remarkable, she murmured. You didn't force them. You didn't command them. You simply invited them back. That's what you taught me, Harry said. Invitation, not force. Yes. Wednesday's gaze held something new, respect, perhaps, or something close to it. But most students take years to learn what you've done in moments. The invitation is instinctive. For you. Natural. She paused. You're a necromancer, Harry. A true one. Not just someone who practices the art, but someone who is the art. Harry looked at the skeleton, at its empty eye sockets, at its patient stance. What does that mean? It means you have a choice. You can use this gift for domination, bending the dead to your will, forcing them to serve you. Many necromancers choose that path. It's easier, in the short term. Wednesday moved to stand beside him. Or you can use it for something else. Guardianship. Protection. The kind of power that doesn't corrupt because it's built on respect rather than force. Harry thought about his mother, about the warmth of her love even in death. He thought about the presence in the crypt, grateful for simply being acknowledged. He thought about the skeleton, which had responded to his invitation without hesitation. I don't want to force anyone, he said quietly. I know what that feels like, being forced to do things you don't want to do. The Dursleys taught me that. He looked up at Wednesday. I want to be different. I want the dead to want to help me. Wednesday nodded slowly. Then that's what we'll work toward. But understand, it won't be easy. Power wants to be used. The temptation to force, to dominate, to control, it will always be there. You'll have to choose, every day, to be better than that temptation. I can do that. Can you? Wednesday's gaze was intense, searching. Even when you're afraid. Even when you're angry. Even when the people you love are threatened and force seems like the only answer. Harry hesitated. He thought about Voldemort, about the green light and the screaming. He thought about the rage that sometimes boiled in his chest. Rage at the Dursleys, rage at the world, rage at everything he'd lost. I don't know, he admitted. But I'll try. Wednesday smiled, a real smile, small but genuine. That's all anyone can do, Harry. Try. And keep trying. She gestured to the skeleton. Dismiss it. We'll continue tomorrow. Harry turned to the skeleton and asked it to return to its chamber. It bowed, actually bowed, and shuffled out of the ballroom, its bones clicking softly with each step. That night, Harry dreamed of his mother. She stood in a garden he'd never seen, surrounded by flowers that bloomed in colors that didn't exist in the waking world. Her red hair caught a light that came from nowhere and everywhere, and her green eyes held all the love in the universe. You're doing well, she said. I'm proud of you. I miss you, Harry whispered. I miss you so much. I know, baby. I miss you too. She opened her arms, and he stepped into them, feeling her warmth surround him. But I'm always here. In your heart. In your dreams. In the spaces between life and death where love lives forever. Will I see you again? When I wake up, I mean. Will you come back? When you need me. When you call. When the veil is thin enough and your need is great enough. She kissed his forehead, right on the scar. Until then, remember what Wednesday's teaching you. Remember that death is not an enemy. It's a door. And love is what waits on the other side. Harry woke with tears on his face and a warmth in his chest that stayed with him all through the day. Spring came to the Addams estate, though you wouldn't know it from looking. The grounds remained gray and shadowed, the gardens filled with plants that thrived in darkness rather than light. But something shifted in the air, a softness, a warmth, a sense of life stirring beneath the surface of things. Harry continued his lessons with Wednesday. He learned to summon not just the skeleton but other bones from the chamber, weaving them into constructs that could follow simple commands. He learned to sense the death energy that flowed through the estate like an underground river, drawing on it when he needed strength. He learned to control his emotions, the anger, the fear, the loneliness, so they wouldn't leak into his necromancy and corrupt it. And slowly, gradually, he began to understand what Wednesday meant by elegant darkness. It wasn't about gloom or sadness or morbidity. It was about acceptance of death as part of life, of endings as part of beginnings, of darkness as the necessary counterpart to light. The Addamses didn't fear death because they understood it. They didn't mourn the dead because they knew the dead were never truly gone. They lived with death the way others lived with sunlight, as a constant, comfortable presence, neither feared nor worshipped, simply accepted. And Harry, for the first time in his life, began to accept it too. On the first day of summer, Wednesday took him to the family crypt for a final lesson. They stood before the standing stones, where Harry had first spoken with his mother. The blue flames burned steadily, casting their cold light across the ancient symbols. You've learned much, Wednesday said. More than I expected, faster than I thought possible. But there's one lesson remaining, the most important one. What is it? Wednesday turned to face him. The lesson of restraint. You now have the power to raise the dead, to command them, to use them for your purposes. But power without restraint is chaos. It destroys everything it touches, including the one who wields it. She gestured to the standing stones. The dead here, my ancestors, your mother, all the spirits who rest in this place, they've chosen to trust you. They've responded to your invitations, your requests, your gentle calls. But if you ever try to force them, if you ever use your power to dominate rather than invite, that trust will shatter. And it will never be restored. Harry looked around at the crypt, at the coffins lining the walls, at the standing stones that had witnessed so much. I understand. Do you? Wednesday's dark eyes held his. Because there will come a time when restraint seems impossible. When anger or fear or desperation will scream at you to use your power, to force the dead to obey, to take what you need without asking. In that moment, you'll remember this conversation. And you'll choose. Harry nodded slowly. I'll choose invitation. I promise. Don't promise me. Wednesday's voice was soft. Promise yourself. Promise the dead who trust you. Promise your mother, who's watching from beyond the veil. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness. He felt the spirits around him, hundreds of them, thousands, stretching back through centuries of Addams' history. He felt their patience, their curiosity, their willingness to trust. He felt, too, his mother's presence, warm and loving and proud. I promise, he thought. I'll never force you. I'll never dominate. I'll always ask. The spirits stirred, not in alarm, but in acknowledgement. They had heard him. They had accepted his promise. When Harry opened his eyes, Wednesday was watching him with something that might have been pride. Good, she said. Now you're ready. End of chapter 4 Chapter 5, The Ethics of the Grave. The spirit came to him on a Thursday afternoon in late June. Harry was in the bone chamber, practicing his control exercises. The skeleton, he'd named it Barnabas, though he couldn't have explained why, stood patiently in the corner while Harry worked with smaller constructs. A hand here, weaving its fingers through complex patterns. A foot there, tapping out rhythms against the stone floor. A spine, coiling and uncoiling like a bony serpent. These exercises had become second nature over the months. Harry no longer needed to close his eyes or focus intensely. He could feel the bone memory of each fragment, could invite it to move with nothing more than a passing thought. Wednesday said this was progress. Harry thought it felt like breathing. But when the spirit came, he forgot all about breathing. It manifested as a cold spot first, a sudden drop in temperature that made Harry's breath mist in the air. Then came the pressure change, the sense of something arriving that hadn't been there a moment before. Then, finally, the shape. A woman, translucent and flickering, her face twisted with emotions Harry couldn't quite read. He'd seen spirits before, of course. The crypt was full of them, though most were too faded to manifest clearly. But this one was different. This one was angry. You, she hissed, her voice like wind through dead leaves. You're the one. Harry rose slowly, keeping his movements calm, non-threatening. I'm Harry. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What I need matters. The spirit drifted closer, and Harry felt the temperature drop further. I've been watching you. You have power. You can help me. Help you how? There's a man, living. He wronged me when I was alive, and he's still wronging others now. I want, her form flickered violently. I want him to suffer. Harry's heart beat faster. This was new. All the spirits he'd encountered before had been peaceful, grateful simply for acknowledgement. This one burned with purpose, with rage. He started. Don't refuse me. The spirit's voice sharpened, and the temperature plummeted. You don't understand. You don't know what he did. What he's still doing. He needs to be stopped. Then tell me about it. Tell me what happened. The spirit hesitated. Her form steadied slightly, the rage banked but not extinguished. For a long moment, she simply hovered, studying him with eyes that held centuries of pain. His name is Malachi Thorne. He was my husband. He killed me. Harry's breath caught. He murdered you. Poison. Slowly. Over months. He wanted my inheritance, you see. My family's money. And when I wouldn't give it to him willingly, he found other ways. Her voice dripped with bitterness. I was sick for a long time before I died. He told everyone it was a wasting illness. No one suspected. Why are you telling me this? Because he's still alive. Still wealthy. Still, thriving. The word came out like a curse. And I've been watching him for 200 years, trapped in this place, unable to reach him, unable to do anything but witness his comfortable life and his happy children and his grandchildren who never knew what he was. Harry's mind raced. 200 years. This spirit had been waiting for 2 centuries, nursing her rage, watching her murderer live and prosper while she faded into nothing. What do you want me to do? I want you to raise me. Fully. Permanently. Give me enough substance to reach him, to touch him, to make him feel what I felt. Her form flickered again, but this time Harry sensed something else beneath the rage, desperation. I've waited so long. Please. You're the first one who can hear me. The first one who can help. Harry opened his mouth to respond. No. The voice came from behind him. Harry spun to find Wednesday standing in the doorway, her dark eyes fixed on the spirit with an expression Harry couldn't read. You, the spirit hissed. I know you. Addams' blood. You've felt this place's pain for generations. How dare you deny me? I deny you because you're asking for the wrong thing. Wednesday stepped into the chamber, her black dress trailing across the stone floor. You don't want justice. You want revenge. What's the difference? Justice restores balance. Revenge perpetuates suffering. Wednesday stopped beside Harry, her presence solid and grounding. If I allowed every wronged spirit to walk the earth seeking vengeance, the world would be overrun with the angry dead. There must be limits. The spirit's form twisted, her rage flaring so intensely that the temperature dropped to near freezing. Limits. You speak of limits while my murderer sleeps in a warm bed, surrounded by family who love him, never once punished for what he did. I didn't say you shouldn't be heard. Wednesday's voice remained calm, measured. I said you shouldn't be raised for vengeance. There are other ways. What other ways? The spirit's voice cracked. What other ways have I not tried in 200 years? Wednesday was silent for a moment. Then, Harry, wait outside. What? But, wait, outside. Harry hesitated, then nodded and slipped past Wednesday into the corridor. The door closed behind him, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the faint sound of voices too muffled to understand. He waited for what felt like hours. The corridor was cold, colder than usual, even for the crypt. Harry paced back and forth, his new boots silent on the stone, his mind churning with questions. Who was that spirit? What had Wednesday said to her? And why had she sent him away? He thought about what the spirit had asked. Raising her fully. Giving her enough substance to reach her murderer. It sounded reasonable, didn't it? The man had killed her. Had poisoned her slowly, over months, while pretending to care for her. He deserved punishment. But Wednesday had said no. Wednesday, who understood the dead better than anyone Harry knew, had refused without hesitation. Why? The door opened. Wednesday emerged, her expression as unreadable as ever. She's gone, she said. For now. What did you tell her? I told her the truth. Wednesday began walking down the corridor, clearly expecting Harry to follow. He did. I told her that raising her for vengeance would destroy her. That the anger she's carried for 2 centuries would consume whatever was left of her humanity. That she'd become exactly what she hates, a monster. Harry hurried to keep pace. But she's been waiting so long. Suffering so long. Doesn't she deserve? Deserve what? Wednesday stopped and turned to face him. Deserve to become a wraith. Deserve to spend eternity as nothing but rage and pain. Deserve to lose the last fragments of the person she once was. Her dark eyes held his. Because that's what would happen, Harry. Vengeance doesn't heal. It corrupts. It takes whatever goodness remains and twists it into something unrecognizable. Harry thought about his mother. About the warmth of her love, the gentleness of her presence. She'd been murdered too, killed by a monster who'd wanted him dead. But she'd never asked for revenge. She'd never demanded vengeance. She'd simply loved him, waited for him, watched over him. But what about justice? He asked. Shouldn't someone pay for what they did? Justice and vengeance aren't the same thing. Wednesday resumed walking, more slowly this time. Justice restores balance. It acknowledges harm and seeks to prevent future harm. Vengeance simply hurts. It's pain for the sake of pain. And once you start down that path, it's very difficult to turn back. They emerged from the crypt into the gray afternoon light. Harry blinked, his eyes adjusting after so long in the darkness. The spirit, what will happen to her? That depends. Wednesday stopped at the edge of the family cemetery, looking out across the graves. She can continue as she has, nursing her rage, watching her murderer's descendants live their lives, slowly fading into nothing. or she, can learn to let go. Let go. After what he did, letting go isn't forgiveness. It's not absolution. It's simply release. Wednesday turned to look at him. The dead who cling to anger don't hurt the living. They hurt themselves. They trap themselves in a single moment, a single wound, and let it define eternity. Harry stared at the graves. Somewhere among them, the spirit was lurking, angry, desperate, alone. And for the first time, he wondered if there might be something worse than death. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his massive bed, staring at the canopy above, the spirit's words echoing in his mind. He killed me. Poison. Slowly. Over months. The image wouldn't leave him, a woman, sick and frightened, watching her husband pretend to care while slowly ending her life. And then the aftermath. 2 centuries of watching him live. Watching him thrive. Watching him die peacefully in his bed, surrounded by family, never once punished for what he'd done. No wonder she was angry. No wonder she wanted revenge. But Wednesday's words echoed too. Vengeance doesn't heal. It corrupts. Harry had seen corruption, had felt it stirring in his own chest sometimes, when he thought about the Dursleys, about all the years of hunger and cold and loneliness. The urge to hurt them back, to make them feel what he'd felt. It was powerful. It was seductive. And it was wrong. He knew it was wrong. Not because the Dursleys didn't deserve punishment. They did, in some cosmic sense, but because giving into that urge would change him. Would make him like them. Would make him someone who hurt others for the satisfaction of hurting. The spirit was the same. She'd been wronged, terribly wronged. But if she gave into vengeance, she'd become something terrible herself. She'd lose the last traces of the woman she'd once been. Harry sat up in bed, a thought forming. What if there was another way? He found Grandmama in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, brewing something that bubbled and hissed and smelled faintly of cinnamon. Can't sleep, child? She asked without looking up. I've been thinking. Harry climbed onto a stool at the worn wooden table. About spirits. About the ones who can't let go. Grandmama's hands paused over the cauldron. Ah, you met the Thorn Woman. You know about her. I know about all of them. Grandmama resumed her stirring. 200 years she's been haunting those crypts, growing angrier and more desperate with each passing decade. I've tried to help her. Wednesday's tried. Even Morticia, in her way. But she won't listen. Why not? Because listening would mean letting go of her anger. And her anger is all she has left. Grandmama set down her spoon and crossed to the table, taking a seat across from Harry. When you've been wronged as terribly as she was, your pain becomes part of you. It defines you. It gives you purpose. Letting it go feels like letting go of yourself. But if she doesn't let go, she'll fade into nothing, yes. Or worse, twist into something truly dark. A wraith. A banshee. One of the hungry dead that feed on the living. Grandmama's ancient eyes held his. That's the tragedy of vengeance, child. It consumes the one who holds it far more completely than it ever harms the one it's aimed at. Harry thought about this. Is there nothing we can do? Grandmama was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, a smile that held secrets and sorrows and something that might have been hope. There might be, but it would require something from you. Something difficult. Anything. Don't promise so quickly. Grandmama leaned forward. The Thorn Woman needs to tell her story. Needs someone to witness it, truly witness it, without judgment, without trying to fix it or change it. She needs to be heard, Harry. Not as a spirit seeking vengeance, but as a woman who suffered and died and was forgotten. Harry frowned. But I already listened to her. In the crypt. You heard her request. You didn't hear her. Grandmama reached across the table and took his hand. Her skin was papery thin, but her grip was surprisingly strong. There's a difference, child. Hearing is listening for what you can do. Witnessing is listening for who someone is. How do I do that? You sit with her. Not in the crypt, somewhere neutral. Somewhere she feels safe. And you let her talk. About her life, not just her death. About who she was before the poison, before the betrayal, before the rage consumed her. Grandmama squeezed his hand. You remind her that she was more than her suffering. Harry thought about the spirit's twisted form, her desperate rage, her centuries of loneliness. Will it work? I don't know. But it's the only chance she has. The next afternoon, Harry returned to the crypt alone. He found the spirit in a small chamber off the main hall. a place Harry had never explored, filled with the remnants of old funeral arrangements. Dried flowers, tarnished candlesticks, a portrait, half-rotted, of a woman who might have been the spirit in life. She was hovering near the portrait when he entered, her translucent form barely visible in the dim light. "You came back." Suspicion warred with hope in her voice. "Why?" To listen, Harry said. "Really listen this time. I told you what I need. Raising. Vengeance. I know. But I can't give you that." Harry moved slowly into the room, taking a seat on an old wooden bench. "What I can give you is, me. My attention. My willingness to hear your story. Not just the death, the life. Who you were before." The spirit stared at him. For a long moment, she didn't move, didn't speak, didn't react at all. Then, slowly, her form shifted. The rage that had twisted her features eased, just slightly, revealing something beneath, something vulnerable. Something human. "My name was Eleanor, she whispered. "Eleanor Thorne. Before I married him, before I became his victim, I was someone. Tell me," Harry said. And she did. Hours passed as Eleanor spoke. She told him about her childhood, a manor house in Cornwall, with gardens that stretched to the sea. She told him about her parents, who had loved her fiercely and died too young. She told him about her inheritance, not just money, but land, responsibility, the weight of a family name. She told him about meeting Malachi. How charming he'd been, how attentive, how different from the other men who'd courted her for her fortune. How she'd fallen in love with his smile, his wit, the way he made her feel seen. She told him about the wedding. The early years of marriage, when she'd still believed in happy endings. The slow realization that something was wrong, the way he looked at her sometimes, like she was a problem to be solved rather than a person to be loved. She told him about the poison. "At first, I thought it was illness. The fatigue, the nausea, the strange pains in my joints. The doctors couldn't explain it. Malachi was so attentive, bringing me broth, sitting by my bedside, holding my hand while I slept." Her voice cracked. "I thought he loved me. I thought he was the only thing keeping me alive. But he was killing you." "Yes. Slowly. Carefully. In doses small enough to mimic natural disease. It took months, almost a year. By the end, I couldn't walk. Couldn't eat. Could barely breathe." She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely a whisper. "He held my hand when I died. Told me he loved me. Kissed my forehead while the last of the poison worked through my system." Harry's eyes burned with tears he refused to shed. "How did you find out?" "That it was him. After I died, I stayed. I couldn't leave, I didn't know how. I watched him grieve, watched him bury me, watched him inherit everything I'd brought to the marriage. And then, one night, when he thought no one was listening, he laughed." Her form flickered violently. "He laughed, Harry. And told a friend, a man who visited late at night, when the servants were asleep, that it had been easier than he'd expected. That I'd been so trusting, so blind, so stupid." "You're not stupid," Harry said fiercely. "You were in love. You trusted someone who didn't deserve trust. That's not stupidity, that's humanity." Eleanor stared at him. In the dim light, her form seemed less twisted than before, still angry, still grieving, but also, something else. Something softer. "No one's ever said that to me." No one's ever listened. Harry stood and moved closer, not too close, not close enough to startle, but close enough to show he wasn't afraid. "I'm listening now. And I hear you, Eleanor. I hear your pain, your rage, your grief. You have every right to feel all of it. But you won't help me get revenge." No. Because revenge won't heal you. It'll destroy you. Harry met her eyes, or where her eyes would be, if she had solid form. "But maybe there's something else. Something that might actually help." "What?" "I don't know yet. But I'll find out. I promise." Harry found Wednesday in the library that evening, reading by candlelight. "I need your help," he said without preamble. "Eleanor, the spirit from the crypt. I've been talking to her." Wednesday looked up, one eyebrow arched slightly. "I know. I felt her presence calm from across the estate. You're having an effect. She needs something. Not revenge, something else. Something that will help her let go." Harry dropped into the chair across from her. "But I don't know what." Wednesday closed her book slowly. What did she tell you? Everything. Her life, her marriage, her murder. 2 centuries of watching her killer's descendants prosper while she faded. Harry ran his hands through his hair. She's not evil, Wednesday. She's just stuck, trapped in her pain. Yes, many spirits are. So how do we help her? How do we unstick her? Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then, there's a ritual. An old one. It requires the living to bear witness to the dead, truly witness, not just hear but absorb their story. To carry some of their pain so they don't have to carry it alone. Will it work? It has worked. For some. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. But it's dangerous. The pain you absorb becomes yours, at least temporarily. You'll feel what she felt, the betrayal, the sickness, the dying. It could overwhelm you. Harry thought about Eleanor, trapped for 2 centuries in her rage and grief. He thought about the relief in her voice when he'd said she wasn't stupid, that her trust wasn't a weakness. He thought about his mother, watching over him all those years, never once asking for anything in return. Do it, he said. Teach me the ritual. The ritual took 3 days to prepare. Grandmama gathered ingredients, herbs Harry didn't recognize, crystals that pulsed with faint inner light, a small vial of something that looked like water but felt like tears. Wednesday drew symbols on the floor of the bone chamber, complex patterns that seemed to shift when Harry looked at them directly. Morticia contributed a candle made of black wax, its flame burning not blue but pure white. And on the 3rd night, Harry returned to the crypt to find Eleanor waiting. She looked different than before, calmer, more solid, more present. The rage that had twisted her features had eased, replaced by something that might have been hope. You came. I promised I would. Harry gestured to the symbols on the floor. This ritual, it might help. But I need you to trust me. To let me in. To share your pain in a way you haven't before. Eleanor hesitated. What will it do to you? I don't know. But I'm willing to risk it. Why? Harry thought about it. Because no one should suffer alone. Because you've been alone for 200 years. Because, he paused, searching for words. Because my mother died protecting me. She didn't get a chance to be heard, to tell her story, to have anyone witness her pain. If I can do that for you, maybe it honors her too. Eleanor's form flickered, but this time, it wasn't with rage. It was with something else. Something that looked almost like tears. You're a strange child, Harry Potter. So I've been told. But you're also kind. She drifted toward the center of the symbols. Very well. I'll trust you. Show me what to do. The ritual began. Harry sat in the center of the symbols, Eleanor hovering before him. Wednesday stood at the perimeter, watching with those dark, unreadable eyes. Grandmama knelt nearby, chanting softly in a language Harry didn't recognize. Close your eyes, Wednesday instructed. Reach out with your awareness. Find Eleanor's spirit, not her form, but her essence. Her pain, her memory. Let it flow into you. Harry obeyed. He felt Eleanor's presence, familiar now after days of conversation. But this time, instead of simply acknowledging her, he opened himself fully. He invited her in. And then, pain. Not his pain. Her pain. The slow, creeping sickness of poison working through her veins. The betrayal, sharp as a knife, when she'd overheard Malachi's laugh. The loneliness of death, stretching into centuries, watching the world move on without her. Harry gasped. His body convulsed. Tears streamed down his face, tears that weren't entirely his own. I'm sorry, Eleanor's voice echoed in his mind. I'm sorry. Keep going, Harry forced out. All of it. Give me all of it. More pain. The moment of death, the final breath, the fading light, the terrible awareness that this was it, this was the end, and no one would ever know the truth. The centuries of watching. The rage building, festering, consuming everything she'd once been. Harry screamed. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He'd promised, and promises mattered, and if this was what it took to free Eleanor from her prison of pain, then he would bear it. He would bear all of it. The pain crested, peaked, and then broke. Harry slumped forward, gasping, weeping, but somehow lighter than he'd been moments before. The symbols on the floor glowed faintly. The candle's white flame flickered and steadied. And Eleanor was whole. Not solid, not living, but whole in a way she hadn't been in centuries. Her form was clear now, the features distinct, a woman in her 30s, pretty in an unremarkable way, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. The rage was gone. The desperation was gone. What remained was simply, her. Harry. Her voice was soft, wondering. I remember who I was. Asterisk. Good. Harry's voice was hoarse, exhausted. That's good. I remember loving the sea. And gardens. And the way my mother sang when she thought no one was listening. She smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from her. I remember being happy. Asterisk. Will you be okay now? Can you let go? Eleanor looked around the crypt, at the symbols, at the candles, at Wednesday and Grandmama standing silent guard. Then she looked at Harry, and her smile softened into something infinitely gentle. Yes, I think I can. She drifted closer, and for just a moment, Harry felt the ghost of a touch on his cheek, cool, faint, but undeniably there. Thank you, Harry Potter. Thank you for seeing me. Not my pain, me. Asterisk. You're welcome, Harry whispered. Go in peace, Eleanor. She nodded. And then, slowly, she began to fade, not into nothing, but into light. Warm light. Gentle light. The kind of light that waited at the end of long journeys and difficult roads. The last thing Harry saw was her smile. Then she was gone. Harry slept for 2 days after that. When he woke, Wednesday was sitting in a chair by his bed, reading the same book she'd had in the library. She looked up as he stirred, her expression as unreadable as ever. You're awake. How long? 47 hours. She set aside her book. Grandmama says you'll recover fully. The pain you absorbed is fading, as she predicted. You may have dreams for a while, echoes of Eleanor's memories, but they'll pass. Harry sat up slowly. His body ached, but beneath the ache was something else, a lightness, a clarity, a sense of having done something important. Did it work? Is she really gone? She's moved on. To whatever waits beyond. Wednesday paused. I've never seen a spirit release so completely. The rituals usually only ease their suffering, they rarely achieve true peace. But Eleanor, she found something. Someone who truly witnessed her. Harry thought about Eleanor's final smile. She deserved to be happy. Even if only at the end. Yes. Wednesday's voice was soft, softer than Harry had ever heard it. She did. For a long moment, they sat in comfortable silence. Then Wednesday spoke again. You made a choice, Harry. A difficult one. You could have given Eleanor what she wanted, raised her for vengeance, used your power without restraint. Many would have. Most would have. She met his eyes. But you chose differently. You chose to witness rather than wield. To heal rather than harm. It was the right thing to do. Knowing the right thing and doing it are very different. Wednesday rose from her chair. You've learned the lesson I've been trying to teach. The ethics of the grave aren't about rules, they're about respect. About seeing the dead as people, not tools. About understanding that power without compassion is just another form of violence. She moved toward the door, then paused. I'm proud of you, Harry. The words hung in the air long after she'd gone. That night, Harry dreamed of Eleanor. She stood in a garden by the sea, surrounded by flowers that bloomed in every color imaginable. The sun was warm on her face, the breeze gentle in her hair. She looked young and happy and alive in a way she hadn't been in centuries. When she saw Harry, she smiled. Thank you, she said. For everything, And then she turned and walked toward the horizon, where light waited and love waited and everything she'd lost waited to be found again. Harry woke with tears on his face, but for the first time, they were tears of joy. End of chapter 5 Chapter 6, The Living Fear the Dead. The rumors began in autumn, though no one could say exactly where they started. Perhaps it was the groundskeeper from the neighboring estate, who claimed to have seen lights flickering in the Addams cemetery at odd hours. Perhaps it was the delivery boy who swore he'd heard whispering from the crypt when no one was there. Perhaps it was simply the accumulated weight of centuries, the way old houses accumulate stories, the way old ships accumulate barnacles. Whatever the source, by October the rumors had spread through the surrounding villages like mist through a graveyard. The Addams boy, people whispered. The new one. The one with the scar. They say he talks to the dead. They say the dead talk back. Asterisk. They say he can raise them, command them, make them do his bidding. Asterisk. Harry heard none of this, of course. His world had shrunk to the boundaries of the Addams estate, to the crypt and the bone chamber and the circular room where he practiced his stillness. Wednesday kept him busy with lessons, and Gomez kept him entertained with fencing practice and stories of ancestors who'd done things that seemed impossible, and Morticia kept him fed and clothed and warm. But the world beyond the gates hadn't forgotten him. The first sign of trouble came on a Tuesday afternoon. Harry was in the bone chamber, working with Barnabas on complex movement patterns. The skeleton could now walk, run, even dance when Harry asked, though its dancing was more comical than graceful, all jerky movements and clattering joints. Wednesday sat in her usual spot by the door, watching with her usual intensity. But today, something was different. She kept glancing toward the corridor, her head tilted as though listening for something. "What is it?" Harry asked, pausing mid-instruction. "Someone's approaching the gate." Harry frowned. Visitors to the Addams estate were rare, by design. The family valued their privacy, and the locals had learned over generations to respect that. "Who? I don't know yet." Wednesday rose smoothly and moved to the door. "Stay here. Continue your practice." She was gone before Harry could argue. Wednesday didn't return for hours. Harry practiced until his concentration frayed, then dismissed Barnabas and wandered through the house, searching for someone who could tell him what was happening. The portraits offered nothing useful. Great-great-aunt Calpurnia just sniffed and turned away, and the gentleman with the magnificent mustache only raised his glass in that ambiguous toast threat. He found Pugsley in the conservatory, attempting to teach a Venus flytrap to play chess. The plant looked unimpressed. "Where is everyone?" Harry asked. Pugsley shrugged without looking up. "Mother's in the parlor with some visitors. Wednesday's there too." "Something about the cemetery." Harry's stomach tightened. "What about the cemetery?" "How should I know? I'm busy." The Venus flytrap snapped at a chess piece. Pugsley grinned. "See. Progress." Harry left him to his plants and headed for the parlor. The door was slightly ajar. Harry approached quietly, keeping to the shadows, an old habit from the Dursley days, when being seen meant being given chores. Through the gap, he could see Morticia seated in her usual chair, her posture perfect, her expression serene. Wednesday stood by the window, half hidden by the curtains. And facing them, looking distinctly uncomfortable, were three men in dark suits. "Appreciate your cooperation," one of the men was saying. "It's just, there have been reports. Disturbances in the area. People are concerned." "Concerned about what, exactly?" Morticia's voice was warm, inviting, the voice of someone who had nothing to hide and everything to offer. "About the cemetery." "About," the man glanced at his companions, then plunged ahead. "About the boy. The new one. There are stories." "Stories." Morticia's smile didn't waver. "How delightful. We do love a good story in this house. Tell me, what do these stories say?" The man shifted uncomfortably. "That he speaks to the dead. That he can raise them. That strange things have been happening in the graveyard since he arrived." "And have you witnessed any of these strange things yourself?" "Well, no, but have any of your associates?" Morticia's gaze swept over the three men. "Has anyone in the village actually seen anything unusual, or have they simply heard about it from someone who heard about it from someone else?" The men exchanged glances. The second one, younger, more nervous, spoke up. "There was the matter of the restless spirits. In the old cemetery, near the woods. They used to cause trouble. Flickering lights, cold spots, the occasional haunting. But lately," he trailed off. "Lately, they've stopped. Completely. The priest who blesses the graves there says it's like someone settled them. Gave them peace." He looked at Morticia with something like fear in his eyes. "And the only thing that changed was the boy arriving." Harry's heart pounded. They were talking about him, about the spirits he'd spoken to in those first months, the ones who'd been restless and frightened and alone. He'd helped them. He'd listened to them. He'd asked them to rest, and they had. But these men saw it as something to fear. "Let me understand," Morticia said slowly. "You've come to my home, on the basis of unverified rumors, to accuse my son of, what, exactly? Calming restless spirits. Bringing peace to the dead. These are crimes now." "Of course not, but nothing." Morticia rose, and despite her serene expression, something in the room shifted. The temperature seemed to drop. The shadows in the corners deepened. The family has lived on this land for 3 centuries. In all that time, we have never harmed a single living soul. The dead, perhaps, have received more attention than most would give, but the dead deserve attention. They deserve to be remembered. They deserve the peace that my son has apparently given them. The men shrank back slightly. We didn't mean to imply. You implied exactly what you meant to imply. Morticia stepped toward them, and Harry saw something in her eyes that made even him shiver. You came here looking for a monster. You found a child who has done nothing but bring comfort to those who have been suffering in silence for centuries. And now you have the audacity to call that strange. We're sorry, the first man stammered. We were just. You were just frightened. I understand. Morticia's voice softened, but her eyes remained hard. Fear makes people do foolish things. But let me be clear, Harry is my son. He is protected by this family, by this house, by everything we are and everything we have. If I hear of these rumors continuing, if I hear of anyone harassing him, threatening him, or spreading lies about him, I will consider it a personal insult. She smiled, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. And no one insults the Addams family. The men left quickly after that. Harry stayed hidden until he heard the front door close, then emerged from the shadows. Morticia was standing by the window, watching the visitors drive away. Wednesday still stood by the other window, her expression thoughtful. They're afraid of me, Harry said quietly. Morticia turned. Yes, darling, they are. Because I talk to the dead. Because you talk to the dead and they don't understand it. She crossed to him and placed her cool hands on his shoulders. People fear what they don't understand, Harry. It's their nature. They'd rather label something dangerous than admit they simply don't know enough to judge it. But I'm not dangerous. No, you're not. She smiled, a real smile this time, warm and gentle. But try telling that to someone who's spent their whole life believing the dead should stay dead, that death is an ending rather than a continuation. They can't see what you see. They can't feel what you feel. All they have is their fear. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about their terror of anything unusual. They'd called him a freak, a burden, something to be hidden away. They'd been afraid too, afraid of what he might be, what he might become. Is it always like this? He asked. Will people always be afraid of me? Some will. Others will learn. Morticia tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. The key is to remember who you are. Not the monster they imagine, but the boy we know. The boy who comforts spirits and speaks with the dead and carries his mother's love in his heart. She kissed his forehead. That boy is nothing to fear. But the rumors didn't stop. If anything, they grew. The visit from the village men seemed to validate something in the local imagination. If the Addamses were defensive, there must be something to defend. If the boy was protected, there must be a reason for protection. By November, the stories had spread beyond the immediate villages. People came from miles around to walk past the estate gates, hoping for a glimpse of the child who commanded graves. Some brought cameras. Some brought priests. Some brought torches, just in case, they said, though no one could explain what the torches were for. Harry watched them from his bedroom window, these crowds of curious strangers, and felt something twist in his chest. They're like vultures, he said to Wednesday, who had come to stand beside him. Just waiting for something to happen. Vultures wait for death. These people are waiting for a show. Wednesday's voice was flat, dismissive. They'll tire of it eventually. The living have short attention spans. What if they don't? What if they try to? He stopped, not wanting to voice the fear. Try to what? Storm the gates. Burn the house. Wednesday's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Let them try. The estate has defenses older than any of them. My ancestors didn't build this place to be vulnerable to mobs. Harry wasn't so sure. He'd seen what fear could do to people, had experienced it firsthand with the Dursleys. Fear didn't reason. Fear didn't wait. Fear acted, often violently, and asked questions later. I should stop, he said quietly. Going to the crypt. Talking to the spirits. If that's what's causing this. No. The word was sharp, absolute. Harry turned to find Wednesday staring at him with an intensity that made him take a step back. You will not let their fear dictate your life. You will not abandon the dead because the living are uncomfortable. She moved closer, her dark eyes burning. The spirits need you, Harry. They've waited centuries for someone like you, someone who listens, who cares, who gives them peace. You will not take that away from them because of a few frightened villagers. But if it keeps them safe, it keeps no one safe. It only teaches them that fear works. That if they're scared enough, loud enough, threatening enough, they can make the world conform to their comfort. Wednesday's voice softened, just slightly. Is that the lesson you want to teach? That the dead don't matter? That peace is less important than popularity? Harry thought about Eleanor. About the peace in her eyes when she'd finally let go. About all the other spirits he'd helped. The restless ones, the lonely ones, the ones who'd been waiting for someone to simply see them. No, he said. That's not what I want. Then don't let them win. Wednesday turned back to the window, looking out at the gathered crowd. They'll leave eventually. They always do. And when they're gone, the dead will still be here, waiting for you to return. The crowds did leave, eventually. It took weeks. The curious came and went, their interest waning as nothing dramatic occurred. The fearful lingered longer, but even they eventually tired of watching gates that never opened and windows that never showed more than shadows. By December, the estate was quiet again. But the rumors hadn't died. They'd simply settled, become part of the local mythology, the way the Addams family had always been part of it. The boy who talks to the dead. It was a story now, told in pubs and at dinner tables, passed from parent to child like a fairy tale. Harry heard some of these stories when he accompanied Lurch on supply runs to the village. He'd pull his hood up and keep his head down, but he couldn't help overhearing. My cousin's wife's sister saw him once. Pale as death, he was, with eyes that looked right through you. They say he can raise an army of skeletons whenever he wants. Whole cemetery full of them, just waiting for his command. My grandfather remembers when the Addamses first came here. Strange folk, always were. But this one's different. This one's something new. Harry never corrected them, never revealed himself. He just listened, and learned, and carried the weight of their fear with him back to the estate. One night, after a particularly vivid story about him summoning a legion of the dead to march on the village, Harry asked Wednesday, "Do you think any of it's true?" "Which part?" "Any of it. The stories. What people say about me." Wednesday considered the question with her usual intensity. "Some of it, perhaps. Not the details, the armies and the marching and the destruction. Those are inventions born of fear. But the core, that you speak to the dead, that you give them peace, that you carry something within you that draws them, that's true. But they make it sound like I'm dangerous. Like I'm something to be afraid of. You are dangerous." Wednesday said it simply, without judgment. "Power is always dangerous, Harry. The question isn't whether you can hurt people, it's whether you choose to. And from what I've seen, your choices are good ones." Harry thought about Eleanor, about the spirits he'd helped, about the peace he'd brought to beings who'd been suffering for centuries. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "I know. That's why you won't." Wednesday paused. "But the living will always fear what they don't understand. You can't change that. You can only control how you respond to it." "How should I respond?" "By being exactly who you are. By continuing your work with the dead. By proving, through your actions, that their fear is misplaced." She met his eyes. "It won't happen quickly. It may not happen in your lifetime. But every spirit you help, every peace you bring, every act of compassion you show, it chips away at their fear. Eventually, the truth will out." Harry nodded slowly. "It's hard, though. Being feared." "Yes, it is." For just a moment, something vulnerable flickered across Wednesday's features. "I would know." After that conversation, Harry began to notice things he'd missed before. The way villagers crossed the street when Wednesday walked through town. The way shopkeepers watched her with wary eyes, never quite meeting her gaze. The way children were hurried inside when she passed, their parents muttering about that Addams girl. She'd lived with this her whole life. Been feared her whole life. And yet she'd never complained, never hidden, never let it change who she was. Harry understood, suddenly, why she'd found him in that cemetery. Why she'd seen something in a lonely boy speaking to graves. She recognized a kindred spirit, someone who would always be separate from the living, always marked by something they couldn't control. He found her that evening in the library, reading by firelight. I understand now, he said. Wednesday looked up. Understand what? Why you chose me. In the cemetery. It wasn't just because I spoke to the dead. He moved to stand before her. It was because you knew what it felt like. To be feared. To be alone. To have people look at you like you're something wrong. Something shifted in Wednesday's dark eyes. A softening, a warmth, a recognition. Yes. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. You're 7. Her voice was dry, but not unkind. You're allowed to miss things. Harry smiled. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you brought me here. For a long moment, Wednesday simply looked at him. Then, slowly, she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection. I'm glad too. The spirits, at least, were never afraid. They continued to come to Harry, more now than before, as word spread through the veil that there was someone who listened. Some were like Eleanor, trapped in rage or grief. Others were simply lonely, wanting company, wanting to be remembered. A few were curious, drawn by the strange energy that surrounded him, the mark of death on his forehead. Harry helped them all as best he could. He sat with a young woman who'd died in childbirth, 2 centuries past, and listened as she described the baby she'd never held. He comforted an old man who'd outlived everyone he loved and now wandered the crypt searching for faces he recognized. He even helped a spirit who'd been a prankster in life, laughing at the jokes that had once terrified the living and now simply seemed sad. The work was exhausting. It was also the most meaningful thing Harry had ever done. The living fear the dead, he told Wednesday one evening, after a particularly long session in the crypt. But the dead are just people. People who happen to die. They're not monsters. No, they're not. Wednesday looked at him with something like pride. You've learned that faster than most. Faster than I did, if I'm honest. How long did it take you? Years. I was angry at the dead, at first. For leaving. For being silent when I needed them to speak. She paused. It took my grandmother's death to teach me otherwise. To show me that death wasn't abandonment, it was transformation. Harry thought about his mother. About the warmth of her love, even now. She's not gone. Not really. No, she's not. Wednesday's voice was soft. None of them are. That's what the living never understand, that death isn't an ending. It's just a different kind of presence. The rumors never fully stopped. They became quieter, more distant, like the fading echo of a shout. But they never disappeared entirely. Every few months, someone would revive them, a new story, a new fear, a new reason to whisper about the boy who talked to the dead. Harry learned to live with it. He learned to walk through the village with his head high, meeting curious stares with calm eyes. He learned to ignore the whispers, the pointed fingers, the way people pulled their children closer when he passed. He learned that their fear was their problem, not his, and that no amount of his hiding would change it. But more importantly, he learned that the dead were never afraid. Every night, they came to him. Every night, he listened. Every night, he helped someone find peace, or comfort, or simply the knowledge that they weren't forgotten. And in doing so, he found his own peace. On Christmas Eve, Harry stood in the crypt with Wednesday, surrounded by the spirits of generations. They'd come to honor him, that was the only word for it. Dozens of translucent forms, some barely visible, some almost solid, all watching him with eyes that held centuries of wisdom and gratitude. The living fear you, one of them said, an ancient woman with a face like carved stone. But we do not. We never will. Why not? Harry asked. Because you see us. Because you hear us. Because you treat us as we were in life, people, not monsters, not tools, not things to be used. The spirit smiled, and for just a moment, Harry saw the young woman she'd once been, full of life and love and hope. That is rare. That is precious. That is why we honor you. Harry looked around at the gathered spirits, at the faces that had become familiar over months of listening, at the presences he'd come to love. I don't need honor. I just want to help. And that, the spirit said, is exactly why you deserve it. Wednesday stood apart, watching with those dark, unreadable eyes. But Harry caught the slight softening of her features, the almost imperceptible nod of approval. He smiled. Outside, in the village, people whispered about the boy who talked to the dead. They feared him, pitied him, told stories about him that grew more exaggerated with each telling. But here, in the crypt, surrounded by those who knew him best, Harry Potter was simply loved. And that, he realized, was enough. End of Chapter 6 *. Chapter 7, The Bone Garden Ritual. Winter settled over the Addams estate like a burial shroud. Snow fell for 3 days straight, blanketing the grounds in white so deep and pure it seemed to glow in the darkness. The yew trees bent under its weight. The cemetery headstones wore caps of snow like old men in winter hats. Even the crypt, usually immune to weather, accumulated drifts against its iron door. Harry loved it. He loved the way the world went silent under snow, the way sound softened and distances blurred. He loved the cold that bit at his cheeks and made his breath mist in the air. He loved the sense of the estate being cut off from everything else, isolated, existing in its own private universe. But most of all, he loved what the snow revealed. The dead were more visible in winter. Not literally, their forms remained as translucent as ever. But their presence seemed sharper, clearer, as though the cold clarified something in the veil between worlds. Harry could feel them more easily, hear them more distinctly, understand them more completely. It's the stillness, Wednesday explained one afternoon as they walked through the snow-covered cemetery. Winter is the death of the year. The world holds its breath. The dead find that comforting. Harry nodded, his breath fogging in the cold air. I've noticed. They're louder. Not in volume, but in presence. Like they're closer. They are. The veil thins in winter. Always has. Wednesday stopped before a grave Harry hadn't visited before, an old one, its headstone nearly obscured by snow. This is where we'll perform the ritual. Harry brushed snow from the stone, revealing a name. Isabella Addams, 1723–1754 *. Who was she? My great-great-great-grandmother. A necromancer of considerable power. Wednesday's voice held something like respect. She's the one who established the Bone Garden. The Bone Garden, you'll see. The Bone Garden wasn't a garden in any conventional sense. It lay at the heart of the Addams cemetery, hidden from casual view by a ring of ancient yews. Harry had passed near it many times without noticing. The trees formed a natural barrier, their branches so thick and intertwined that even winter snow couldn't penetrate fully. Wednesday led him through a gap in the yews, and Harry stopped dead. The space beyond was circular, perhaps 50 feet across. The snow here was thinner, melted by some warmth that seemed to rise from the ground itself. And in that ground, arranged in patterns that shifted when Harry looked at them directly, were bones. Not scattered bones. Not the random remains of long-dead creatures. These were arranged, femurs radiating outward like spokes of a wheel, skulls forming concentric circles, ribs arching above the ground like the skeleton of some vast, invisible creature. In the very center stood a structure that looked almost like an altar, built entirely of vertebrae stacked in a spiral. What is this? Harry breathed. The Bone Garden. Established by Isabella in 1743, maintained by every necromancer in our family since. Wednesday moved into the circle, her feet finding paths between the bones without seeming to look. It's a focus, a conduit, a place where death energy concentrates more densely than anywhere else on the estate. Harry followed carefully, placing his feet where Wednesday had placed hers. The bones seemed to hum with something, not sound, but vibration, a deep thrumming that he felt in his chest rather than heard with his ears. The ritual you're about to perform, Wednesday continued, is called the Bone Garden Rite. It's a rite of passage for Addams necromancers, a test of control, of intention, of connection to the dead. She stopped at the edge of the spiral altar and turned to face him. If you succeed, you'll be able to summon guardians bound to protection rather than violence. Guardians that will serve you without being enslaved. Harry's heart pounded. And if I fail, you won't fail. Wednesday said it with absolute certainty. You're ready. Preparations took 3 days. Grandmama arrived with bundles of herbs, some familiar, some strange, some that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. She placed them at specific points around the Bone Garden, muttering incantations in a language that made the air feel heavier. Morticia came on the second day, bearing candles of black wax that she arranged in patterns Harry couldn't decipher. She kissed his forehead when she finished and whispered, "Trust yourself, darling. The dead already trust you." Even Gomez appeared briefly, though he didn't stay long. Bad form for the living to interfere with these things, he explained, clapping Harry on the shoulder. But I'll be in the house, thinking necromantic thoughts. Very necromantic. Practically funereal. Pugsley offered to lend him a particularly sharp knife, just in case, but Wednesday vetoed this with a look that made Pugsley retreat hastily. And on the third night, as the full moon rose over the snow-covered estate, Harry stood alone in the center of the bone garden, ready to begin. The ritual started with silence. Harry stood at the spiral altar, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and even. Around him, the bones of generations lay in their intricate patterns, waiting. Above him, the moon cast cold light through the yew branches, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. He reached out with his awareness, the same way he'd learned in the circular room, the same way he used when speaking to spirits. But this time, he wasn't seeking individual voices. He was seeking the place itself, the accumulated death energy of centuries, the weight of all the lives that had ended here. It hit him like a wave. For a moment, he staggered. The sensation was overwhelming, not painful, but intense, like standing at the edge of an ocean and feeling the full power of the tides. He felt every death that had occurred on this land, every spirit that had passed through, every bone that rested in the garden and the crypt and the cemetery beyond. So many. The thought wasn't his. It came from the garden itself, from the collective awareness of all the dead who'd contributed their remains to this place. So many voices. So many stories. So much pain and love and fear and hope. Harry steadied himself. He'd learned, over months of practice, not to be overwhelmed by the dead. He'd learned to filter, to focus, to find individual voices in the cacophony. But this was different. This wasn't individuals, it was the whole, the sum of all those lives, pressing against him from every side. You're the one, the garden seemed to say. The marked one. The death-touched child. Yes, Harry whispered. I'm Harry. I'm here to perform the rite. To summon guardians bound to protection. A ripple passed through the garden, not physically, but in the energy that saturated the space. The bones seemed to shift slightly, rearranging themselves in patterns Harry couldn't follow. Protection. Not violence. Not domination. Protection. That's right. Why? The question hung in the air, demanding an answer. Harry thought about it, really thought, searching for the truth beneath the surface. Because I've seen what violence does, he said finally. To the living and the dead. It doesn't solve anything, it just creates more pain. More victims. More spirits trapped in rage and grief. He paused. I don't want to be that. I don't want to add to the suffering. I want to help. Silence. Then, slowly, the garden began to respond. The bones rose. Not violently, not aggressively, simply, rose. Lifted from their patterns and hovered in the air, each one glowing with faint silver light. Femurs and ribs and skulls and vertebrae, all suspended at varying heights, turning slowly as though examining Harry from every angle. Harry's breath caught. He'd never seen anything like this. Even Wednesday's demonstrations hadn't prepared him for the sheer scale of what was happening. You ask for guardians, the garden's voice resonated in his mind. But guardians require sacrifice. Not blood, nothing so crude. But intention, purpose, a piece of yourself, given freely, to bind them to your will without enslaving them. What kind of peace? That which you value most. That which defines you. That without which you would not be yourself. Harry's mind raced. What did he value most? What defined him? The Dursleys had tried to strip him of everything, to make him small and invisible and forgettable. But here, with the Addamses, he'd found something else. Something that made him more, not less. My mother's love, he said slowly. The love she left behind. The love that's watched over me all these years. The garden considered this. The bones continued their slow rotation, their silver glow pulsing faintly. That is not yours to give. It is hers. And she has already given it freely. Then, Harry struggled. Then what? What defines you, Harry Potter? What makes you different from every other necromancer who has stood in this place? Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the years in the cupboard, the hunger and cold and loneliness. He thought about the cemetery, the rain, the moment Wednesday found him. He thought about Eleanor, and the peace in her eyes when she finally let go. I listen, he whispered. That's what makes me different. I listen when others would command. I ask when others would demand. I see the dead as people, not tools. Yes. Asterisk. The word resonated through the garden, through the bones, through Harry's very soul. That is your gift. That is your sacrifice. Offer it, offer your willingness to listen, to see, to understand, and we will give you guardians worthy of that gift. Asterisk. Harry opened his eyes. The bones had stopped rotating. They hung motionless now, waiting, their silver light steady and bright. How do I offer it? Speak it, mean it, live it. Asterisk. Harry took a breath. Then, with all the certainty he possessed, he spoke. I offer my willingness to listen. To see the dead as they are, not as I want them to be. To ask rather than demand, to invite rather than command. I offer this freely, without reservation, without expectation of return. The silver light flared, and the bones began to move. Dash dash dash. They came together in patterns Harry couldn't follow, femurs joining to form legs, vertebrae stacking to create spines. Ribs arching to build chests. Skulls found their places atop spinal columns, their empty eye sockets somehow watching, somehow aware. Within moments, 4 skeletons stood before him, not like Barnabas, not simple constructs animated by bone memory, but something more. Something awake. They were taller than Harry, broader, built like warriors from some ancient time. Their bones were not the yellowed remains of the recently dead, but white as snow, polished smooth, almost luminous in the moonlight. Each one wore fragments of armor, a breastplate here, a gauntlet there, that seemed to have grown from the bones themselves. And in their eyes, in the empty sockets that should have held nothing, flickered tiny flames of silver light. We hear you, asterisk. One of them spoke, not aloud, but directly into Harry's mind. Its voice was deep, resonant, like stone grinding against stone. We accept your offering. We will serve. Asterisk. Not serve, Harry corrected. Guard. Protect. Not just me, the dead who rest here. The spirits who have no one else. The skeletons inclined their heads in unison. As you wish. Asterisk. Harry looked at Wednesday, who had watched the entire ritual from the edge of the garden. Her expression was unreadable as always, but something in her posture, a slight relaxation of her shoulders, a softening around her eyes, suggested approval. You did it, she said quietly. You actually did it. What now? Now you learn to work with them. To understand them. To become their partner rather than their master. She moved into the garden, approaching the skeletons without fear. They're not like ordinary constructs. They have awareness, will, choice. They chose to accept your offering. They chose to bind themselves to your purpose. That makes them more powerful, and more dangerous. Dangerous how? If you betray their trust, if you use them for violence, for domination, for anything other than protection, they'll turn on you. And nothing you've learned will stop them. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. That's the price of true guardianship. They're loyal only as long as you're worthy of loyalty. Harry looked at the 4 skeletons. They stood motionless, waiting, their silver eyes fixed on him with an attention that felt almost physical. I understand, he said. I won't betray them. We know, asterisk. The lead skeleton spoke. That is why we chose you. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The weeks that followed were unlike anything Harry had experienced. The Guardians, he named them Sentinel, Warder, Keeper, and Watcher, though they didn't seem to care about names, were always present. Not physically, not always, but in his awareness. He could feel them at the edges of his perception, waiting, watching, ready to respond if he called. They taught him things Wednesday couldn't. Not with words, they rarely spoke, but with presence. With example. With the weight of their ancient awareness pressing against his own. He learned to sense threats before they materialized, to feel disturbances in the death energy that might signal danger. He learned to extend his protection beyond himself, to shield the spirits who trusted him from forces that might harm them. He learned, slowly, what it meant to be a guardian. It's different from what I expected, he told Wednesday one evening. They sat in the library, fire crackling in the hearth, snow falling softly outside. I thought they'd be soldiers, weapons I could use. But they're not. They're more like extensions of my intention. They only act when I mean something, not just when I want it. That's the difference between guardians and servants. Wednesday set aside her book. Servants do what you command. Guardians do what you are. They reflect your soul, not your whims. Harry thought about this. Then what does it say about me? That they're protectors. That they chose me for protection. It says you're exactly who we thought you were. Wednesday's voice was soft. Someone who values peace over power. Someone who protects rather than destroys. She paused. Someone worthy of the dead's trust. The Guardian's first test came in February. A spirit arrived at the crypt, not one of the regulars, not someone Harry had spoken with before. This one was different. This one was wrong. Harry felt it before he saw it, a disturbance in the death energy, a jagged edge in the smooth flow of the veil. He was in the bone chamber with Barnabas when the sensation hit him, sharp, painful, like stepping on broken glass. Something's coming, Sentinel's voice echoed in his mind. Something dark. Harry rose and moved toward the crypt's main chamber. The Guardians materialized around him, 4 skeletal presences, their silver eyes burning brighter than usual. They felt it too. They felt the wrongness. The spirit was waiting in the center of the standing stones. It had been human once. Harry could see traces of the person it had been, like faint outlines beneath layers of corruption. But those traces were almost gone now, swallowed by something else. Something hungry. Something angry. You, the spirit hissed. The death-touched child. I've heard of you. Harry stopped at the edge of the circle. The Guardians flanked him, ready to act. Who are you? No one. Nothing. A warning. The spirit's form writhed, twisted, barely holding together. They're coming for you, you know. The living. The ones who fear you. They're gathering even now. Gathering where? In the village. With torches and rope and righteous fury. The spirit laughed, a horrible sound, like breaking bones. They think you're a monster. They think you raise the dead to do your bidding. They think. I don't care what they think. Harry's voice was calm, steady. Why are you here? Really? The spirit's laughter stopped. For a moment, it simply stared at him with eyes that held nothing but hunger. I'm here because I want what you have. The power. The connection. The death mark on your forehead. It drifted closer, and Harry felt the temperature plummet. Give it to me. Give me your power, and I'll protect you from the mob. Harry didn't move. You can't protect anyone. You're barely holding yourself together. If you try to take my power, you'll destroy yourself, and maybe me too. I don't care. I know. That's the problem. The spirit lunged. It happened faster than Harry could think. One moment the spirit was across the circle, the next it was on him, not physically, but in him, pressing against his awareness, trying to force its way into his mind. Harry felt its hunger, its desperation, its centuries of accumulated rage. Felt it reaching for the death mark on his forehead, for the connection to the veil that made him who he was. And then the Guardians moved. They didn't attack, not in the way Harry expected. Instead, they surrounded him, forming a circle of bone and silver light. Their presence pressed against the spirits, not violently but firmly, like a wall that couldn't be breached. You cannot take what is not yours to take, Sentinel spoke. This child is protected. The spirit screamed, a sound of rage and frustration in something that might have been fear. It thrashed against the Guardian's barrier, but couldn't break through. Couldn't even touch it. He doesn't belong to you, another Guardian added, keeper, maybe, or watcher. He belongs to himself, and to the dead who trust him. The dead who trust him. The spirit laughed bitterly. I'm dead. I don't trust him. I want what he has. Then you are no longer dead as we understand it. You are something else. Something that must be contained. The silver light flared. The spirit screamed again, and then it was gone, pushed back, expelled from the circle and from the crypt entirely. Harry slumped, gasping. The Guardians remained around him, their light steady, their presence grounding. Is it gone? He managed. Banished. Not destroyed, that's not our purpose. But pushed beyond this place, beyond the veil that separates the peaceful dead from the hungry ones. Will it come back? Possibly. But next time, you'll be ready. Harry looked at them, at these 4 beings who had chosen him, who protected him, who reflected his deepest intentions back at him like mirrors of bone and light. Thank you. You're welcome, Guardian. The word settled into him like a key turning in a lock. Later that night, Harry sat with Wednesday in the bone garden. The snow had started again, falling softly around them, dusting the arranged bones with white. The guardians stood at the perimeter, motionless, their silver eyes watching the darkness. The spirit was right about one thing, Harry said quietly. The mob. The villagers. They're still afraid. Yes. What do I do about it? Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then, nothing. Nothing. Fear is theirs to manage, not yours. You can't reason with a mob. You can't explain yourself to people who've already decided what you are. She turned to look at him. What you can do is be ready. Protect yourself. Protect the dead who trust you. Let the mob exhaust itself against the walls of this estate, as mobs always do. But what if they don't exhaust themselves? What if they actually try something? Then we'll deal with it. Wednesday's voice was calm, certain. Together. As a family. Harry thought about the guardians, about their willingness to protect him. He thought about the Addamses, about their strange and wonderful acceptance of everything he was. He thought about his mother, watching from beyond the veil, proud of the person he was becoming. Okay, he said. Together. The mob never came. Perhaps the rumors exaggerated its size. Perhaps the villagers thought better of challenging a family that had lived on that land for 3 centuries. Perhaps the guardians' presence, felt rather than seen, but unmistakable to anyone sensitive, deterred them. Whatever the reason, the threat faded, like so many others, into the background of estate life. But the ritual had changed Harry. He could feel it every time he entered the crypt, the guardians' awareness brushing against his own, alert for danger. He could feel it when he spoke to spirits, the way they responded to him differently now, with a respect that hadn't been there before. He could feel it in himself, a new depth of connection to the death energy that flowed through everything. He was no longer just a boy who talked to the dead. He was a guardian, a protector, someone the dead could trust. And that, he realized, was exactly who he wanted to be. On the first day of spring, Harry returned to the bone garden alone. The snow had melted, revealing the bones in their intricate patterns. The guardians stood at their posts, silver eyes gleaming in the weak sunlight. And in the center, at the spiral altar, something waited for him. It was a spirit, but unlike any he'd seen before. Ancient, powerful, present in a way that made the air around it shimmer. Its form was indistinct, shifting between shapes and ages and even genders, but its eyes, those were clear. Ancient. Wise. Harry Potter. Yes, I am Isabella Addams, founder of this garden, first necromancer of this line. The spirit smiled, a warm smile, surprisingly human. I've been watching you. You've done well. Harry's heart swelled. Thank you. The guardians you summoned, they chose well. You've honored their choice with your actions. Protected the dead. Refused domination. Chosen invitation over force. She drifted closer, and Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing gently against him. Continue this path. It won't be easy, the living will always fear you, and some of the dead will always hunger for what you have. But if you stay true to yourself, you'll become something rare. Something precious. What? A bridge. Between the living and the dead. Between fear and understanding. Between this world and the next. Her form began to fade. Guard it well, Harry Potter. Guard it with all you are. She was gone. Harry stood alone in the bone garden, surrounded by the bones of generations, watched over by his skeletal guardians. The spring sun warmed his face. The spirits whispered their approval from beyond the veil. And for the first time, he understood exactly what he was becoming. Not a monster. Not a weapon. Not a tool to be feared or used. A guardian. A protector. A bridge. End of chapter 7 Chapter 8. Hogwarts acceptance. The letter arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in late July. Harry was in the bone garden, practicing with the guardians. Months had passed since the ritual, and his control had deepened considerably. He could now coordinate all 4 skeletons in complex maneuvers, defensive formations, protective circles, even something approaching combat drills, though the guardians had no interest in actual fighting. Violence is failure, Sentinel had explained when Harry first suggested it. Protection is success. We do not practice failure. So they practiced protection instead. Shielding. Containing. The art of preventing harm rather than causing it. Harry had just finished a particularly demanding session, defending against a simulated attack from multiple directions, when he felt a presence at the edge of his awareness. Not a spirit. Something else. Something alive. He turned to find Wednesday picking her way through the bone garden, carefully avoiding the arranged skeletons. In her hand, she held an envelope of heavy parchment, sealed with wax in a crest Harry didn't recognize. "This came for you," she said. Delivered by an unusual method. Harry took the envelope. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Addams estate, location redacted, asterisk, and the paper itself felt warm, almost alive, in his hands. "What is it? Open it and see." Harry broke the wax seal. A lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter, H, and unfolded the parchment within. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Asterisk. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times before the words sank in. A school, he said slowly. A school for magic. Yes. Wednesday's voice was carefully neutral. It seems you're not the only one who's noticed your abilities. The magical world has been watching. But I don't know anything about the magical world. I didn't even know it existed until, he stopped, thinking. The Dursleys had known. They'd called him a freak, a monster, had tried to beat the magic out of him. They'd known all along. The magical world exists parallel to the non-magical one, Wednesday explained. Witches and wizards live among muggles, non-magical people, but keep themselves hidden. Hogwarts is where young magical people go to learn control. Muggles. Harry tested the word. That's what they call people like the Dursleys. Yes. He looked at the letter again. It says I need to respond by owl. What does that mean? It means exactly what it says. You send your response via owl. Wednesday paused. The delivery method for your letter was unconventional. Normally, Hogwarts uses owls. Yours came via raven. Harry remembered the raven that had circled the estate that morning, its black feathers gleaming in the sun. He'd assumed it was one of the estate's regular inhabitants. Apparently not. Will you come with me? He asked. To this school? I don't know anyone there. No. I'm not of Hogwarts age yet, and even if I were, the Addams family has its own educational traditions. Wednesday's expression softened almost imperceptibly. But all right. And you'll return for holidays. The estate will always be your home. Harry nodded slowly, trying to absorb it all. A school. Other children like him. A whole world he'd never known existed. What do I do now? Now you respond. And we prepare. Wednesday turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The magical world knows your name, Harry. Your parents were prominent there. Famous, even. You may find that your reception is complicated. Famous how? Famous for dying. Famous for surviving. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. Famous for being the boy who lived. The boy who lived. Harry turned the phrase over in his mind as he followed Wednesday back to the house. It sounded like something from a story, a legend, a myth. Not something that applied to him. He was just Harry. The boy who talked to dead people. The boy who'd been found in a cemetery by a strange girl in a black dress. But apparently, to the magical world, he was something more. Morticia was waiting in the parlor, a cup of tea steaming at her elbow. She smiled as they entered and patted the seat beside her. Come, darling, tell me everything. Harry handed her the letter and watched as she read it, her expression shifting through several emotions he couldn't quite read. Well, she said finally. This is unexpected. Is it bad? Not bad. Simply, complicated. She set the letter aside. Hogwarts is an excellent school, one of the finest in the magical world. Your parents attended there, from what I've gathered. They were well loved, well respected. She paused. But their deaths, and your survival, made you something of a celebrity. People will have expectations of you. Assumptions. Desires. What kind of desires? The kind that have nothing to do with who you actually are. Morticia's voice was gentle but firm. Some will want you to be a hero. Others will want you to be a symbol. A few, a very few, may want you to be a weapon. She took his hand. You don't owe any of them anything, Harry. You're not a hero or a symbol or a weapon. You're a boy we love, a boy who happens to have a gift for speaking to the dead. Harry thought about the Guardians, about the spirits who trusted him, about everything he'd learned in his years with the Addamses. Will I have to hide that? At Hogwarts, will they think it's dark magic? Some will. Necromancy is misunderstood in the magical world, feared, the way the villagers feared you. Morticia's thumb traced circles on the back of his hand. But hiding who you are is never the answer. It only teaches others that fear works. That if they're afraid enough, they can make you small. Wednesday spoke from her position by the window. Mother's right. You'll face prejudice at Hogwarts. Ignorance. Fear. But you'll also find allies, people who see past the surface to who you really are. The key is to stay true to yourself. Harry looked at the two of them, Morticia with her warm smile and steady presence, Wednesday with her dark eyes and absolute certainty. They'd taken him in when he had nothing. They'd taught him everything he knew. They'd loved him without condition or expectation. I don't want to leave, he whispered. You're not leaving, darling. You're just expanding. Morticia kissed his forehead. The estate will always be here. We'll always be here. And you'll come back for holidays, for summers, for whenever you need us. She smiled. Think of Hogwarts as an adventure. A chance to learn new things, meet new people, discover parts of yourself you haven't yet explored. Harry nodded slowly. Can I still practice necromancy there? Talk to the dead. You can practice anything you like, as long as you're discreet. The castle is old, very old. It has its own spirits, its own death energy. They'll likely respond to you. Wednesday's lips curved into something that might have been a smile. If nothing else, it will be interesting to see how Hogwarts reacts to a necromancer in its midst. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of preparation. Gomez took Harry to Diagon Alley, the magical shopping district in London, for supplies. They traveled by Flow Powder, which Harry found both terrifying and exhilarating, stumbling out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron with soot in his hair and wonder in his eyes. The alley was like nothing he'd ever seen. Shops selling cauldrons and robes and quills. An owl emporium filled with hooting birds. A wand shop with a mysterious, dusty window. Wizards and witches in robes of every color, bustling about their business as though this were perfectly ordinary. Gomez proved an excellent guide, steering Harry through the crowds with enthusiasm and occasional flourishes. My family did some business here, generations ago, he explained. Before we retreated from magical society. It's changed, but the bones are the same. At Madame Malkin's, Harry was measured for robes while a pale boy with a haughty expression was fitted nearby. The boy glanced at Harry's scar, visible despite his efforts to hide it with his fringe, and his eyes widened slightly. You're Harry Potter, he said. Harry tensed. Yes, I'm Draco Malfoy. The boy's voice held a curious mix of curiosity and condescension. My father's told me about you. You're famous, you know. The boy who lived, so I've heard. Do you know what house you'll be in? My father was in Slytherin. All the Malfoys have been in Slytherin. He said this as though it were the most important fact in the world. I don't know anything about houses. Draco looked startled. You don't know. He recovered quickly. Well, there are 4. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Slytherin's the best, of course. That's where you'll want to be. Harry thought about the sorting hat, which Gomez had described as a sentient artifact that judged character and assigned houses accordingly. I'll go where I'm put. Draco's expression flickered, disappointment, perhaps, or dismissal. Before he could respond, Gomez appeared at Harry's elbow. Ready, my boy. We've still got Flourish and Blots and Ollivanders. He glanced at Draco with polite disinterest. Friend of yours. Just met, Harry said. Ready to go. As they left, Harry felt Draco's gaze on his back, curious, assessing, slightly offended. He had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time he encountered Draco Malfoy. Ollivanders was a revelation. The old wandmaker himself, the ancient man with pale, silvery eyes, measured Harry with a tape that moved on its own and asked questions about his preferences that Harry couldn't answer. Wand after wand failed to choose him, until the piles of boxes threatened to overwhelm the small shop. I wonder, Mr. Ollivander murmured, more to himself than to Harry. I wonder. He disappeared into the back of the shop and emerged with a dusty box. Inside, on a faded velvet cushion, lay a wand of dark wood, simple and elegant. Holly and phoenix feather, Mr. Ollivander said softly. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. Warmth flooded through him, not the cold warmth of death energy, but something else. Something bright. Something alive. Gold sparks cascaded from the wand's tip, filling the shop with light. Curious, Mr. Ollivander murmured, his eyes fixed on Harry. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. Mr. Ollivander's gaze was unsettling, too deep, too knowing. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. Its brother gave me. Yes. The wand that attacked you belonged to the Dark Lord. The one who, Mr. Ollivander stopped, seeming to recall himself. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well, you know what happened. Harry stared at the wand in his hand. It felt right, perfect, even. But to know that its twin had been used to kill his parents, to try to kill him. Come, Harry. Gomez's hand on his shoulder was warm, grounding. We've what we came for. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry sat in the Bone Garden one last time. The guardians stood at their posts, silver eyes watching the darkness. The bones gleamed in the moonlight, arranged in their ancient patterns. And somewhere in the crypt, the spirits of generations waited, patient as always. Sentinel spoke first. You're leaving. For a while. For school. Harry looked up at the skeletal guardian. I'll come back. Holidays. Summers. Whenever I can. We know. We'll wait. Will you? Harry hesitated. Will you protect the spirits while I'm gone? The ones who need help. I don't want them to be alone. We will guard them as we guard you. That is our purpose. Harry felt a rush of gratitude so intense it brought tears to his eyes. Thank you. For everything. You're welcome, Guardian. Return to us safely. One by one, the guardians faded, not disappearing, but withdrawing their presence from his awareness. They would be there when he returned, waiting as they'd promised. But for now, they gave him space to say goodbye. Harry walked through the garden, touching bones as he passed, feeling the echoes of the lives they'd once supported. He stopped at the spiral altar and placed his palm against the vertebrae. I'll be back, he whispered. I promise. A warmth spread through the stones, acceptance, acknowledgement, farewell. Wednesday found him there an hour later, still sitting by the altar. You should sleep, she said. Tomorrow will be long. I know. Harry didn't move. I'm just thinking. About what? About everything. About how different my life would be if you hadn't found me in that cemetery. He looked up at her. I'd still be with the Dursleys. Still in the cupboard. Still alone. Yes, you would be. Instead, I have a family. I have magic. He gestured at the garden, at the crypt, at everything the Addamses had given him. I have all of this. Wednesday was silent for a long moment. Then she moved to sit beside him, close, but not touching. It was the closest she came to physical comfort. You earned it, she said quietly. Every bit of it, not because you were chosen or marked or special, but because of who you are. Because you listen. Because you care. Because you chose invitation over force when it would have been easier to do otherwise. Harry thought about Eleanor, about the spirit who'd tried to take his power, about all the spirits he'd helped over the years. I just did what felt right. That's all anyone can do. Wednesday paused. At Hogwarts, you'll face choices. Some will be easy, some will be hard. Remember what you've learned here. Remember who you are. And if you ever forget, she reached into her pocket and withdrew something small, pressing it into his hand. It was the raven pin she'd given him years ago, the one from Morticia, the one that marked him as part of the family. I'll keep it always, Harry said. I know. They sat together in the Bone Garden, surrounded by the dead and the moonlight and the quiet certainty of belonging. Tomorrow, Harry would leave for Hogwarts. Tomorrow, he would enter a world that knew his name but not his story, that had expectations but not understanding. But tonight, he he was exactly where he belonged. The next morning, Harry stood at the gates of the Addams estate, trunk packed, owl, a beautiful snowy head named Hedwig, perched on his shoulder. The whole family had gathered to see him off. Morticia, elegant and warm, kissing his forehead and whispering words of love. Gomez, emotional and proud, clapping him on the shoulder and telling him to make the ancestors proud. Grandmama, pressing a small packet of herbs into his pocket for emergencies. Pugsley, grinning his gap-toothed grin and promising to keep his electric chair warm. And Wednesday. She stood apart from the others, as always, her dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made his heart ache. Right, she said. It wasn't a request. I will. Remember what I taught you. Every day. And if anyone gives you trouble, her eyes flickered with something that might have been danger. The dead are always listening. Harry smiled. I know. He stepped through the gates and onto the path that would take him to Hogsmeade Station, where the Hogwarts Express waited. Behind him, the Addams estate rose against the gray sky, dark and beautiful and forever his home. Ahead of him, a new world waited. Harry took a breath, adjusted Hedwig on his shoulder, and walked forward. The Hogwarts Express was everything the Dursleys would have hated, loud, crowded, and full of magic. Harry found an empty compartment and settled in, watching through the window as the countryside rolled past. Hedwig dozed in her cage. His wand rested in his pocket, warm against his thigh. And somewhere in the distance, a castle waited that would be his home for the next 7 months. The compartment door slid open. A boy about his age stood there, red hair, freckles, a nervous smile. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head. Go ahead. The boy grinned and hauled his trunk inside, followed closely by an older version of himself. Same red hair, same freckles, but with a quieter, more serious expression. I'm Ron, the first boy said, settling into the seat across from Harry. Ron Weasley. This is my brother Percy. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Percy's eyebrows shot upward. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Honestly, Ron, Percy said finally, recovering his composure. Don't just stare. It's rude. He extended a hand to Harry. Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Ron's talked of nothing but meeting you since we got on the train. Harry shook his hand, bemused. He has. Well, Ron turned red. Not you specifically. Just, you know. The boy who lived. Everyone talks about you. Harry sighed inwardly. This again. By the time the train reached Hogwarts, Harry had learned a great deal about the Weasleys. They were a large family, 7 children, all magical, all raised in a house that sounded chaotic and warm and nothing like the Dursleys. Ron was the youngest boy, constantly living in the shadows of his older brother's achievements. Percy was a prefect, studious and proper, clearly destined for great things. They'd asked about Harry's family, and Harry had been vague. I live with relatives, but I'm close to another family, the Addamses, which seemed to satisfy them. They hadn't pressed about the scar, though Ron kept glancing at it when he thought Harry wasn't looking. As the train slowed and students began gathering their things, Ron leaned close. What house do you think you'll be in? I'm hoping for Gryffindor. All the Weasleys have been in Gryffindor. Harry shrugged. I don't know much about the houses. You don't. Ron looked startled, then recovered. Well, Gryffindor's the best. Brave and all that. Hufflepuff's nice but they take everyone. Ravenclaw's for swats like Percy. And Slytherin, he made a face. That's where the dark wizards come from. You don't want to be in Slytherin. Harry thought about the pale boy in Madame Malkin's, about his certainty that Slytherin was best. The dark wizards. You know who was in Slytherin. And most of his followers. Ron shivered. My dad says there's still plenty of dark families who send their kids there. Malfoys and such. Harry filed this away for later consideration. The castle rose out of the darkness like something from a dream. Torches flickered at its windows. Towers stretched toward the star-scattered sky. And as the first-year students were led across the grounds, Harry felt something stir in his chest. A recognition, a welcome, a sense that this place knew him somehow. The death energy here was old. Ancient. Layers upon layers of it, built up over centuries of magical use. Harry could feel it pressing against his awareness, curious, assessing, interested. You, a voice seemed to whisper, not a spirit, not quite, but the castle itself. You're different. Asterisk. Yes, Harry thought back. I am. The voice didn't respond, but he felt its attention linger on him as they entered the great hall and faced the sorting ceremony. Dash dash dash. The sorting hat was old and battered, its brim worn from centuries of use. When it sang its song, a rambling poem about the four houses and their virtues, Harry listened carefully, trying to read between the lines. When his name was called, the hall went silent. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him as he walked to the stool and sat down. The hat descended over his eyes, blocking out the light. Interesting, asterisk, a voice spoke in his mind. Very interesting. You've got quite the history, haven't you? And quite the power. Asterisk. Harry didn't respond. Slytherin could help you, you know. Ambition, cunning, the drive to prove yourself. You'd go far there. Asterisk. Harry thought about the pale boy, about Ron's warning. No, he thought. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. The hat sounded curious. Why not? You've got the ambition for it. The desire to be more than you were. Asterisk. I have a family who loves me. I don't need to prove anything. What about Gryffindor? Brave, daring, chivalrous. You've certainly got courage. I've never seen anyone stand up to me quite so firmly. Asterisk. Harry considered. Gryffindor sounded like Ron's family, warm, chaotic, brave. But was that who he was? Ravenclaw, then. Wit and learning. You've got a curious mind, I can see that. And Hufflepuff, loyalty, patience, hard work. You'd fit there too. Asterisk. The hat fell silent for a long moment. This is unusual, asterisk, it said finally. I can see qualities for every house in you. You could succeed anywhere. But there's something else, something beneath the surface. A connection to death that I've never encountered in one so young. Asterisk. That's who I am, Harry thought. That's what I do. Yes, I see that now. Another pause. Then it must be. Asterisk. The hat shouted its decision for the whole hall to hear. Gryffindor. Dash dash dash. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Ron was pounding the table, grinning broadly. Percy was applauding with dignified enthusiasm. Even some of the older students Harry didn't know were clapping and calling out welcomes. Harry made his way to the table, accepting handshakes and back pats, trying to smile despite feeling slightly overwhelmed. Ron grabbed his arm and pulled him into a seat. Gryffindor. I knew it. You're one of us. Harry managed a genuine smile. Thanks, Ron. As the feast began and the hall filled with warmth and noise, Harry felt the castle's attention shift away from him. Not completely, not permanently, but enough to let him breathe. He was here now. He was sorted. He was, for better or worse, a Gryffindor. But beneath the celebration, beneath the new friendships and new experiences, something else lingered. The death energy of the castle, ancient and deep, waiting to be explored. The spirits he could sense at the edges of his awareness, curious about the newcomer. The voice of the castle itself, still watching, still interested. Hogwarts would be an adventure. But the dead would always be with him. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 8 asterisk. Chapter 9, the dungeons respond. Dash dash dash. The first night at Hogwarts, Harry didn't sleep. Not because the bed was uncomfortable, it was infinitely better than the Dursleys' cupboard, though not quite as perfect as his bed at the Addams estate. Not because the other boys in his dormitory snored, Ron did, loudly and enthusiastically, but Harry had slept through worse. Not even because his mind was racing with everything that had happened, the sorting, the feast, the strange new world he'd entered. No, Harry didn't sleep because the castle was talking to him. Not in words, not yet. But in sensations, in pressures, in the constant awareness of death energy flowing through ancient stones like blood through veins. Hogwarts was old, older than the Addams estate, older than anything Harry had encountered. And like all old things, it had accumulated layers of death over the centuries. Students who'd died in accidents. Teachers who'd passed in their sleep. Victims of the various conflicts that had swept through the magical world. And beneath them all, deeper and older, the original builders, the founders themselves, perhaps, though their spirits had long since moved on. All of them present, all of them aware, all of them curious about the boy who carried death in his blood. You, asterisk, the castle whispered again, the same voice he'd felt at the gates. You're like us, asterisk. Harry lay in the darkness, his eyes open, his awareness reaching out to meet the castle's. I'm alive, asterisk. For now. But death clings to you. Marks you. Makes you kin. Asterisk. He thought about his scar, about the killing curse that had failed to kill him. About the death energy that had been part of him ever since. About his mother's spirit, watching from beyond the veil. Yes, asterisk, he admitted. I suppose it does. Asterisk. The castle seemed to approve. Its attention withdrew slightly, giving him space, but he could feel it still there, patient, waiting, interested. Sleep. Asterisk, it whispered. Tomorrow, we'll show you more. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Morning came gray and cold through the castle windows. Harry woke to find Ron already dressed and bouncing with excitement. Breakfast. Come on, Harry, I'm starving. The feast last night was brilliant, but I could eat a hippogriff. Harry dressed quickly, pulling on his new robes and following Ron out of the dormitory. The common room was already bustling with students, and the portrait hole, guarded by a fat lady in a pink dress, swung open to let them into the corridors beyond. The castle was different in daylight. Shadows still lingered in corners, but the death energy Harry had felt so strongly the night before had retreated to the edges of his awareness. Not gone, never gone, but quieter. More patient. Waiting for him to seek it out rather than pressing against him constantly. Ron led the way to the Great Hall, chattering about classes and teachers and which house he thought would win the Quidditch Cup. Harry nodded along, only half listening, his attention caught by the portraits they passed. They moved. They watched. They whispered to each other when they thought he wasn't looking. That's him, asterisk, he heard one say. The Potter boy, asterisk. Marked by death, asterisk, another agreed. You can see it in his eyes. Asterisk. Harry kept his expression neutral, but inside he was smiling. The dead, even the painted dead, recognized him. Hogwarts, for all its strangeness, already felt more like home than he'd expected. Dash dash dash. Breakfast was a noisy affair. The Great Hall buzzed with conversation as owls swooped in with post and students planned their days. Harry sat with Ron and a few other first-year Gryffindors, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who seemed perpetually nervous. So, Harry, Seamus said through a mouthful of toast, is it true? You're really the boy who lived. Harry sighed inwardly. He'd hoped the questions would stop after sorting. I suppose so. What's it like, having you know who tried to kill you and all? I don't remember it. I was a baby. Seamus looked disappointed, as though he'd expected dramatic details. Dean kicked him under the table. Neville, meanwhile, was staring at Harry with something like awe. My Gran says you're famous, Neville offered. She says everyone in the magical world knows your name. Harry shrugged. They seem to. Before anyone could ask more questions, the post arrived. A barn owl dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of Ron's older brother Percy, who was sitting further down the table. A tawny owl deposited a small package in Neville's lap. And a familiar black raven, the same one that had delivered his Hogwarts letter, landed gracefully in front of Harry, a small scroll tied to its leg. Harry untied the scroll as the raven perched on his shoulder, accepting bits of bacon with dignified appreciation. Harry, I trust you arrived safely and haven't yet been driven mad by the overly cheerful. Hogwarts has its charms, I'm told, though I've yet to verify this personally. Remember what I taught you: stillness, patience, invitation. The castle is old and full of death. It will respond to you if you let it. Asterisk. Mother sends her love. Father has already begun planning a welcome home feast for your first holiday. Pugsley asks if Hogwarts has an electric chair. I told him probably not, which disappointed him greatly. Asterisk. Write when you can. The dead are always listening. Asterisk. W. Asterisk. Harry smiled and tucked the letter into his pocket. Wednesday's voice, even in writing, was exactly what he needed. Dash dash dash. Classes began after breakfast. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was strict but fascinating. Charms with Professor Flitwick was chaotic but fun. And then, after lunch, came the class Harry had been both anticipating and dreading, Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell. The professor was a nervous man who stuttered and smelled faintly of garlic. His classroom was dark and cluttered, and he spent most of the lesson talking about vampires and hags in a trembling voice that made it hard to concentrate. But Harry couldn't concentrate anyway. Because something in the back of the classroom was wrong. The death energy there was different, twisted, corrupted, hungry in a way that made his skin crawl. He'd felt something similar before, in the spirit that had tried to take his power. But this was worse. This was older. This was waiting. Harry. Sentinel's voice echoed in his mind, faint but clear even across the distance. There is something dark in that place. Asterisk. I know, Harry thought back. I can feel it. Be careful. Do not approach it alone. Asterisk. I won't. But even as he thought it, he knew the warning might be impossible to keep. The darkness in that corner, wherever it came from, whatever it was, felt connected to him somehow. Drawn to him, curious about him. It felt, disturbingly, like recognition. That night, Harry couldn't sleep again. Not because of the castle's whispers this time, though those continued, soft and constant at the edges of his awareness. But because of what he'd felt in the defense classroom. That wrongness. That hunger. That sense of something ancient and evil, watching him from behind a stuttering professor's frightened eyes. He slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Ron, and made his way to the common room. The fire had burned low, casting dancing shadows across the furniture. Harry settled into an armchair and closed his eyes, reaching out with his awareness. The castle responded immediately. You seek something, asterisk, it whispered. There's something here, something dark. In the defense classroom. Yes. The turret. The one who stutters. He carries a passenger. Asterisk. A passenger. Harry's heart beat faster. What kind of passenger? Old. Hungry. Wrapped in turbans and fear. Asterisk. Harry thought about Professor Quirrell's turban, the way it wrapped around his head, the faint smell that seemed to come from it, the way his eyes sometimes flickered to the side as though listening to something no one else could hear. Possession, he realized. Something was possessing Professor Quirrell. You see clearly, asterisk, the castle approved. For one so young. Asterisk. What is it? What's possessing him? But the castle didn't answer. Its attention withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the dying fire. The next day, Harry made a decision. He needed to explore. Needed to understand the castle's death energy, its spirits, its secrets. Not just because he was curious, though he was, but because he needed to prepare. If there was something dark at Hogwarts, something that recognized him, he needed to know what it was before it made its move. He began his explorations after classes, when the other first years were in the common room or the library. He wandered corridors that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking, climbed staircases that moved on their own, past portraits that whispered his name. And everywhere he went, he felt the death energy. It was strongest in the oldest parts of the castle, the dungeons, the towers, the places where centuries of magic had seeped into the very stones. Harry followed it like a current, letting it guide him deeper into Hogwarts' hidden places. On the third day of exploring, he found the catacombs. They were hidden behind a tapestry on the 7th floor, a tapestry Harry had passed dozens of times without noticing anything unusual. But on this day, the death energy pulsed strongly from that spot, drawing him like a beacon. He pushed the tapestry aside and found a door. It was old, older than anything else in the castle, older than the founders themselves, perhaps. Carved from dark stone, covered in symbols that matched the ones in the Addams crypt. And when Harry touched it, it swung open without a sound. Beyond lay darkness. Harry stepped through. The catacombs stretched beneath Hogwarts like the roots of an ancient tree. Tunnels branched in every direction, their walls lined with niches. Containing bones. Not skeletons, not whole, not arranged, but fragments. Remains of creatures Harry couldn't identify, stacked and stored with a care that spoke of ritual purpose. The death energy here was overwhelming. Harry stopped just inside the entrance, letting it wash over him. It was like the Bone Garden, but deeper, older, more concentrated. Centuries of death, accumulated in this underground space, pressing against him from every side. Welcome, asterisk, a voice spoke, not the castles this time, but something else. Something that lived in the catacombs. We've been waiting, asterisk. Harry's guardians materialized around him, sentinel, warder, keeper, watcher, their silver eyes bright in the darkness. They felt it too, this ancient presence. They were ready. Who are you? Harry asked. We are the Forgotten. The ones who built this place before the castle was raised. The ones who sleep beneath the stones and remember when magic was young. Asterisk. Harry moved deeper into the catacombs, the guardians flanking him. The niches grew denser, the bones more numerous. Some were human, some were not. You carry death in your blood, asterisk the voice continued. We felt you arrive, felt the mark on your forehead, the connection to the veil. You are like the old ones, the ones who came before. Asterisk. I'm just Harry. Just Harry. The voice seemed amused. There is no, just, about you, child. You are a necromancer. A death touched. A bridge between worlds. We have waited centuries for such a one. Asterisk. Why? Because we are tired. Because we have been forgotten too long. Because we wish to be seen. Asterisk. Harry stopped before a wall of bones, skulls arranged in patterns that reminded him of the bone garden. He reached out and touched one, feeling its echo, its memory, its ancient weariness. I see you, he whispered. The catacombs responded. Light flared, not harsh light, but soft, silver, like the guardian's eyes. The bones seemed to glow, each one contributing to a gentle illumination that pushed back the darkness. And in that light, Harry saw them. Spirits. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Filling the catacombs like mist, their forms translucent but distinct. They were watching him, all of them, with eyes that held centuries of patience. You see us, asterisk the voice said, and now Harry could see its source, a spirit older than any he'd encountered, its form barely holding together. Truly see us. Asterisk. Yes. Harry's voice was steady. I do. Dash dash dash. The spirits of the catacombs were different from any he'd encountered. They weren't trapped by rage or grief, like Eleanor had been. They weren't simply curious or lonely, like the spirits in the Addams crypt. They were waiting for something, someone, to acknowledge them. To remember them. To give them permission to finally rest. We built this place, asterisk the ancient spirit explained. Before the castle, before the founders, before the magic that now fills these halls. We were the first, the ones who discovered that death was not an ending, but a door. Asterisk. Harry sat cross-legged on the stone floor, the guardians around him, the spirits filling the space like mist. What happened to you? Time happened. Memory faded. The living forgot us, and we forgot ourselves. Now we simply wait. Asterisk. For what? For someone to see us. To remind us who we were. To help us remember how to let go. Asterisk. Harry thought about Eleanor, about the peace in her eyes when she'd finally released her rage. He thought about all the spirits he'd helped at the Addams estate, each one finding rest when someone truly witnessed them. I can try, he said. I can't promise anything, I'm still learning. But I can try. The ancient spirit's form flickered, with hope, perhaps, or gratitude. That is more than we've had in centuries. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Harry returned to the catacombs every night after that. He sat with the spirits, listening to their stories, witnessing their existence. Some remembered their names, their lives, their loves. Others had faded so completely that all they could offer was a sense of presence, a willingness to be seen without words. He learned their history from the fragments they shared. They had been here before Hogwarts, before the founders, before the castle, before magic was organized into schools and houses. They had practiced necromancy in its oldest form, the kind that predated wands and incantations, the kind that was simply being with the dead. And then they had died. All of them, eventually, as all things do. But their spirits had lingered, bound to the place they'd loved, watching as generations came and went above them. The founders knew we were here, asterisk the ancient spirit told him. They built around us, respecting our presence. But as centuries passed, even they forgot. Now we are merely legend, a story told to frighten children. Asterisk. Not to me, Harry said. You're real to me. Yes, we know. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The Hogwarts dungeons responded to Harry's presence in ways he hadn't expected. Not just the catacombs, though those were the most dramatic example, but everywhere. The death energy that permeated the castle seemed to lean toward him, to gather where he walked, to thicken in rooms he occupied. Other students noticed, though they didn't understand what they were noticing. Why's it so cold in here? Ron complained one evening in the common room, wrapped in a blanket despite the fire. It's like a tomb. Harry hid a smile. Is it? And the shadows, they keep moving. I swear I saw one reach for you. You're imagining things. But Ron wasn't, and Harry knew it. The shadows were moving, responding to him the way the Addams shadows had, drawn by his connection to death. He'd have to be more careful. More controlled. The last thing he needed was to frighten his new friends. The ghosts of Hogwarts were another matter entirely. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, introduced himself on Harry's second week. He was a cheerful sort, for a ghost, and seemed genuinely pleased to meet a student who didn't flinch at his presence. Potter. The famous Harry Potter. Nick bowed, his head wobbling precariously on its partially severed neck. We ghosts have been quite eager to meet you. The castle hasn't stopped talking about your arrival. It hasn't. Oh, my dear boy, no. A necromancer at Hogwarts, it's been centuries. Nick drifted closer, his translucent form catching the torchlight. The last one was a Slytherin, I believe. Terrible sort. Tried to raise an army of the dead during a inter-house quarrel. It didn't end well. Harry filed this away. Are there many necromancers in the magical world? Very few. The art is misunderstood. Feared. Nick's expression softened. But you're different. I can feel it. You don't seek to command us, you simply acknowledge. It's quite refreshing. Other ghosts approached him too. The Grey Lady, who rarely spoke to anyone, paused one evening in the corridor to study him with ancient, knowing eyes. You carry your mother's love, she said softly. That is rare. The fat friar beamed at him in passing. The bloody Baron, terrifying, silent, covered in silver bloodstains, stopped once in the middle of a corridor and simply looked at Harry for a long, uncomfortable moment. Then he nodded, actually nodded, and continued on his way. Even Peeves, the poltergeist, seemed to treat Harry differently. He still caused chaos, still threw things and sang rude songs, but he never targeted Harry directly. Once, Harry caught him watching from a corner, his expression almost respectful. By October, Harry had established a routine: classes during the day, homework in the evenings, and at night, when the castle slept, he descended to the catacombs to sit with the ancient spirits. They were changing, slowly, gradually. Some of the fainter ones had grown stronger, their forms more distinct, their memories more accessible. The ancient spirit itself, he'd learned to call it simply Elder, had begun to remember its name. I was called Morwen, it told him one night. In the old tongue, before the founders came. Morwen of the first circle. Morwen, Harry repeated. That's beautiful. It means, maiden of the sea, in the old language. I was born near water. A pause. I had forgotten that for centuries. Can you remember more? About your life, your family? Morwen's form flickered, thinking, reaching, remembering. I had a daughter. She died young, a fever, I think. I buried her myself, in the old way, with flowers and tears and a promise to remember. Did you? For a time. Then, the spirit's voice faltered. Then I forgot. I forgot her face, her name, her voice. I forgot everything except the grief. Harry's heart ached. I'm sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given her back to me. Morwen's form steadied, grew brighter. I remember now. Her name was Alara. She had my eyes and her father's smile. She loved the sea as I did, would play in the waves for hours without tiring. Alara, Harry whispered. I'll remember her too, I promise. Morwen's gratitude washed over him like warm water, the spirit's thanks, freely given, carrying centuries of loneliness finally eased. The news of Harry's nighttime activities spread, as news always does in a castle full of ghosts. Not to the living, the ghosts were careful about that, respecting his privacy. But among themselves, they talked. And the more they talked, the more spirits came to find him. Not just the catacombs dwellers now, but others. Ghosts who haunted specific corridors. Spirits trapped in paintings, unable to leave their frames. Even a few who lingered in the forbidden forest, drawn by the strange pull of his presence. Harry helped them as best he could. Some needed simply to be heard. Others needed help remembering. A few, the angry ones, the trapped ones, the ones who'd been wronged, needed something more. The same kind of witnessing he'd given Eleanor. He did for them what the Addamses had taught him. He listened. He witnessed. He invited rather than commanded. And one by one, they found peace. One night in late October, Wednesday's raven found him in the catacombs. Harry was sitting with Morwen, listening to memories of the old days, when the raven appeared, flying through the stone walls as though they weren't there, landing on his shoulder with a soft croak. The scroll tied to its leg was shorter than usual. Harry, I've been researching. The darkness you sensed, the one possessing your professor, has a name. It calls itself Voldemort. It is the same being who killed your parents. Asterisk. Be careful. It knows you're there. It's been waiting for you. Asterisk. W. Asterisk. Harry read the words 3 times, his blood running cold. Voldemort. At Hogwarts. Possessing Professor Quirrell, hiding in plain sight, waiting. For him. What is it? Morwen asked, sensing his distress. Harry looked up at the ancient spirit, at the catacombs full of sleeping dead, at the guardians standing silent watch. Trouble, he said quietly. Old trouble. Coming for me. Then you must prepare. Asterisk. How? Morwen's form flickered, not with weakness but with purpose. The catacombs have protected sleepers for centuries. They can protect you too. Call on us when you need us. We will answer. Asterisk. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Morwen. You are welcome, death-touched child. You are always welcome. Here. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. November brought rain and cold and the first real tests of Harry's Hogwarts life. Classes grew harder. Homework piled up. Ron and the other Gryffindors became genuine friends, their initial awe at his fame fading into comfortable camaraderie. Hermione Granger, a bushy-haired girl in their year, joined their study sessions with bossy enthusiasm that somehow endeared her to them despite herself. But beneath the normalcy, Harry carried the weight of what Wednesday had told him. Voldemort was here. Voldemort was watching. Voldemort was waiting for something, perhaps the right moment, perhaps the right opportunity, perhaps simply for Harry to be alone. He wasn't alone, though. He had Ron and Hermione, true. But more importantly, he had the dead. The catacomb spirits watched over him now, their awareness extending throughout the castle. The ghosts reported anything unusual. Even the portraits kept an eye on Quirrell's movements, passing information through channels Harry barely understood. He was protected, surrounded, watched over by centuries of death. And when the time came, when Voldemort finally made his move, Harry would be ready. Dash dash dash. The dungeons responded to his resolve. The death energy that filled them seemed to approve of his preparations, thickening around him like armor, pressing close like loyal guards. The shadows followed him more closely now, stretching toward him when he passed, retreating only when he willed it. Even the Slytherins, housed in the dungeons, surrounded by this energy daily, seemed affected. They avoided him in the corridors, though whether from fear or respect he couldn't tell. Draco Malfoy, in particular, watched him with narrowed eyes, as though trying to solve a puzzle whose pieces kept changing. Harry didn't care. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them fear if they chose. He knew who he was. He knew what he carried. And he knew, with the absolute certainty of one who'd spoken with the dead, that when the darkness came for him, he would not face it alone. The dead were with him. They always would be. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 9 asterisk. Chapter 10, The Forbidden Art Misunderstood. Dash dash dash. The trouble began with a single question in defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell had been his usual nervous self, stuttering through a lesson on She-Ba werewolves, when he called on Harry to answer a question about silver and moonlight. Harry gave the correct answer. He'd learned about werewolves from Grandmama years ago, and sat back down, expecting the lesson to continue. But Quirrell didn't continue. Instead, he stared at Harry with an intensity that made the back of Harry's neck prickle. Very good, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said slowly, his stutter momentarily absent. Your knowledge of dark creatures is impressive. Where did you learn such things? Harry kept his expression neutral. I read a lot. Indeed. Quirrell's eyes lingered on him a moment longer, then he turned back to the blackboard. But Harry felt that gaze like a physical weight, assessing, curious, hungry. He knew, then, that Quirrell, or whatever rode Quirrell, was watching him. Waiting. Planning. Dash dash dash. The next few weeks passed without incident. Harry continued his nightly visits to the catacombs, continued helping the spirits find peace, continued building his connection to the castle's death energy. Ron and Hermione remained blissfully unaware of his extracurricular activities, though Hermione occasionally commented on his pale complexion and suggested more time in the fresh air. But on the first day of December, everything changed. It started in the Great Hall at breakfast. Harry was eating toast and reviewing his charms notes when a barn owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Professor McGonagall. She glanced at the front page, and her expression shifted, just slightly, just for a moment, before she folded the paper and tucked it away. Harry might not have noticed, except that the death energy in the hall suddenly spiked. Something was wrong. Something was coming. He didn't have to wait long. That afternoon, Harry was walking to herbology when a prefect intercepted him. "Potter, Professor McGonagall wants to see you." Now, Harry's heart rate quickened, but he kept his expression calm. "Any idea what about?" The prefect shrugged, uninterested or uninformed, Harry couldn't tell. "Just go." He found McGonagall in her office, a small, neat space filled with papers and a fire that crackled cheerfully. But her expression was anything but cheerful. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. McGonagall studied him for a long moment over her spectacles. "I've received some concerning reports. About you." "What kind of reports?" "The kind that involve the dark arts." She held up a hand as Harry started to speak. "Let me finish. These reports come from multiple sources, students, staff, even some of the castle ghosts. They say you've been seen in places you shouldn't be. That you consort with spirits. That you practice necromancy." Harry's blood ran cold. Are these reports accurate? He could lie. He could deflect. He could pretend to be something he wasn't. But the Addamses had taught him better than that. They'd taught him that hiding only made fear stronger, that truth was the only foundation for trust. "Yes," he said quietly. "They're accurate." McGonagall's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted, surprise, perhaps, or respect for his honesty. "Explain." So Harry did. He told her about the Addamses, about his adoption, about his training in necromancy. He told her about the catacombs beneath the castle, about the spirits who'd been waiting there for centuries, forgotten and alone. He told her about listening rather than commanding, about invitation rather than force, about helping the dead find peace instead of using them as weapons. When he finished, McGonagall was silent for a long moment. "Mr. Potter," she said finally, "do you understand why necromancy is considered a dark art? Because people fear it. Because they don't understand it. Because some necromancers use it to dominate and control." "Exactly." McGonagall leaned forward. "The magical world has a long and painful history with necromancy. Dark wizards have used it to raise armies of inferi, corpses animated without will or consent. They've tortured spirits, enslaved them, twisted them into weapons. The art itself isn't evil, but its potential for abuse is enormous." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I was taught differently. My family, the Addamses, they believe in consent. In invitation. In treating the dead with respect." McGonagall studied him with those sharp eyes. "And you've been doing this at Hogwarts? Helping spirits find peace?" "Yes, Professor. Without anyone's permission. Without oversight." Harry hesitated. "I didn't think I needed permission. The spirits needed help. I helped them." McGonagall removed her spectacles and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Mr. Potter, I don't doubt your intentions. But you must understand, Hogwarts is responsible for your safety, and for the safety of everyone in it. Practicing an obscure and misunderstood branch of magic without supervision is problematic." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble." "I know you didn't." McGonagall replaced her spectacles. "However, I'm going to have to investigate this matter further. There will be questions. Possibly a formal inquiry. In the meantime," she fixed him with a stern look, "you will cease all necromantic activities until further notice. Is that understood?" Harry's heart sank. "Yes, Professor." "Good. You may go." The news spread faster than Harry would have believed possible. By dinner, the entire school seemed to know that Harry Potter had been called before McGonagall. By the next morning, rumors had transformed the simple facts into something far more dramatic. "Did you hear? Potter's been practicing dark arts. Necromancy, they say. Raising the dead. My cousin's friend's sister saw him in the dungeons with skeletons. Real skeletons, marching behind him like soldiers. Harry heard these whispers as he walked to classes, as he sat in the Great Hall, as he tried to focus on his schoolwork. The other Gryffindors were supportive. Ron cursed the rumor mongers, Hermione insisted the truth would come out, but even they looked at him differently now. With questions. With uncertainty. You should have told us, Hermione said quietly one evening in the common room. About the necromancy, I mean. We're your friends. We would have understood. Would you? Harry asked. Really? Hermione hesitated. Yes. I think so. It's not like you're hurting anyone. I'm not. I never have. Harry stared into the fire. But people don't care about that. They just care about their fear. The inquiry took place a week later. Harry was called before a panel of professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Dumbledore himself. They sat behind a long table in an unused classroom, their expressions ranging from stern McGonagall to curious Flitwick to openly hostile Snape to warmly interested Dumbledore. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began, his voice gentle, we've asked you here today to better understand your extracurricular activities. Please, tell us in your own words what you've been doing at Hogwarts. Harry took a breath. Then he told them everything, the same story he'd told McGonagall, but with more detail. He told them about the catacombs, about Morwen and the other ancient spirits, about the ghosts who'd sought his help. He told them about invitation and consent, about the difference between necromancy and necromantic abuse, about everything the Addamses had taught him. When he finished, silence filled the room. Flitwick spoke first. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. The catacombs beneath Hogwarts, I'd heard rumors, of course, but to know they're real, and that the spirits there have been waiting all these centuries. He shook his head in wonder. Snape's voice was cold. Convenient story. Do you have any proof? The spirits themselves, Harry said. Call them. They'll confirm what I've said. And how do you propose we do that? None of us are necromancers. Harry hesitated. Then he reached out with his awareness, carefully, knowing the professors were watching, and called to Morwen. The temperature in the room plummeted. Morwen materialized slowly, her ancient form taking shape in the center of the circle. She looked around at the assembled professors, then fixed her gaze on Harry. You called, child. Yes. These are my teachers. They need to know the truth about what I've been doing in the catacombs. Morwen turned to face the professors. Her form flickered with the effort of manifesting so far from the catacombs, but she held steady. The boy speaks truly. He has helped us, helped me, remember who we were. He has given us peace we haven't known in centuries. He has never once tried to command or control. He has only witnessed. Flitwick gasped. McGonagall's stern expression softened. Even Snape looked momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Thank you, Ancient One. You've been most helpful. Morwen inclined her head, then faded. The inquiry concluded with no formal punishment. Dumbledore, it seemed, had been aware of the catacombs for years. I felt it only right to let the dead rest in peace, and was satisfied that Harry's activities had caused no harm. Flitwick was fascinated by the historical implications. McGonagall, while still concerned about safety, agreed that Harry's intentions were good. Only Snape seemed unconvinced. His dark eyes followed Harry with an expression that mixed suspicion with something else, something Harry couldn't quite read. You may go, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said gently. But I would ask that you keep me informed of any future interactions with the dead. Purely as a matter of safety. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. But the inquiry's conclusion didn't end the rumors. If anything, they grew worse. The fact that Harry had been investigated, even cleared, only seemed to confirm for some that there was something to investigate. Students whispered behind his back. Parents wrote letters demanding answers. A few particularly fearful students requested transfers to different houses. Harry bore it as he'd borne the Dursleys, cruelty, with patience, with silence, with the knowledge that their fear was their problem, not his. But it was harder here, where he'd hoped to find friends and acceptance. Harder when even Ron occasionally looked at him with questions in his eyes. Why didn't you tell me? Ron asked one night in the dormitory, after the others had fallen asleep. About the necromancy, I mean. We're mates. I thought you trusted me. Harry turned to face him in the darkness. I do trust you, but I've learned, the hard way, that people react badly to things they don't understand. I didn't want to lose you. You won't lose me. Ron's voice was firm. You're weird, yeah, but you're my mate. Weird mates are the best kind. Harry smiled, the first genuine smile in days. Thanks, Ron. What mates are for. A pause. So, the skeletons, can you really make them dance? Harry laughed. Sometimes. They're not very good at it. Brilliant. You'll have to show me sometime. Hermione's reaction was more academic. Your necromancy, it's fascinating, she said in the library a few days later, surrounded by books she'd checked out on the subject. The magical world has completely misunderstood it for centuries. Did you know that ancient Egyptian witches practiced a form of necromancy that was considered sacred? It wasn't until the medieval period that it became associated with dark wizards. I didn't know that, Harry admitted. It's all here. She pushed a book toward him. A History of Death Magic. It talks about how different cultures have approached necromancy, some revering it, some fearing it, some trying to ban it entirely. She paused. The Addamses sound like they follow the old traditions. The respectful ones. They do. Wednesday taught me that force is failure. That the dead deserve the same consideration as the living. Hermione nodded approvingly. That's actually quite ethical. I'd like to meet this Wednesday someday. You would. Harry was surprised. Most people find her intimidating. I find most people underestimate the value of intimidation. Hermione smiled primly. A girl who knows her own mind and isn't afraid to show it. Sounds like someone worth knowing. The fear among students didn't disappear, but it did evolve. Some continued to avoid Harry, crossing corridors when they saw him coming, whispering behind their hands. Others, the curious ones, the brave ones, began to approach him with questions. Was it true he could talk to ghosts? Could he see the Grey Lady whenever he wanted? Had he ever raised a full skeleton? Harry answered honestly when he could, deflected when he couldn't. He wasn't there to perform or to prove himself. He was there to learn, to grow, to become the person the Addamses believed he could be. But the experience taught him something valuable. The living would fear him, some of them, always. No amount of explanation, no amount of proof, would change that. Their fear was rooted in something deeper than logic, something primal that recoiled from death and anyone associated with it. He couldn't change that. He could only control how he responded to it. And he responded by being exactly who he was. By continuing his work with the dead, quietly, respectfully, without seeking attention or approval. By proving through his actions that their fear was misplaced, not by arguing, but by being. It was, he realized, exactly what Wednesday would have done. The spirits noticed his struggle. Morwen came to him one night in the catacombs, her ancient form more solid than usual. You carry a weight, she observed. The living trouble you. Some of them. They're afraid of what I am. Fear is their choice, not yours. She drifted closer. We do not fear you, Harry. We never will. Remember that when the living forget. Harry nodded slowly. I will. You have given us peace. You have remembered us when the world forgot. You have treated us as people, as beings worthy of dignity and respect. Her form flickered with emotion. That is rare. That is precious. That is why we honor you. The living don't honor me. They fear me. Then the living are fools. Morwen's voice held an edge of ancient anger. They fear the one who helps rather than harms. They fear the boy who carries death in his blood but uses it for life. They fear, and in their fear, they miss the gift standing before them. Harry smiled, a sad smile, but genuine. Thank you, Morwen. You're welcome, child. Now rest. Tomorrow, there are more spirits who need you. December brought snow and Christmas holidays in a letter from Wednesday. Harry, I've been following your situation through the spirits. Yes, some of them travel. You'd be surprised. The inquiry, the rumors, the fear, you've handled it well. Better than I expected, if I'm honest. Remember, the living will always fear what they don't understand. That's not your burden to carry. Your burden is to remain true to yourself, to keep choosing invitation over force, respect over domination, love over fear. Mother sends her love. Father has already decorated the estate for your return. Pugsley asks if Hogwarts has a torture chamber. I told him probably not, but that you'd check. See you soon. W. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket, next to the raven pin he always carried. Soon, he'd be home. Soon, he'd be surrounded by people who understood him, who loved him, who never feared what he was. Soon, He could set down the weight of the living's fear and simply be. But until then, he had work to do. Spirits to help. A path to walk. And when the fear got too heavy, he had the dead, always patient, always waiting, always grateful, to remind him who he really was. End of chapter 10 *. Chapter 11, The Gravebound Oath. Christmas at the Addams estate was exactly what Harry needed. The moment he stepped through the gates, the weight he'd been carrying since the inquiry began to lift. Morticia's embrace was warm and perfumed. Gomez's booming laugh echoed through the halls. Pugsley immediately dragged him off to see the improvements to his electric chair. Even Lurch, the silent driver, offered something that might have been a smile. But it was Wednesday who understood best. They sat in the bone garden that evening, surrounded by snow and skeletons and the quiet presence of the dead. The guardians stood at their posts, silver eyes gleaming in the twilight. And Harry told her everything, the inquiry, the rumors, the way students looked at him now, the fear that followed him like a shadow. "You handled it well," Wednesday said when he finished. "Better than I would have. Really. The temptation to prove yourself, to show them, to make them understand, would have been strong. You resisted." She turned to look at him, her dark eyes unreadable. "That takes more strength than any spell." Harry stared out at the bone garden. "It's hard, though. Being feared. Yes, it is." A pause. "I've lived with it my whole life. The villagers, the shopkeepers, even some of our own relatives, they look at me and see something wrong. Something to be avoided." Her voice was flat, matter of fact. "You learn to live with it. To build walls. To find comfort in the few who see past the surface. Is that what you did? Before I came?" "Yes." Wednesday's gaze softened almost imperceptibly. "And then I found you. In a cemetery, talking to graves. And I realized I wasn't alone anymore." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. "I'm glad you found me. As am I." The conversation stayed with Harry throughout the holidays. He thought about walls, about the ones Wednesday had built, about the ones he was building himself. He thought about fear, about how it shaped people's perceptions, about how hard it was to be seen clearly when everyone was too frightened to look. And he thought about the spirits. The ones who never feared him. The ones who saw exactly who he was and loved him anyway. On the last night of the holidays, he returned to the bone garden alone. The guardians greeted him with their usual silent attention. The bones gleamed in the moonlight. And somewhere in the crypt, the spirits of generations waited, patient as always. But Harry wasn't here for them tonight. He was here for himself. "I need to make a choice," he said aloud. "A real one. Not just a promise, but something binding." The guardian stirred. Sentinel spoke first. "What kind of choice?" "A choice about who I am. About what kind of necromancer I want to be." Harry moved to the center of the garden, to the spiral altar where he'd first summoned the guardians. "I've seen what fear does. I've felt it pressing against me every day at Hogwarts. And I know, that the temptation to prove myself, to show them, to force them to understand, that temptation will only grow. Yes. So I need to bind myself. Not to stop them from fearing me, I can't control that. But to stop myself from responding with force. From becoming what they fear." The guardians exchanged glances, an eerie sight, 4 skeletal heads turning in unison. "There is a way," Keeper spoke. "An ancient oath. One that binds the necromancer to the dead they serve. Tell me. The gravebound oath," Keeper explained, "was older than the Addams family. Older than Hogwarts. Older than any living memory. It came from the first necromancers, the ones who'd discovered that death was not an ending but a door, and that those who walked through it deserved respect. To take the oath is to bind yourself irrevocably," Keeper continued. "To the dead. To their service. To the principle of invitation over force. Break it, and you lose everything, your power, your connection, your very self. What do I have to do? Speak the words. Mean them. And offer something precious as proof of your intent. Harry thought about Eleanor, about Morwen, about all the spirits he'd helped. He thought about his mother, watching from beyond the veil. He thought about Wednesday, and the Addamses, and everything they'd given him. "I offer my fear," he said slowly. "The fear of being misunderstood, of being feared myself. I offer it freely, not to forget. but to transform it. To make it into something that binds me to the dead rather than separates me from them. The guardians were silent for a long moment. That is, unusual, Sentinel finally said. But appropriate. Fear is powerful currency. Offer it truly, and the oath will hold. Harry nodded. Tell me the words. The words were old, older than English, older than any language Harry knew. But as Keeper spoke them, he understood their meaning in his heart. I bind myself to the dead. I bind myself to service. I bind myself to invitation over force, to respect over domination, to love over fear. I will not command what will not consent. I will not raise what does not wish to rise. I will not use what does not offer itself freely. This I swear by the fear I carry, by the love I bear, by the death that marks me and the life that sustains me. So be it, so it is, so it will always be. As Harry spoke the final words, something shifted in the Bone Garden. The death energy that saturated the place seemed to focus on him, pressing close, examining his intent. The Guardians' silver eyes blazed brighter than he'd ever seen. And then, warmth. Not the cold warmth of death energy, but something else. Something that felt like acceptance. Like approval. Like the dead themselves reaching out to acknowledge his oath. It is done, Keeper said. You are gravebound. Harry opened his eyes. The garden looked the same, bones gleaming, snow falling, guardians watching. But he felt different. Lighter, somehow. More settled. As though a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted. Now what? He asked. Now you live it. Every day. Every choice. Every moment. Sentinel's voice was solemn. The oath isn't a shield, it's a compass. It won't protect you from temptation, but it will always show you the right path. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. Good. Then return to Hogwarts. The dead there need you. And now you're truly ready to serve them. The train ride back to Hogwarts gave Harry time to think. He sat alone in a compartment. Ron was further down the train with Hermione and some other friends, and watched the snowy countryside roll past. His hand rested on the raven pin in his pocket, a habit he'd developed over the years. And in his mind, he reviewed the oath he'd taken. I bind myself to invitation over force. It wasn't just about necromancy. It was about everything. About how he responded to fear, to anger, to the constant pressure of being the boy who lived. About choosing understanding over retaliation, peace over violence, love over hate. He thought about Voldemort, about the darkness possessing Quirrell, waiting somewhere in the castle. About what Wednesday had written, it knows you're there. It's been waiting for you. When that confrontation came, and Harry was certain it would, the oath would guide him. Not to weakness, not to passivity, but to something stronger than force. Something the Dark Lord could never understand. Love, respect, the willingness to see even enemies as people. It sounded impossible. It probably was impossible, for most. But Harry had been raised by Addamses, by people who understood that darkness wasn't evil, that death wasn't an ending, that the most powerful force in the universe wasn't magic but connection. He would find a way. He had to. Hogwarts welcomed him back with its usual whisper of death energy. Harry felt it as he stepped through the gates, the ancient awareness of the castle, the spirits in the walls, the catacombs beneath. They'd missed him. They were glad he'd returned. You're different, the castle observed. Bound now. Oathed. Yes. Good. The Dark One grows restless. You'll need the oath's strength. Harry's heart rate quickened. Quirrell. Voldemort. The one who hides. The one who waits. He knows you're here. He's been planning. Planning what? But the castle didn't answer. Its attention withdrew, leaving Harry with the uncomfortable certainty that something was coming, something he needed to prepare for. The first weeks of term passed in a blur of classes and homework and quiet visits to the catacombs. Harry continued his work with the spirits, helping them remember, helping them find peace. But now he did it with a new awareness, the oath humming in the background of his consciousness, a constant reminder of who he'd chosen to be. Morwen noticed the change immediately. You've bound yourself, she said the first night he visited after the holidays. I can feel it, the weight of it, Yes, I took the gravebound oath. Bold, dangerous, Wise. Her ancient form flickered with something like pride. The old necromancers would approve. The ones who understood that power without restraint is poison. I'm trying to be like them. Like the first ones. You're succeeding. She drifted closer. The spirits here feel it. They trust you more now. They'll come to you more freely. True to her word, new spirits began appearing in the catacombs. Ones Harry hadn't met before, deeper sleepers, ones who'd been waiting longer, ones who'd given up hope of ever being seen. They came to him hesitantly at first, then more boldly as they felt the oath's protection. Harry helped them as he'd helped the others. He listened. He witnessed. He reminded them of who they'd been, of the lives they'd lived, of the love they'd carried. And one by one, they found peace. Ron and Hermione noticed the change too. You seem different, Ron observed one evening in the common room. Calmer, somehow. Like you've figured something out. Harry smiled. Maybe I have. Is it the necromancy thing? The spirits? Hermione's voice was curious rather than judgmental. I've been reading more about it, you know. The gravebound oath is mentioned in some of the older texts. It's considered incredibly rare, and incredibly binding. It is binding, Harry agreed. That's the point. But why? Ron asked. I mean, you weren't hurting anyone before. Why bind yourself? Because temptation is real. Because power wants to be used. Because I've seen what happens to necromancers who forget that the dead deserve respect. Harry stared into the fire. I didn't want to become that. I wanted to make sure I never would. Ron nodded slowly, processing this. That's actually pretty smart. Hermione's eyes were bright with understanding. It's like a vow. Like the ones meta-wizards take. First, do no harm. Exactly. February brought rain and wind and a growing sense of unease. Harry felt it everywhere, in the corridors, in the classrooms, in the Great Hall during meals. The death energy of the castle was disturbed, rippling with currents he couldn't trace. Something was happening. Something was building. Quirrell was the epicenter. The stuttering professor had grown more nervous, more twitchy, more wrong. His turban seemed to pulse with a life of its own. And whenever Harry passed him in the corridors, he felt that hungry gaze following him, assessing, planning, waiting. The guardians warned him constantly now. He grows bolder, Sentinel reported after one near encounter. The dark one inside him is impatient. He wants you. I know. You must be ready. I am. Harry touched the raven pin in his pocket. The oath will guide me. The oath will guide. But you must act. When the moment comes, you must choose. Harry nodded. He understood. The moment came sooner than expected. It was a Thursday night in late February. Harry was in the catacombs, sitting with Morwen and a newly awakened spirit, when the death energy in the castle screamed. He felt it like a physical blow, a wave of wrongness so intense it made him gasp. The spirits around him flickered, their forms wavering with distress. He comes, Morwen whispered. The Dark One. He's found you. Harry rose, the guardians materializing around him. Where? Above. In the corridor near the entrance. He's waiting. Harry moved. Quirrell stood in the corridor outside the tapestry, his back to Harry, his posture tense. As Harry approached, he turned, and Harry saw that his eyes were different. Red, now. Slit-pupilled. Wrong. Harry Potter. The voice wasn't Quirrell's. It was deeper, colder, hungrier. We meet at last. Voldemort. The name made the death energy in the corridor recoil. Even the shadows seemed to flinch. You know me. The thing in Quirrell's body smiled, a horrible expression, full of malice. Good. That will make this easier. Make what easier? Taking what's mine. Voldemort's form, Quirrell's form, stepped closer. You carry my mark, boy. My death curse, failed but not forgotten. It binds you to me. It makes you mine. Harry's hand went to his scar. It was burning, not painfully, but aware, responding to the presence before him. I'm not yours, Harry said quietly. I never was. You think your little family, those Addams freaks, can protect you. Voldemort laughed. They're nothing. Playthings. Dabbling in death without understanding its true power. Harry felt the oath hum in his chest, a reminder, a compass. I understand death better than you ever will. You fear it. You run from it. You try to conquer it with violence and domination. He met those red eyes without flinching. But death isn't an enemy. It's a door. And the dead, he paused, feeling the spirits gather behind him, invisible but present. The dead are my allies. For the first time, something flickered in Voldemort's expression. Not fear, he was incapable of fear. But uncertainty. Doubt. You think your ghosts can stop me? No. Harry's voice was steady. I think they can witness. I think they can remember. I think when you finally fall, and you will fall, they'll be there to ensure you never rise again. Voldemort lunged. But Harry was ready. The Guardians moved faster than thought, 4 skeletons of bone and silver light, interposing themselves between Harry and the Dark Lord. Voldemort's spell, green, killing, wrong, shattered against their protective circle, dissipating into harmless sparks. What? Voldemort stared. What are these? Guardians, Harry said. Bound to protection. Bound to me. And you can't touch them with your curses. Voldemort tried again, and again, and again. Each spell broke against the Guardians' circle, harmless as rain. The death energy of the castle was rising now, responding to Harry's presence, lending strength to his protection. And behind Voldemort, the spirits were gathering. Morwen first, her ancient form blazing with silver light. Then others, dozens, hundreds, thousands of them, filling the corridor with their presence. They didn't attack, that wasn't their way, but they watched. They witnessed. They remembered. You cannot win here, Morwen's voice echoed. This child is protected. By us. By the dead. By an oath older than your petty darkness. Voldemort spun, taking in the ghostly multitude. For the first time, Harry saw something like fear in those red eyes. This isn't over, Potter. His voice was a snarl. I'll find you again. When you're alone. When your precious dead can't protect you. He vanished, just gone, leaving Quirrell's body crumpled on the floor. Harry stood for a long moment, breathing hard, the guardians around him, the spirits fading slowly back into the walls. Then he knelt beside Quirrell and checked for a pulse. The professor was alive, barely. But the thing that had possessed him was gone. For now. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore arrived within minutes, alerted by some means Harry didn't understand. Quirrell was taken to the hospital wing. Harry was escorted to the headmaster's office, where he told the entire story, the possession, the confrontation, the guardians, the spirits, the oath. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You took the gravebound oath, he said finally. At your age. That is, remarkable. I needed to be sure I wouldn't become like him. Harry gestured vaguely in the direction Quirrell had been taken. Like Voldemort. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very bright. And yet, when he confronted you, you didn't attack. You didn't try to destroy him. You simply protected yourself. That's what the oath requires. Invitation over force. Protection over violence. Harry paused. Besides, you can't destroy something like him with force. It would just make him stronger. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You understand more than many adults, Harry. More than I did, at your age. He rose and came around his desk, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. You've done well tonight. Very well. Rest now, we'll speak more tomorrow. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy, the events of the evening replaying in his mind. Voldemort's red eyes. The Guardians, protection. The spirits gathering. The moment when he'd realized, truly realized, that the oath wasn't just words. It was him now. Part of his soul. In the morning, a letter arrived from Wednesday. Harry. I felt it through the veil. The confrontation. The choice you made. You did well, better than well. You honored the oath in yourself. The Dark One will return. You know that. But when he does, you'll be ready. Because you're not just a necromancer anymore. You're gravebound. And the gravebound never walk alone. See you at Easter. W. Harry folded the letter and tucked it beside the raven pin. No, he wasn't alone. He had the Addamses. He had Ron and Hermione. He had the Guardians and the spirits and the death energy of Hogwarts itself. And he had the oath, a compass, a shield, a reminder of who he'd chosen to be. Whatever came next, he was ready. End of chapter 11 Chapter 12, The Restless Catacomb. The catacombs trembled. Harry felt it first as a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a deep thrumming that seemed to come from the very bones of the earth. Then as a disturbance in the death energy, ripples spreading outward from somewhere deep below, somewhere he'd never explored. He was in the Gryffindor common room when it began, late on a Friday evening in March. Ron was dozing by the fire. Hermione was buried in a book. And Harry was staring into the flames, his awareness half extended toward the catacombs as it always was now, when the trembling started. Harry. Morwen's voice, urgent and strained. Something has woken. Something old. Something angry. Asterisk. He was on his feet before he consciously decided to move. Harry. Ron blinked awake. What's wrong? Have to go. Catacombs. Something's happening. Hermione's head snapped up. The catacombs. But you said. I know. Stay here. Both of you. He was gone before they could argue. The corridors were empty at this hour, the portraits pretending to sleep. Harry moved quickly, his footsteps silent on the stone, his awareness reaching out toward the disturbance. The death energy was chaotic now, swirling, clashing, afraid. The spirits were frightened. He reached the tapestry and pushed through. Descending into the catacombs. The temperature dropped with every step. The bones in their wall niches seemed to vibrate, their ancient echoes disturbed by whatever was happening below. Morwen met him at the first junction. It's the deep one, asterisk, she said without preamble. The sleeper in the lowest chamber. Something has woken it, asterisk. What is it? Old. Older than me. Older than the catacombs themselves. It was here before we came, before the founders, before anything. A spirit of pure anger, trapped in the deepest dark. Asterisk. Harry's heart pounded. Trapped how? Bound. By the first necromancers. They couldn't destroy it, it was too strong, too old, so they bound it to the stone. It's been sleeping for millennia. But now it's waking. Harry moved past her, descending deeper. Can you show me where? Harry, no. It's too dangerous. Asterisk. The other spirits are in danger. The catacombs are their home. If this thing wakes fully, he kept walking. I have to try. Morwen hesitated, then drifted alongside him. I'll guide you. But be careful. The deep one doesn't think like we do. It doesn't feel like we do. It only knows rage. Asterisk. The descent took longer than Harry expected. The catacombs went deeper than he'd realized, far deeper than the chambers he'd been visiting. Levels upon levels, some natural, some carved, some that felt wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. The bones in the walls grew sparser, then disappeared entirely. The death energy grew thicker, heavier, more ancient. And the trembling grew stronger. By the time they reached the lowest level, Harry's breath was misting in the air despite his warm robes. The guardians had materialized around him, their silver eyes bright, their forms more solid than usual. They felt it too, the danger ahead. The chamber opened before him, a vast natural cavern, its walls rough stone, its floor smooth as glass. And in the center, pulsing with dark light, was the spirit. It was enormous. Not in the way of physical size, spirits didn't have physical size, but in presence. It filled the cavern like water fills a bowl, pressing against Harry from every side, suffocating in its intensity. And it was angry. Angrier than anything Harry had ever encountered. Angrier than Eleanor at her worst. Angrier than Voldemort, even, though in a different way, not focused, not personal, but elemental. Rage without target. Rage without end. Who dares? Asterisk. The voice wasn't spoken. It was felt, a vibration in Harry's bones, in his blood, in his very soul. He staggered under its weight, barely staying upright. I'm Harry. His voice was steady despite the pressure. I've come to help. Help. The spirit's form twisted, dark light flaring. No one can help. No one has ever helped. I have been here forever. Alone. Angry. Forgotten. Asterisk. I haven't forgotten you. I'm here now. You are nothing. A speck. A moment. You will die like all the others and I will still be here. Alone. Angry. Forgotten. Asterisk. Harry felt the truth in its words. Millennia of isolation. Millennia of rage, building and building with no release, no comfort, no connection. This spirit wasn't evil, it was wounded. Wounded so deeply that the wound had become its entire existence. I understand, he said softly. I know what it's like to be alone. To be forgotten. To be so angry you think you'll drown in it. You know nothing. Asterisk. I know. Harry moved closer, ignoring the Guardian's warning presence at his back. I know I can't understand what you've been through. But I can witness it. I can stay with you. I can. Stay. The spirit's rage flared. You cannot stay. You will leave. Everyone leaves. Everyone dies. Everyone forgets. Asterisk. I won't forget. Harry stopped at the edge of the dark light, close enough to feel its cold against his skin. I promise. I'll remember you. I'll tell others about you. You won't be forgotten anymore. The spirit paused. For the first time, something other than rage flickered in its presence, confusion, perhaps. Or hope. It had been so long since it had felt hope that it barely recognized the emotion. You. Promise. Asterisk. I promise. But I need you to stop fighting. To stop pushing against the bindings. The more you struggle, the more you hurt yourself, and the other spirits in the catacombs. They're afraid of you. They don't understand. I don't care about them. Asterisk. Maybe not. But I do. And if you want me to remember you, to truly witness you, you have to let me help. All of you. Not just the parts that are angry. The negotiation took hours. Harry sat at the edge of the dark light, speaking softly, steadily, never raising his voice, never flinching from the spirit's rage. He listened to its pain, millennia of it, layer upon layer, each one worse than the last. He witnessed its loneliness, its fury, its desperate need for something it couldn't name. The Guardian stood watch, ready to protect if necessary. Morwen hovered at the cavern's edge, her ancient form flickering with emotion. And slowly, gradually, the spirit's rage began to ease. Not disappear, that would take more time than Harry had, more healing than one boy could provide. But ease, soften, become something that could be spoken to rather than screamed at. Why? The spirit asked finally, its voice quieter now, almost wondering. Why do you stay? Why do you listen? Asterisk. Because someone listened to me. When I was alone and angry and forgotten, someone found me and listened. Harry thought of Wednesday, of the cemetery, of the moment that had changed everything. It saved my life. The least I can do is pass it on. The spirit was silent for a long moment. The dark light flickered, dimmed, steadied into something almost peaceful. I don't know how to stop being angry, asterisk, it admitted. It's all I've been for so long. Asterisk. Then don't stop. Not yet. Just let there be room for other things too. Small things. Moments of quiet. Harry smiled. You don't have to become something you're not. You just have to let yourself be more than one thing. More than one thing. The spirit seemed to test the words. I don't know if I can. Asterisk. You can try. That's all anyone can do. By dawn, the trembling had stopped. The death energy in the catacombs settled, returning to its normal flow. The spirits who'd been frightened emerged cautiously from their hiding places, sensing the change. And the deep one, the ancient spirit of rage, remained in its cavern, but its presence was different now. Quieter, less oppressive, almost peaceful. Harry emerged from the depths exhausted but satisfied. Morwen accompanied him partway, then paused. You did it, asterisk, she said softly. You reached it. No one has done that in millennia. Asterisk. I didn't do anything special. I just listened. That is the most special thing of all. Her form flickered with warmth. Rest now, child. You've earned it. Asterisk. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room when Harry finally returned, their faces pale with worry. Harry. Ron jumped up. Where've you been? It's been hours. We were about to tell a professor. I'm okay. Harry collapsed into an armchair. Something happened in the catacombs. An old spirit woke up. I had to talk to it. Talk to it. Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, that could have been dangerous. What if it had attacked you? It tried. In its way. Harry closed his eyes. But I'm gravebound. I can't use force, remember. All I could do was listen. And it worked. Ron sounded incredulous. Listening worked. Sometimes it's all that works. Harry opened his eyes and smiled at them, his friends, who'd waited up all night worrying about him. Thank you for caring. Course we care, Ron muttered, embarrassed. You're our mate. Hermione nodded firmly. Next time, though, take us with you. We could have, I don't know, helped somehow. Harry shook his head. Not this time. This was something I had to do alone. But I appreciate the offer. Word of the incident spread, as word always did at Hogwarts. Not the full story, Harry kept that to himself, but enough. Enough that students looked at him differently again. Enough that whispers followed him in corridors. Enough that even some of the professors regarded him with new eyes. But this time, the whispers were different. Did you hear? Potter stopped something in the dungeons. Something dangerous. Asterisk. The ghosts are talking about it. They say he calmed a spirit that's been there for thousands of years. Asterisk. My brother's in Ravenclaw. He says the Grey Lady actually smiled at Potter yesterday. The Grey Lady. Asterisk. Harry bore the attention as he'd borne everything else, with patience, with quiet, with the knowledge that their curiosity was better than their fear. He wasn't sure he believed that, entirely, but it helped to pretend. Dumbledore summoned him a few days later. The headmaster's office was warm and cluttered, filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of sleeping former headmasters. Dumbledore himself sat behind his desk, his blue eyes twinkling as always. Harry, my boy, please, sit. Harry sat. I've heard about your adventure in the catacombs. From several sources, including some of the spirits themselves. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You did something remarkable. Something many fully trained necromancers couldn't have done. I just listened to it. Yes, that's what makes it remarkable. Dumbledore leaned forward. The spirit you encountered, it's known to me. Known to Hogwarts, though we've never been able to communicate with it. It's been here since before the castle was built, since before the founders arrived. A remnant of something ancient and powerful, trapped in its own rage. I know. It told me. And you gave it peace. Not complete peace, that will take time, but a beginning. A chance. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. Do you understand how rare that is, Harry? How precious? Harry shrugged uncomfortably. I just did what felt right. That's exactly what makes it precious. Dumbledore smiled. You have a gift, my boy. Not just for necromancy, though that's impressive enough, but for connection. For seeing past surfaces to the truth beneath. The dead respond to that. The living would do well to learn from them. Harry didn't know what to say, so he said nothing. Go on, then. Dumbledore waved toward the door. I'm sure you have homework to attend to. But know this, Hogwarts is proud of you. And so am I. That night, Harry visited the Deep One again. The spirit was quieter now, its dark light dimmed to a soft glow. It didn't rage when he entered, didn't even stir with the old anger. It simply waited. You came back. Asterisk. I said I would. Harry settled onto the smooth stone floor. How are you feeling? Strange. Quiet. I don't know what to do with the quiet. Asterisk. You could try resting. Real resting, not the angry kind. I don't know how. Asterisk. Then I'll stay with you. Until you figure it out. The spirit was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, thank you. Asterisk. Harry smiled. You're welcome. The weeks that followed were the strangest of Harry's time at Hogwarts. He divided his nights between the upper catacombs, where Morwen and the other spirits still needed his help, and the deep chamber, where the ancient spirit slowly, painfully, learned to exist without rage. It was exhausting work, but also the most rewarding he'd ever done. The other spirits noticed the change. They ventured deeper now, curious about the ancient one they'd always feared. Some even spoke to it, briefly, tentatively, testing the possibility of connection. The Deep One didn't always respond, but it didn't rage at them either. Progress. Morwen was particularly moved. I never thought I'd see this, she said one night, watching from the cavern's edge as the Deep One's light pulsed softly. Millennia of isolation, and you, a child, ended it with nothing but words. Not just words. Listening. That's what Wednesday taught me. Wednesday is wise. You should thank her. I do. Every chance I get. Easter holidays arrived, and with them, Harry's return to the Addams estate. The moment he stepped through the gates, the weight of the term lifted. Morticia's embrace. Gomez's booming laugh. Pugsley's enthusiastic description of his latest project. And Wednesday, waiting in the bone garden as always, her dark eyes knowing. You did well, she said without preamble. The Deep One. I felt it through the veil. It was hard, but worth it. Yes, the hard things usually are. She turned to look at the garden, at the guardians standing silent watch. You've grown, Harry. More than I expected. Is that good? It's exactly right. They stood together in the bone garden, surrounded by the dead in the moonlight and the quiet certainty of belonging. And for the first time in months, Harry felt completely at peace. End of chapter 12 asterisk. Chapter 13. Wednesday's approval. The bone garden was silent beneath the full moon. Harry stood at the spiral altar, waiting. He'd felt Wednesday's presence the moment he'd stepped onto the estate, a familiar weight at the edge of his awareness, patient and watchful. But she hadn't come to him immediately. She'd let him settle, let him breathe, let him find his center again after months at Hogwarts. Now, as the moon reached its zenith, she appeared. She moved through the garden like a shadow, her black dress trailing across the arranged bones, her dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made his heart beat faster. The guardians stirred as she passed, their silver eyes tracking her movement, but they didn't intervene. They knew her. They trusted her. Or as close to trust as guardians came. You've changed, Wednesday said. Not a question. A lot's happened. Harry turned to face her. The catacombs. The deep one. The oath. I know. I felt it all. She stopped a few feet away, close enough to study him, far enough to maintain her usual distance. The question is whether you understand what you've done. Harry thought about it. He thought about the months of work, the spirits he'd helped, the ancient rage he'd calmed with nothing but words. He thought about the oath humming in his chest, a constant reminder of who he'd chosen to be. I've become what you taught me to be, he said slowly. A necromancer who invites rather than commands. Who listens rather than dominates. Who? No. Wednesday's voice was soft but firm. You've become something more. Something I couldn't teach. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Wednesday moved to the spiral altar and placed her palm against the vertebrae. For a long moment, she was silent, her dark eyes distant. When I found you in that cemetery, she said finally, you were speaking to a grave. A nameless grave, forgotten by everyone. You didn't know the person buried there. You had nothing to gain from acknowledging them. But you did it anyway. Harry remembered. The rain, the cold, the headstone worn smooth by centuries. They were lonely. I could feel it. Yes, you could feel it. Wednesday turned to face him. That's what makes you different, Harry. Not your power, plenty of people have power. Not your connection to death, others share that. But your willingness to feel the dead. To carry their loneliness, their pain, their hope. To make it yours. Harry's throat tightened. It's just what I do. No, it's who you are. Wednesday moved closer, close enough that he could see the subtle softening around her eyes, the closest she came to visible emotion. I taught you techniques. I taught you discipline. I taught you the difference between invitation and force. But I couldn't teach you compassion. That was already there. I just gave it room to grow. Harry didn't know what to say. The words felt too big, too important, too much. The deep one, Wednesday continued. Millennia of rage. No one could reach it, not the founders, not the centuries of necromancers who came after. But you did. Not with power, not with spells, but with presence. You stayed. You listened. You witnessed. She paused. That's not technique, Harry. That's grace. They walked through the bone garden together, the guardians following at a respectful distance. Wednesday asked about Hogwarts, not the surface details, but the deep currents. The fear of the students. The suspicion of the professors. The weight of being the boy who lived in a world that didn't understand what he'd become. Harry answered honestly. He told her about the whispers, the stares, the way people crossed corridors when they saw him coming. He told her about Ron and Hermione, who'd stood by him despite everything. He told her about Dumbledore, who seemed to understand more than he let on. It's hard, he admitted. Being feared. Being misunderstood. Some days I want to just stop. Stop going to the catacombs. Stop helping the spirits. Stop being what I am. But you don't. No. Because that would be letting them win. Letting their fear dictate my choices. He looked at her. You taught me that. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something in her posture softened, just slightly, just for a moment. I taught you many things. But that refusal to shrink, to hide, to become small, that was already in you. I just gave it a name. What name? Courage. Wednesday stopped walking and turned to face him fully. Not the loud kind. Not the kind that charges into battle without thinking. The quiet kind. The kind that keeps going when everything wants you to stop. The kind that chooses connection over isolation, even when connection hurts. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. I don't feel courageous. I just feel tired. Most of the time, courage is often tired. That's how you know it's real. They ended at the crypt, standing before the door that led to the family resting place. Wednesday placed her hand on the cold iron. There's something I need to show you. She pushed open the door and led him inside. The crypt was as Harry remembered, coffins lining the walls, blue flames flickering, the standing stones in their eternal circle. But something was different. The death energy here was warmer, more welcoming. The spirits stirred as they entered, not with curiosity but with approval. He's come home, a voice whispered. Great-great-aunt Calpurnia, Harry realized. The child returns. He's grown, another added. Stronger. Wiser. Worthier. Wednesday led him to the standing stones and stopped. Do you feel it? Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness. The spirits pressed close, dozens of them, hundreds, the accumulated dead of generations. But they weren't pressing on him. They were pressing toward him. Offering something. Welcoming something. There, happy to see me, he whispered. Yes, but it's more than that. Wednesday's voice was soft. They're acknowledging you. As one of them. As family. Harry opened his eyes. I don't understand. The Addams family has a tradition. When a member proves themselves, truly proves themselves, in the eyes of the dead, the spirits gather to offer their approval. It doesn't happen often. It hasn't happened in generations. Wednesday paused. It's happening now. For you. Harry looked around at the flickering flames, the standing stones, the coffins lining the walls. The spirits were visible now, faint forms emerging from the shadows, their ancient eyes fixed on him with something that looked like love. You have honored us, a voice spoke, not Calpurnia, someone older. A woman in medieval dress, her face kind but stern. You have carried our pain. You have witnessed our existence. You have chosen invitation over force, again and again, even when it would have been easier to do otherwise. Harry's throat was too tight to speak. We offer our approval freely. Our gratitude fully. Our love eternally. The spirit smiled, a warm smile, surprisingly human. You are Addams, Harry Potter. Not by blood, but by choice. And choice is stronger than blood. One by one, the spirits faded, returning to their rest. But their warmth lingered, wrapped around Harry like a blanket, filling him with a peace he'd rarely felt. Wednesday was waiting when he finally turned from the stones. They've never done that for anyone, she said quietly. Not even me. Then you haven't proven yourself yet. Harry moved to stand before her. But you will. I know it. For a long moment, Wednesday simply looked at him. Then, slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. I'm proud of you, Harry. The words hung in the air between them, weighty with meaning. Wednesday Addams didn't offer praise lightly. She didn't offer anything lightly. But this was real. Thank you, Harry whispered. For everything. For finding me. For bringing me here. You don't need to thank me. Her hand squeezed once, then dropped. You earned this yourself. Every bit of it. They left the crypt together and walked back through the cemetery, past the graves Harry had visited so many times, past the yew trees and the leaning headstones and the quiet presence of the dead. At the edge of the bone garden, Wednesday stopped. There's something else, she said. Something I've been considering for a while. What? You've surpassed what I can teach you. Not in technique, there's always more to learn, but in understanding. In wisdom. The Deep One proved that. She paused. I'm not your teacher anymore, Harry. I'm your colleague, your peer. Harry stared at her. But you're Wednesday. I've always been ahead of you. Yes. A hint of something like amusement flickered in her dark eyes. But you've caught up. And in some ways, you've surpassed me. The oath. The Deep One. The spirits, approval. These are things I haven't achieved. But you will. Perhaps. In time. She looked at him, really looked, the way she had in the cemetery all those years ago. But for now, this is your moment. Yours alone. Don't waste it comparing yourself to me. Harry didn't know what to say. The idea of being Wednesday's equal, of having her approval not as a student but as a peer, felt impossible. And yet, here she was, saying exactly that. I don't know what to do with this, he admitted. Nothing. Everything. Whatever you choose. Wednesday turned toward the house. Come. Mother will want to hear about the spirits' approval. She's been waiting centuries for someone to earn it. The family welcomed the news with characteristic enthusiasm. Gomez wept openly, declaring it the proudest day since our wedding. Morticia kissed Harry's forehead and murmured words of love and pride. Grandmama cackled and pressed a small packet of herbs into his hand, for emergencies. Even Pugsley looked impressed, though he quickly masked it with a comment about whether the spirits had any cool torture stories. But it was Wednesday's reaction that mattered most. Throughout the celebration, she stayed close, not speaking much, not participating in the effusive displays of emotion, but present. Her dark eyes followed Harry with an expression he'd rarely seen: satisfaction. Contentment. The quiet pleasure of a job well done. Later that night, after the others had gone to bed, they sat together in the Bone Garden one last time. You'll return to Hogwarts soon, Wednesday said. The term isn't over. A few more weeks. Then summer. And then next year. And the year after. And eventually, she paused. Eventually, you'll graduate. And you'll have to decide where you belong. Harry looked at her sharply. I belong here. With you. With the family. You belong wherever you choose to belong. Wednesday's voice was calm, matter of fact. Hogwarts has become important to you. Your friends there, Ron, Hermione, they matter. The spirits in the catacombs matter. You've built a life there, Harry. A separate life. But this is my home. Yes, it will always be your home. But you can have more than one home. More than one family. Wednesday turned to look at him. That's not betrayal. It's growth. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione, about the warmth of their friendship, about the way they'd stood by him even when others feared him. He thought about the catacombs, about Morwen and the other spirits, about the deep one slowly learning to exist without rage. He thought about Hogwarts itself, the ancient stones, the watching portraits, the death energy that pulsed through everything. It was home. Not the same way the Addams estate was home, but home nonetheless. I never thought I'd have one home, he said quietly. Let alone two. The universe is generous, sometimes. Wednesday's voice was soft. When we least expect it. The night before Harry returned to Hogwarts, he visited the crypt alone. The spirits were quiet now, their approval given, their peace settled. But he felt them watching as he moved through the standing stones, felt their warmth at the edges of his awareness. At the spiral altar, he stopped and placed his palm against the vertebrae. Thank you, he whispered. For accepting me. For trusting me. For everything. A warmth spread through the stone, acknowledgement, acceptance, love. You are welcome, child, a voice whispered, the medieval spirit, the one who'd spoken for them all. Return to us safely. We'll be waiting. Harry smiled and turned to leave. At the door, he paused and looked back one last time. The blue flames flickered. The standing stones gleamed. And somewhere in the shadows, the spirits of generations watched over their newest member. He walked out into the night, carrying their warmth with him. Wednesday was waiting at the gates. They stood together in the darkness, neither speaking, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead. The guardians stood at attention behind them, silver eyes gleaming. The estate stretched out around them, dark and beautiful and forever home. You'll write, Wednesday said. It wasn't a question. Every week. I promise. And you'll remember what I told you. About having two homes. Two families. I'll remember. Good. She turned to face him, and for just a moment, something vulnerable flickered in her dark eyes. You're my brother, Harry. Not by blood, but by choice. And choice is stronger than blood. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. You're my sister. My first friend. He stopped, words failing. Wednesday nodded once, a gesture that held years of meaning, of connection, of love too deep for words. Then she was gone, walking back toward the house, disappearing into the shadows like the spirit she'd always been. Harry stood at the gates for a long time, watching until even her memory faded. Then he turned and walked toward Hogwarts, carrying her approval with him like a shield. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Gothic Ascension. Summer at the Addams estate was different this year. Not the weather, the grounds remained perpetually gray, the gardens filled with plants that thrived in shadow, the cemetery as peaceful as ever. Not the family, Morticia still glided through corridors with elegant menace, Gomez still boomed with enthusiasm, Grandmama still brewed mysterious concoctions in the kitchen. What was different was Harry. He felt it in the way the death energy responded to him now, not just accepting his presence but welcoming it. In the way the guardians watched him with something like pride in their silver eyes. In the way the spirits of the crypt stirred when he passed, not with curiosity but with recognition. He was theirs now, completely, irrevocably, and they were his. Wednesday noticed, of course. She noticed everything. "You've integrated," she observed one afternoon as they walked through the bone garden. "The death energy no longer flows around you, it flows through you. You're part of the circuit now." Harry considered this. Is that good? It's inevitable. For someone who took the gravebound oath, who earned the spirit's approval, who calmed an ancient rage with nothing but presence. She paused. "You're not just a necromancer anymore, Harry. You're a conduit. A conduit for what? Death, life, the space between." Wednesday stopped before the spiral altar. The old texts call it Gothic ascension. The moment when a necromancer stops using death energy and starts embodying it. Harry's heart beat faster. What happens then? That depends on the necromancer. Some become tyrants, wielding death like a weapon, dominating everything in their path. Others fade, lose themselves in the energy, become spirits before their time. She turned to face him. A few, a very few, find balance. They become bridges. Guardians. The kind of beings legends are built around. And you think I think you have the potential. Wednesday's dark eyes held his. What you do with it is up to you. The process began that night. Harry dreamed, not ordinary dreams, but something deeper. He stood in a vast darkness, surrounded by presences he couldn't see but could feel. They were ancient, these presences. Older than the Addams estate. Older than Hogwarts. Older than anything he'd encountered. A voice spoke, not words, but meaning. The child who carries death in his blood. Yes, you've come far. Further than most. But the path isn't finished. What's left? Integration. Fusion. The moment when you stop being a necromancer and start being death made flesh. Harry's breath caught. I don't want to stop being human. You won't. Not if you choose wisely. The presence is pressed closer. The Gothic ascension isn't about losing yourself, it's about expanding. Becoming more than you were. Carrying death without being consumed by it. How do I do that? You already know. The oath showed you. The spirits taught you. Now you must live it. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind and a new weight in his chest, not heavy, but present. Like a second heartbeat, beating in time with something vast and ancient. He spent the next weeks in intensive practice. Wednesday guided him, but differently now. She didn't teach, she witnessed. Watched as he pushed his boundaries, tested his limits, explored the new depths of his connection to death. Offered observations when asked, silence when not. The guardians were his constant companions now, their silver eyes tracking his every movement. They felt the change in him too, the ascension beginning, and they approved. You're ready, Sentinel said one evening, after a particularly intense session in the Bone Garden. The energy accepts you completely. I don't feel ready. I feel, Harry searched for words. Like I'm standing on the edge of something. Like one wrong step and I'll fall. Then don't step. Grow. Let the energy rise to meet you rather than reaching for it. Harry closed his eyes and did as Sentinel suggested. He stopped striving, stopped pushing, simply opened himself to the death energy that saturated the garden. It rose to meet him, slowly at first, then faster, filling him until he felt he might burst. But he didn't burst. He expanded. The energy spread through him like water through soil, saturating every cell, every thought, every breath. He felt the spirits in the crypt stir in recognition. Felt the guardians' approval like warmth. Felt Wednesday's presence at the edge of his awareness, steady and grounding. When he opened his eyes, the world looked different. Not changed, but more. More depth, more texture, more meaning. He could see the death energy now, flowing through everything like invisible rivers. Could see the spirits who'd always been there, hovering at the edges of perception. Could see the bonds that connected him to every dead thing in the garden, in the estate, in the world beyond. Harry. Wednesday's voice was soft, softer than he'd ever heard it. Look at your hands. He looked. They were wreathed in silver light, the same light that shone from the guardians' eyes, from the spirits' forms, from the death energy itself. It pulsed softly, steadily, in time with his heartbeat. What's happening? He whispered. You're ascending. Wednesday moved closer, her dark eyes reflecting his silver glow. The death energy is claiming you. And you're claiming it back. The silver light didn't fade. It became part of him, not always visible, not always present, but always there. A quiet luminescence at the edges of his awareness, a connection to something vast and ancient and eternal. He could do things now that had been impossible before. When he raised his hand, shadows gathered at his command, not aggressively, but willingly, drawn by his presence like moths to flame. When he spoke, the spirits listened differently, not as supplicants to a master, but as equals to a peer. When he walked through the bone garden, the very stones seemed to lean toward him, drawn by the death energy he now embodied. The guardians knelt when he passed. Not in submission, they'd never submit to anyone, but in acknowledgement. In respect. In recognition that he'd become something worthy of their ancient loyalty. You are changed, Sentinel observed. More than we expected. More than we hoped. I'm still me, Harry said. I think. You are. But you're also more. The Gothic ascension has begun. What comes next? That depends on you. The ascension isn't a destination, it's a journey. It will continue as long as you live, deepening your connection, expanding your understanding. There is no final form, only continual growth. Harry nodded slowly. And when I die, then you'll join us. Fully. Completely. As one of the deathless. Sentinel's silver eyes glowed brighter. But that day is far off. For now, you live. And you carry death with you into the world of the living. Returning to Hogwarts felt different this time. The castle welcomed him as it always had, with whispers of death energy, with stirring spirits, with the ancient awareness that permeated every stone. But now Harry felt those things differently. Not as external forces pressing against him, but as extensions of himself. As though the castle and he were connected by invisible threads. You've changed, the castle observed as he walked through the gates. Grown. Ascended. Yes. Good. The Dark One stirs again. You'll need your new strength. Harry's heart rate quickened. Voldemort. He's back. Not fully. But he's recovering. Plotting. Waiting. The castle's presence pulsed with warning. Be ready. Ron and Hermione noticed the change immediately. Something's different about you, Ron said, studying Harry with narrowed eyes. You look glowier. Glowier isn't a word, Ron, Hermione said automatically. But she was studying Harry too, her expression curious. He's right, though. You do seem different. More present, somehow. Harry smiled. I've been practicing over the summer. New techniques. Brilliant. Ron's face lit up. Can you show us? The dancing skeletons. Maybe later. Harry's smile faded. First, I need to tell you both something. About Voldemort. The name hung in the air between them. Ron paled. Hermione's eyes went wide. He's not gone, Harry continued quietly. He's been possessing Quirrell all year, that's why the professor was so strange. And now he's recovering. Plotting. The castle says he'll be back. The castle says. Hermione's voice was faint. It talks to me. The death energy, the spirits, they communicate. They warned me. Harry met their eyes. I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you because you're my friends. You deserve to know. Ron swallowed hard. So you know who, he's really out there. Waiting. Yes. But I'm not facing him alone. Harry placed a hand on each of their shoulders. I have you. I have the Addamses. I have the dead. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. The term progressed with a strange tension beneath the surface. Quirrell had been replaced. A new defense professor, a cheerful man named Lockhart who seemed more interested in his own fame than in teaching. The students adjusted quickly, as students always do. But Harry couldn't shake the sense of waiting, of watching, of knowing that somewhere out there, Voldemort was recovering his strength. He continued his work in the catacombs, deepening his connection to the spirits there. Morwen welcomed him back with obvious relief, her ancient form brighter than before. "You've ascended," she observed. "I can feel it." Partly. It's a process, apparently. Yes. The old necromancers spoke of it. The journey from user to embodiment. She drifted closer, studying him with ancient eyes. "You carry death lightly, for one so changed. That's rare. I don't want to be consumed by it." "Then you won't be. The fact that you fear that you care about staying human, is exactly what will keep you human." The new abilities manifested gradually. Harry discovered he could sense death energy at greater distances now, could feel the ancient dead in the Forbidden Forest, the recent dead in the village graveyard, the countless spirits who'd passed through Hogwarts over the centuries. He could distinguish between them, understand their moods, their needs, their desires. He could also shape death energy in ways he hadn't been able to before. Could gather it, direct it, use it to strengthen his protections or amplify his presence. The Guardians responded to this new control with obvious approval, their movements becoming more fluid, more coordinated, more alive. But the most dramatic change was in his necromantic constructs. The skeletons he raised now weren't just bone and memory, they carried traces of silver light, echoes of his own ascended nature. They moved with greater purpose, responded with greater intelligence, lasted longer before returning to rest. Even Barnabas, his first skeleton, seemed different, more aware, more present. "You honor us," the skeleton said one night, actual words, not just bone memory impressions. "Your light strengthens us." Harry stared. "You can speak now. We can always speak. You couldn't always hear." The skeleton's empty eye sockets seemed to hold something like amusement. "The ascension has opened new channels." By December, Harry's control had reached new heights. He could now summon and dismiss skeletal guardians with a thought, could coordinate complex maneuvers without conscious effort, could extend his protection to cover not just himself but others. Ron and Hermione had both experienced this, the strange warmth of death energy wrapping around them like a shield, the silver light flickering at the edges of their vision. "It's weird," Ron admitted, "but also kind of cool. Like having invisible bodyguards." "They're not invisible," Harry said. "You just can't see them." "Same difference." Hermione was more analytical, as always. "The implications are fascinating. You're essentially creating protective constructs out of ambient death energy. If you could teach others." "I can't. The ascension is personal. Unique to each necromancer." Harry paused. "At least, that's what Wednesday says." "Wednesday's usually right," Hermione admitted. Annoyingly. Christmas brought Harry back to the Addams estate. The family welcomed him with their usual enthusiasm, Gomez's booming laugh, Morticia's warm embrace, Grandmama's cryptic predictions, Pugsley's enthusiastic descriptions of his latest projects. But it was Wednesday who mattered most. They walked in the bone garden that night, as they always did, surrounded by snow and skeletons and the quiet presence of the dead. "You've progressed faster than I expected," Wednesday said. "The ascension is well underway. I can feel it. Every day, something new. That's how it should be." She stopped before the spiral altar. "But progress isn't the same as completion. The ascension will continue for years, decades, perhaps. You'll never stop growing." Harry nodded. Sentinel said something similar. "Sentinel is wise." For a skeleton. Wednesday's lips curved into something almost like a smile. "The question is what you do with your growth. How you use it. Protection. Guardianship. The same things I've always done." "Yes. But on a larger scale now." She turned to face him. "The spirits you've helped, they'll remember. The guardians you've raised, they'll serve. The death energy you've embodied, it will respond to your call. You're building something, Harry. A network. A family. A force. A force for what? For whatever you choose." Wednesday's dark eyes held his. "That's the beauty of ascension. It doesn't dictate your purpose, it amplifies it. Makes you more of what you already are." Harry thought about that. About who he was, what he valued, what he wanted to become. A guardian. A protector. A bridge between worlds. "I know what I want," he said quietly. "To help. To protect. To make sure no spirit suffers alone, the way I did before you found me. Wednesday nodded slowly. Then that's what you'll become. The ascension will make sure of it. The demonstration came on New Year's Eve. Harry stood in the center of the bone garden, surrounded by the family. The guardians ringed the perimeter, their silver eyes bright. The spirits of generations hovered at the edges, watching. Show us, Wednesday said. Show us what you've become. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness. The death energy responded instantly, rising to meet him, flowing through him, becoming him. He felt the bones in the garden stir in recognition. Felt the spirits lean forward in anticipation. Felt the guardians ready themselves for his command. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The shadows rose with it, not just the natural shadows cast by moonlight, but something deeper. Something that had been waiting in the darkness since before the estate was built. They coiled around him like loyal serpents, responding to his will without words. Then the bones began to move. Not just the arranged bones of the garden, but every bone within his reach, the skeletons in the crypt, the fragments in the catacombs, the ancient remains buried beneath centuries of Addams' history. They rose in silence, assembling themselves into forms that had meaning, guardians, protectors, witnesses. Dozens of them, then hundreds, then more than Harry could count. They stood in formation around the bone garden, their silver eyes reflecting his light, their presence a silent testament to his power. And Harry stood at their center, wreathed in silver, connected to every dead thing within miles, more alive than he'd ever been. The family stared. Gomez's jaw hung open. Morticia's eyes were wide with something like wonder. Grandmama cackled with delight. Pugsley looked genuinely impressed. Only Wednesday remained still, her dark eyes fixed on Harry with an expression he couldn't read. Then she spoke. Gothic ascension, she said quietly. Fully realized. At 11 years old. A pause. Remarkable. Harry let the energy fade, let the bones settle, let the shadows return to their natural places. The guardians remained, they always remained, but the rest returned to rest. I didn't know I could do that, he admitted. It just happened. Because you were ready. Wednesday moved toward him, stopping close enough to touch. You've surpassed every expectation, Harry. Mine. The family's. The spirits. She paused. You've become what the old texts promised, a true necromancer. A guardian of the dead. A bridge between worlds. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I just wanted to help. And you do. More than you know. Wednesday reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection. I'm proud of you. We all are. The new year began with Harry standing at the gates of the Addams estate, ready to return to Hogwarts. The family gathered to see him off. Morticia's warm embrace, Gomez's emotional speech, Grandmama's cryptic predictions, Pugsley's enthusiastic wave. The guardians stood at attention behind him, their silver eyes gleaming in the gray light. And Wednesday stood apart, as always, her dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that held years of meaning. You'll write, she said. Every week. And you'll remember who you are. Always. Good. She paused. The Dark One will come for you eventually. When he does, you'll be ready. Because you're not just Harry Potter anymore. You're gravebound. Ascended. Addams. Harry smiled. I know. He turned and walked through the gates, carrying their love with him like a shield. Behind him, the dead stirred in recognition. Before him, the living world waited, with all its fear, its misunderstanding, its potential for both harm and healing. He was ready. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Quiet Sovereign of the Crypt. The final battle came without warning. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, late on a Thursday night in June, when the death energy of the castle screamed. Not in words, in pure, undiluted alarm. The spirits in the walls flickered. The guardians materialized around him, their silver eyes blazing. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, something ancient and terrible was waking. He's here, Morwen's voice echoed in his mind. The Dark One. He's found a way in. Harry was on his feet before she finished speaking. Where? The catacombs. The deep chamber. He's drawn to the Ancient One, to its power. Harry's blood ran cold. The Deep One, the ancient spirit of rage he'd spent months calming. If Voldemort reached it, if he corrupted it, if he turned its millennia of anger into a weapon. I have to stop him. Ron and Hermione were awake now, blinking in confusion. Harry, what's happening? Voldemort. In the catacombs. I have to go. We're coming with you. No. Harry's voice was firm. This is my fight. Mine and the Dead's. Stay here. Protect the others. He was gone before they could argue. The catacombs were chaos. Spurts fled in every direction, their forms flickering with terror. The death energy churned and eddied, disturbed by something darker than any of them had felt in millennia. And from the deepest chamber, Harry could feel it, Voldemort's presence, cold and hungry and wrong, pressing against the ancient spirit's rage. He descended faster than he'd ever moved, the guardians surrounding him like a silver shield. Morwen appeared at his side, her ancient face drawn with fear. He's trying to corrupt it. To bind it to his will. Will it work? I don't know. The Deep One is strong, but it's also wounded. Vulnerable. If the Dark One offers it what it wants. Revenge. Violence. The chance to hurt those who hurt it. Yes. Harry pushed harder, his legs burning, his heart pounding. He could feel the Deep One's rage rising, not the peaceful quiet he'd helped it find, but something older, darker, more dangerous. Voldemort was feeding it, encouraging it, using it. He burst into the deep chamber and stopped. Voldemort stood before the ancient spirit, his form barely solid, a wraith of darkness and malice, held together by will and hatred. But his presence was unmistakable. His red eyes gleamed as he turned to face Harry. Potter. The voice was a whisper, a hiss, a promise of pain. I knew you'd come. Let the spirit go. It's not yours to use. Everything is mine to use. Voldemort gestured, and the Deep One's rage flared higher. This creature has suffered for millennia. Alone. Forgotten. Angry. I'm offering it what you never could, a chance to act. To hurt. To avenge itself on the world that abandoned it. That's not what it needs. And you know what it needs. Voldemort's laugh was cold. You, a child, presume to understand an anger older than your entire civilization. Yes. Harry's voice was steady. Because I listened. Because I stayed. Because I didn't try to use it, I just witnessed it. He stepped forward, past Voldemort, toward the ancient spirit. The guardians moved with him, their silver light pushing back against the darkness. Deep One, he called. Can you hear me? The spirit's rage flickered, just for a moment, just enough to show that something of its peaceful self remained. Harry. I'm here. I'm not going to let him hurt you. But I need you to fight, not with anger, not with violence. Fight to remember who you are. Fight to hold on to the peace we found. I can't. The rage is too strong. Yes, you can. I'll help you. The spirits will help you. Just hold on. Voldemort laughed again. Foolish boy. You think your sentiment can overcome millennia of pain. No. Harry turned to face him. I think love can. I think connection can. I think the things you've spent your whole life despising, trust, compassion, witness, are stronger than any curse you can throw. He raised his hand. The death energy of the catacombs responded instantly, rising, swelling. Answering his call, the guardians blazed with silver light. The spirits who'd been fleeing turned and gathered, their fear transforming into something else. Something stronger. Morwen appeared at Harry's side, her ancient form brighter than ever. Then others, dozens, hundreds, thousands of them. Spirits from every level of the catacombs, from every century of Hogwarts history, from every corner of the castle's ancient grounds. They gathered around Harry like an army. Not to fight, not to destroy, to witness. We are with you, Morwen's voice echoed. We remember what you taught us. We will not let the Dark One forget. Voldemort stared at the gathered dead. For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered in his red eyes. What is this? This, Harry said quietly, is what you never understood. The dead aren't weapons. They're people. And people, living or dead, choose love over fear when given the chance. He turned back to the ancient spirit. Deep One, look at them. Look at all the spirits who came to witness. They're not afraid of you. They're with you. They understand your pain because they've felt their own. And they're offering you something Voldemort never can. What? Community. Belonging. A place where you're not alone anymore. The Deep One's rage flickered again, weaker this time, the darkness receding. Its ancient presence pulsed with something that might have been tears. I remember. You. The boy who stayed. The boy who listened. Asterisk. Yes. I'm still here. I'll always be here. And the others. Asterisk. Look for yourself. The Deep One's awareness spread, tentatively at first, then more boldly, touching the gathered spirits. It felt their pain, yes. But also their hope, their peace, their willingness to welcome even an ancient spirit of rage into their community. I don't know how to be part of something. Asterisk. You'll learn. We'll help you. That's what community does. Voldemort screamed. Not in pain, in frustration. His plans, his manipulations, his careful corruption of the ancient spirit, all crumbling because of a boy and his stubborn insistence on love. You think this is over, Potter? His voice was a snarl. You think your dead friends can protect you forever? I'll find you. I'll destroy everything you love. No. The word came from everywhere and nowhere. The ancient spirit's voice, but amplified. Strengthened. Focused. You have tried to use me. To corrupt me. To turn my pain into your weapon. The Deep One's presence expanded, filling the chamber, pressing against Voldemort's darkness. You have failed. Not because of power, but because of love. The boy's love. The spirit's love. The love I'm learning to feel again. Asterisk. This is absurd. Is it? The ancient spirit's voice was almost gentle. You, who have never loved anything but power. You, who fear death so much you've twisted yourself into something barely alive. You call us absurd. Asterisk. Voldemort's form flickered, with rage, with fear, with something that might have been doubt. Go. Asterisk. The Deep One commanded. Leave this place and never return. The dead are not yours to use. They never were. Asterisk. For a moment, Voldemort seemed about to argue. Then, with a scream of pure frustration, he vanished. The darkness fled with him. Silence settled over the catacombs. Harry stood in the center of the deep chamber, surrounded by spirits and guardians and the fading echoes of battle. The ancient spirit pulsed softly nearby, its rage completely gone now, replaced by something that felt almost like peace. He's gone, Morwen said. For now. For now. Harry turned to the Deep One. Are you okay? A long pause. Then, I think, yes. For the first time in millennia, yes. The others, they'll help you. You're not alone. Anymore. I know. The spirit's presence softened. Thank you, Harry. For everything. Harry smiled. You're welcome. The journey back through the catacombs felt different. The spirits who'd gathered to witness now accompanied him, their presence warm and grateful. The death energy flowed smoothly again, undisturbed by darkness. And at the entrance to the catacombs, a familiar figure waited. Wednesday. She stood in the shadows, her dark eyes fixed on him, her expression unreadable. Behind her, Harry could see the flicker of blue flame, the crypt, somehow connected to this place, its energy mingling with Hogwarts. You felt it, Harry said. The dead tell me everything. Wednesday moved toward him, stopping close enough to touch. You did well. I had help. The spirits chose to follow you. Because you earned their trust. She studied him for a long moment. You're not just a necromancer anymore, Harry. You're not even just ascended. You're something new. Something the old texts don't have a name for. What? A sovereign. Not a ruler. Sovereignty isn't about power over others. It's about being fully yourself, fully integrated, fully present. The dead recognize it. That's why they follow you. Harry thought about the gathered spirits, the Ancient One's peace, the Guardians' loyalty. I don't want to rule anyone. I know. That's what makes you a sovereign. Wednesday's lips curved into something that might have been a smile. The kind who protects rather than dominates. The kind legends are built around. They emerged from the catacombs into the gray light of dawn. Ron and Hermione were waiting, their faces pale with worry. When they saw Harry, they rushed forward, stopping just short of embracing him, uncertain after everything that had happened. You're okay, Ron breathed. I'm okay. Harry smiled at them. Voldemort's gone. For now. Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, you can't just. I know. But this wasn't the final battle. It was just a skirmish. Harry looked toward the castle, toward the students beginning to stir inside. The real war is still coming. But I won't face it alone. He glanced at Wednesday, who nodded once. The dead are with me. The spirits. The guardians. In my family, both families. He turned back to his friends. We'll face whatever comes together. The weeks that followed were strangely peaceful. Voldemort's presence faded from Hogwarts completely. Quirrell, recovered but broken, was transferred to St. Mungo's. The new defense professor, despite his flaws, posed no threat. And Harry, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, could simply be. He continued his work in the catacombs, helping spirits find peace, deepening his connection to the ancient dead. The Deep One became a regular presence, still learning, still growing, but no longer raging. It even began speaking to other spirits, tentatively reaching out, building the connections it had lacked for millennia. Morwen watched this with obvious satisfaction. "You've given us all a gift," she told Harry one night. "Not just peace, but community. We were separate before, isolated in our pain. Now we're connected. Now we're family. Is that what we are? Family. Yes. In the way that matters most." Her ancient form flickered with warmth. "Chosen family. The kind that lasts beyond death." The end of term arrived with its usual chaos of exams and celebrations. Harry performed well in his classes, not at the top, like Hermione, but solidly. His practical work in defense was exceptional, though Professor Lockhart seemed more interested in taking credit than in teaching. And his necromancy, well, the professors had stopped trying to evaluate that months ago. On the last night of term, Harry stood in the Bone Garden at the Addams estate, surrounded by the family. The guardians knelt in formation behind him, their silver eyes gleaming. The spirits of generations hovered at the edges, their presence warm and approving. And beside him, Wednesday stood silent watch. "You'll return to Hogwarts in the autumn," she said. "For second year. Yes. And after that, third year. Fourth. Fifth. Eventually, you'll graduate. Yes. And then." She turned to look at him. "What then?" Harry considered the question. He thought about the spirits who needed him, at Hogwarts and beyond. He thought about Voldemort, still out there, still plotting. He thought about his mother, watching from beyond the veil, proud of the person he'd become. "Then I protect," he said quietly. "I guard. I witness. I do what I've always done, help the dead find peace and the living find understanding. That's not a career. No. It's a purpose." Wednesday nodded slowly. "Good answer. The final image came to Harry in a dream that night. He stood in the family cemetery, surrounded by graves and yew trees and the quiet presence of the dead. The moon was full, casting silver light across the headstones. The guardians knelt in a semicircle behind him, their skeletal forms still and patient. And beside him stood Wednesday. They faced the cemetery together, two figures in black, watching over the graves as they'd watched over the spirits for years. The dead stirred in recognition. The living, far away, in the village, in the castle, in the world, slept in ignorance of the protection that surrounded them. Harry felt peace settle over him like a cloak. Not the peace of ending, but the peace of belonging. Of knowing exactly who he was and where he fit. Of being, at last, fully himself. The dream shifted. His mother appeared, not as a spirit, but as a memory. She smiled at him with eyes that held all the love in the universe. "You've done well, my son. I tried. You've succeeded. Beyond anything I could have hoped." She reached out and touched his face, warm, solid, real. "Rest now. You've earned it." The dream faded. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through his window. He dressed slowly, taking time to appreciate the room that had become his, the raven-carved wardrobe, the books on death and darkness, the small black box containing the pin that marked him as family. Then he made his way downstairs. The family was gathered in the dining room, as they always were for breakfast. Morticia smiled as he entered. Gomez beamed. Grandmama cackled. Pugsley waved. And Wednesday sat in her usual place, watching him with those dark, unreadable eyes. But this time, something was different. This time, when he met her gaze, she nodded. Not in greeting. In acknowledgement. In recognition. "You're one of us." Harry smiled and took his place at the table. After breakfast, they walked to the cemetery. The guardians fell into step behind them, their skeletal forms silent and patient. The spirits stirred in the crypt as they passed. And at the edge of the Bone Garden, Harry stopped. Before him stretched the graves of generations, Addamses and strangers, remembered and forgotten, at peace now because someone had cared enough to witness them. Will you come back? Wednesday asked. After Hogwarts. Always. This is my home. And the dead, will you continue to serve them? Always. That's who I am. Wednesday nodded. Good. They stood together in silence, watching the morning mist rise from the graves. The guardians knelt behind them, silver eyes gleaming. The spirits of the crypt whispered their approval. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the gravebound, the ascended, the quiet sovereign of the crypt, felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. He was home. He was loved. He was exactly where he belonged. The end.